Let us pray. O Lord, our God, we give you thanks for giving us another day, especially as we approach this wonderful season. We ask your blessing upon our nation. Bless the work of the members of this House. May they work diligently to bring about solutions to the pressing issues of these times. Bless all men and women across our country, especially those who work in the service of others. Especially today, we remember our police service, medical personnel, and members of our civil service. May all that is done this day be for your greater honor and glory through Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen. Say the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
This House is in session. Minutes of the meeting held on Tuesday, December 5th, 2023 to be deferred. Honourable Leader, Government Business. To be deferred.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that the aforesaid minutes be deferred.
The questions that the aforementioned minutes be deferred. All of our members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting, the ayes have it. The aforementioned minutes are hereby deferred.
Announcements by Your Honor, the Speaker. Messages from Her Excellency, the President. Petitions, papers, government notices, private members' notices, notices of questions, reports from select committees, first readings of bills, statements by ministers, congratulatory and/or obituary speeches, personal explanations, motions for leave of absence, oral replies to questions, notices of motion for the adjournment of the House on matters of urgent public importance, orders of the day.
The Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the suspension of standing orders 6, 16, 18, 20, 42, subsection 5, 43, and 44 for the remainder of the day's sitting.
The question is that the aforementioned standing orders be suspended for the remainder of the day's sitting. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting, the ayes have it. The aforementioned standing orders are hereby suspended for the remainder of the day's sitting.
Government business, sir. In the name of the Honourable Senior Minister in the Prime Minister's Office, to resume the debate on the passing of a resolution to approve the Barbados Physical Development Plan as amended 2023.
Honourable Member for St. Joseph. Mike.
I suppose I've had the good fortune, Mr. Speaker, of participating in a number of debates on the National Development Plan over the years. I am especially pleased to be able to be again so involved in relation to our new National Development Plan, which will begin from the year 2023, and it will have a life of, is it 3 years? Have a life of 3 years. 10 years. Mr. Speaker, I suppose one of the things about being a member of Parliament, especially if you've been a member of Parliament for a little while, is that you will look at your constituency and see how things have changed over the years. And therefore it gives you a unique perspective because on the one hand, you are the representative of the people who you have committed to serve. But on the other hand, you are a part of a larger mandate, a mandate of seeing how Barbados can develop in such a way as to satisfy the interests of the people you serve, your constituents, while not taking away from the interests of the larger society. If I carry you back to jurisprudence, sir, you would recall the concept of law, which basically says that law is a construct that seeks to satisfy the greatest interests with a minimum of friction and waste. And it's the last part of that sentence that I want to home in on, sir. That is that we must so manage the affairs of our country to achieve the greatest good with a minimum of friction and a minimum of waste. Friction, Mr. Speaker, would relate to the inevitable contest that takes place between citizens in a society. So I have constituents who say, Mr. Marshall, we need a gas station in St. Joseph. That is their interest. That is what they want. But is it so easy, sir, to satisfy our constituents' needs in a vacuum? Or do we have to measure our needs and wants against the greater interests? And so the contest between those interests is what we describe as friction. Waste, on the other hand, has to do essentially with what is left. Then once you have satisfied the interests of the various interest groups, have you been able to minimize the loss in your society, whether it is loss of opportunity to do development, loss of jobs, loss of a whole set of things? Mr. Speaker, I begin with this point because the constituency of St. Joseph is a unique constituency. And with due respect and deference to all of the St. Michael MPs, the kinds of things that we have to deal with in rural Barbados are vastly, vastly different. It is not that there are two Barbadoses. I don't subscribe to that. But it is, Mr. Speaker, that the kinds of considerations that myself, the member for St. Andrew, the member for St. Thomas, have to bear in mind as we deal with our constituents are very different to the kinds of considerations that you, Mr. Speaker, might have to consider when dealing with your constituents. The constituency of St. Joseph is smack dab in the middle of the Scotland District. Scotland District, as we know, occupies 1/5 of Barbados' land space. It is perhaps the most fragile part of our environment. The things that sometimes make it more attractive are also the things that represent the greatest risk. So as you rise up the escarpments, sir, going into rural Barbados, and you get near the top of Horse Hill and recognize, sir, that the air is sweet and there's a cool breeze in the air, you have to take into account, sir, the fact that the rain falls virtually every day in some parts of Barbados, St. Thomas and St. Joseph. And now, while I know that we will see that as a blessing, it also creates a significant challenge for us in terms of our ability to maintain our infrastructure, our ability to maintain roads, our ability to arrest slippage. So when we talk about the uniqueness of rural Barbados, sir, yes, it is unique. And we have to make sure as we engage in the process of planning for Barbados that we take into account the uniqueness and try to satisfy the important needs, sir, of the individuals in those parts of Barbados. Now, Mr. Speaker, I believe that all of my constituency will probably fall within the national park. And if there's any part of it that doesn't fall within the national park, it would actually be relatively small. Now, this development plan says, and permit me to quote the passage for you, sir. It says, no new development will be permitted in national park settlements which, in the opinion of the officer in charge of the Soil Conservation Unit and/or the National Heritage Department, are located on sites susceptible to erosion or landslip. So this development plan essentially says that no new development will be permitted in areas of the Scotland district, of the National Development Park, areas of St. Joseph that are susceptible to slippage. Now, Mr. Speaker, there are some realities that we have to face. And that's why it's important, sir, to manage the respective interests with that minimum of friction and waste. You see, sir, if we do not permit development in St. Joseph, or so restrict development that it becomes unappealing, we are going to be perpetuating that drift of the population from rural Barbados, from parts of my constituency, parts of St. Andrew and parts of St. Thomas, and increase the pressure on the parts of urban Barbados, sir, or peri-urban Barbados, because if we're not going to allow residential development, for argument's sake, in certain parts of Horsell or other areas, then we have an obligation to provide housing for them. So we have to provide housing for them in parts outside of rural Barbados. Now, sir, while that may seem like an easy thing for a planner to settle on, while it may seem like an easy thing for the executive to settle on, it isn't just that the place is unique, it's also that the people are unique, sir. Because when I talk to my constituents and say, well, you know, we don't have any house spots in St. Joseph now, but you can find a house spot in Kingsland. Not that there's a house spot in Kingsland, remember, for St. George. I'm not suggesting that, but the point is if we can't house them at home, we gotta send them somewhere else. And they say to you, I do not want to live outside of St. Joseph. When we talk about the navel string being buried, that is exactly what we're talking about. There's a whole lifestyle that is associated with rural Barbados that you cannot find in St. Michael. Interestingly enough, though, sir, there are parts of Barbados, I think if you go in Jackmans, in St. Michael, you would find that virtually half of the population in Jackmans come from St. Joseph. I know many of them. But that was a move to urban areas that took place in the 50s and the 60s. Then you couldn't get a bus. You couldn't get to work. You had to get near to your workplace. You couldn't get schools. So in those days, the people moved because they had to. But today, Mr. Speaker, where we have the prevalence of motor cars and so on, that dynamic does not apply in the same way. And so my constituents say to me, but I want to live in St. Joseph. I cannot continue to live in my mother or my grandmother's house. I need an opportunity to build my own. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, it is why I've begun to talk about this particular issue. Now, they say the devil doesn't know the most because he's the brightest. It's really because he's been around longer than most people. I'm not saying that I'm the devil, but I've had the benefit of dealing with the constituency of St. Joseph now for 21 years. Now, Mr. Speaker, there are some realities that worry me. You see, sir, St. Joseph is made up of a number of small settlements. And those small settlements, sir, will have one or two churches. They have one or two shops. In years past, they would have had a school. Little things that sustain village life. If, Mr. Speaker, we do not allow development in these sensitive areas, and people have to move out, Mr. Speaker, it creates a problem. You see, sir, and we see it in Bridgetown, but I'll come to that in a moment. When people move out, the church, and I think the chaplain would agree with me, the ready parishioners for that church ain't coming back. And the congregation diminishes and the church begins to show signs of dying. When people move out, sir, the village shop also begins to die. No, it is in large measure had challenges because of the very cars and things. People now go to the supermarket. But, sir, the things that connect the village, that connect the people in the village, become weaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, when people say to me, man, AG, we think that the best thing to do is to move out people from Spar Hill, move the people out from Parks Road, move out people. Mr. Speaker, it is something that I rail against with my every breath. It's not about maintaining the voting population. It is about maintaining our societies. If we do not make sure that residents in those areas, yes, I accept that there are challenges, but if we don't make sure that people continue to live in our rural areas, in our Scotland district areas, Mr. Speaker, those communities will die. If you look at Bridgetown, there are people who say that Bridgetown has died. I remember the twice removed member for the city, and I know I should give you notice that I will call her name, but I crave your indulgence. Dame Billy Miller. Dame Billy Miller gave a speech in Istanbul. I had the privilege of being there because at the time I was chairman of the National Housing Corporation. This would have been like the early 1990s, probably 95 or 96. And in her speech, Dame Billy Miller reflected on what was her city, the city of Bridgetown. And she spoke about the fact that when she had first come to politics, there were people living all in Subtle Street, and in every corner, there are people living now where Ponside is. There were bustling communities of residents in the city. But those people have gradually moved out and have made way for businesses. Some areas have fallen into a state of dereliction. But Billy Miller's central theme was, where you don't have residents in a city, that city dies. It is no different, sir, to rural areas. If we do not facilitate the continuation of residential activity in those parts of the Scotland district, then those areas will die, sir. And I am against that. No, it doesn't, that's why we talk about satisfying the greater good with the minimal friction and waste. You see, sir, in my early years as an MP, I had the benefit of meeting with the individuals in soil to try to get a handle for what we were dealing with. And I've repeated that meeting many times, and with many different ministers of agriculture. And just to remind the chamber, ministers of agriculture have responsibility for the Scotland district. Don't know why, but they do. Maybe it's from the days when we used to farm things in the Scotland district. So, we had some meetings with the engineers and the Scotland District staff and so on, and with some residents. And Mr. Speaker, 50 years ago, you had houses on all of those hillsides. But they were not, as the people say, big able wall houses. They were wooden houses, they were shuttle houses. And they had no running water in the house. They had a house as a toilet. And therefore, those kinds of residences did not result in land slippage because they didn't create a circumstance where there was a lot of water runoff and you had 2 bathrooms and a washing machine and 3 sinks and all that kind of thing, all pushing water into the soil, which would then slip. And while none of us want to go back to those days, the engineers have said to me, sir, that the solution may well be that we don't need to say no more development. What we need to do is to say, we will permit you to do your development, but it has to be of a particular kind. And they begin by saying a concrete block house with enough bedrooms, enough bathrooms, in a situation where the soil gets soaked, the weight will be too great. So, sir, it is a wonderful thing that the shuttle house has had such a great rebirth in the Barbadian vernacular when it comes to housing. Lord knows, Mr. Speaker, if I ever have to build another house in my life, it will be a shuttle house, swear to God. I will, if I could advise, most people now will say to them, these big wall houses that we love to build, take it for somebody who's been there and done that. Build a shuttle house, a cooler, a more comfortable, easier to repair, cheaper to maintain. And less debt, less debt. So where am I taking this discussion, Mr. Speaker? I want to have a discussion about how we can maintain residential activity in those areas that are susceptible. I would never suggest, sir, that we go and put them in the worst of the worst. Never. But I believe, Mr. Speaker, that there are opportunities for us to look to see where we could possibly accommodate housing of a different kind. And so let us look at building a lighter structure. And I believe that today's technology will allow us to do that. But let us also mandate how people are supposed to deal with their water runoff. And the engineers at Soil told me, the problem is you got bigger houses, so you got bigger roofs. And the fact they have bigger roofs means that the roof catches more water, and you got more water running off into the soil. And they've said to me, stop people from letting the water run straight off next to the house. Make sure that they put up guttering. And then they say that the guttering needs to carry all the way into the bottom of the gully. Because if you drop it off short, you're still creating the same problem. Now, I understand that that is a cost thing. Who wants to buy 20 lengths of, PVC pipe to go down into the bottom? But the point is that we know enough about the Scotland District, Mr. Speaker, that I believe that rather than saying to my constituents or some constituents from the member of St. Andrew or St. Thomas, no, we will not allow you to build, we should say to them, we will allow you to build so long as you follow a new model of building. If you don't want to build a shuttle house, a wooden house, a nice board bungalow, fine, well then maybe Kingston is the place for you. But if you want to stay in the Scotland District, keep our communities alive, then we have a way of accommodating what you want. Lighter construction, better handling of the water runoff, and those things. And I believe, sir, that will enable us to say to my constituents in those threatened areas, you do not have to look for housing elsewhere. Mr. Speaker, a public servant once told me that we should move out the people in the Spar Hill because it costs too much to fix the road. No. You know, I can think of one family in the Spar whose great-great-grandfather sent back money from Panama to buy the 4-acre lot that they still live on. But somehow it seems easier, rather than to deal with the environmental challenges and fix the road, it seems easier to say, man, move them out. Move them out. Let the place run to ruin. Let the place run wild. Mr. Speaker, that too I rail against. There's no doubt that the road infrastructure in my constituency suffers largely because of the nature of the soils, the Scotland district clays, I believe they call them. But we can find solutions to deal with these things, sir. We must not always have as our default position, no, can't happen, it's easier to move you. There will be times when moving the people is the solution. The government has now, on 2 occasions, maybe even 3, moved the people from Whitehill. And history shows that it has been impossible to sustain the level of infrastructure in Whitehill as would allow people to continue to reside there. So there will be times, and I concede that right up front to the member for Christchurch South who has piloted this resolution. Yes, who has piloted this resolution. There will be places where we have to say no more. I accept that. But I'm asking, Mr. Speaker, that we do not have no as our default position. I don't believe that the default position of a government should be no. Our default position should be, let us see how best we can get you where you want to be while not taking away the benefit from the greater number of people and while minimizing friction and waste. Mr. Speaker, I have in St. Joseph a tremendous challenge with roads. It is tremendous. In fact, I once thought that I would come to blows with the member for St. Andrew, who I thought that he and I would march arm in arm and fix all the roads between St. Andrew and St. Joseph. I believe that we continue our cordial relationship, but if something don't happen soon, a few blows may well have to be launched in his general direction. But the fact is, sir, that when you look at what happens along many of our roads, sir, the constant rain, but also the fact that a lot of if you take our bridges, they weren't constructed for modern vehicles. In fact, you know, these are the kinds of balancing acts that the government has to deal with, because on the one hand, I'm told that the electric bus, everybody knows electric buses are good for the economy, but apparently they are much heavier than a bus with a diesel engine. So we gain on one side in terms of protecting the environment, so in terms of the blue-green economy, we score great points. But in terms of the challenge on the road infrastructure, and I don't mean to suggest, Mr. Speaker, that our roads have begun to be damaged as a result of that, as a result of the electric buses, but I simply did not know that the electric buses were heavier. But the point is that when you look at a lot of our road infrastructure in the Scotland district, it was built years and years and years ago. And an old Bedford cane truck probably weighs a lot less than a big tour bus. Now, it is not easy for us to keep our infrastructure in pristine condition. It isn't. And in the Scotland district, it must be one of the worst areas. But in order for this national development plan to mean something for Barbados, sir, everybody has to be brought along. We can't take a position which says, you know, we can leave you the way you are and concentrate our investment and our development on other parts of Barbados. So I am calling, Mr. Speaker, for all of the government departments not to see this national development plan as enshrining a no into our response as a government, but pointing out, sir, that we have to empower our people by trying to find a way to satisfy their dreams. Mr. Speaker, the National Development Plan also speaks about the importance of open spaces. And you know, I've been a firm advocate, while I want to see the constituency of development of St. Joseph developed fully and the constituency of St. Andrew developed, and St. Thomas too, we also have to recognize that part of the intrinsic beauty of the Scotland District has to do with us limiting the nature and scope of development. So there are going to be opportunities for us to develop some areas, and we should cherish those, we should seize them. But we should also try to maintain as many open spaces as possible. And in this regard, sir, we have to have private sector involvement and public sector involvement. I am able, Mr. Speaker, to boast of a park in a place called Beachmont in St. Joseph, which was contributed to the people of St. Joseph, and in fact the people of Barbados, by a private individual. It isn't a huge park, but it is easily one of the parks with the loveliest views that you could ever want to find. A gracious individual felt this is what he wanted to give to this community, and we were very happy to receive it. But further up the hill, the National Conservation Commission has also done a clean and green project to give us a wonderful open space in the area of Blackmans. An area, sir, it was a space that was left in the housing development to be used as an open space, but nothing was ever done on it. So it was just left as bush. And I'm very grateful to the minister for that particular intervention. But the point is that we have to accept that in order to make the blue-green economy a reality, we have to keep green open spaces in Barbados available. And that will mean that as a government we have to make some decisions. There's some things we will have to say no to after careful consideration. But I believe, sir, that the reason people like to drive through St. Joseph on a weekend is precisely because of those open, untouched vistas, the lush greenery, and so on. And I hope that we can maintain that for a long, long time. Mr. Speaker, I don't propose to go too much longer, but I do want to say that as we plan out a Barbados for the next 10 years, we should treat this document as a living document. It is a national development plan, but it isn't necessarily the plan for our development. The plan for our development has to take into account so many more things than our physical space. This plan just deals with our physical space. That's why it's a physical development plan. And we can develop our physical development all we want. But unless we pay some attention, Mr. Speaker, to the other side of things, sir, this physical development plan will be like a thing written in water. I look forward, Mr. Speaker, to all of the various initiatives in this particular document coming to fruition. But one of our famous court cases looked at the status of the National Development Plan, and that judge found, sir, that while the plan was important, that it was not to be seen as having the validity of a statute. In other words, the physical development plan is more aspirational And while it is conceived of in the Planning and Development Act, while it is a feature of our law, it is not the law. In that particular case, an individual wanted to argue that something that was in the physical development plan was to be treated as a statement of what must happen. And the judge very, very sensibly found that that was not to be the case. There's a reason for the plan, but the plan was not to be treated as the law. And it therefore means that there's going to be sufficient flexibility to satisfy the many interest groups who need to be satisfied as we set about ensuring that the physical landscape of Barbados is built out to the best advantage of all the people. Mr. Speaker, I support this plan. It is a long document. I've read some parts of it enthusiastically, others with a little less, but only because my eyes felt a little tired. But I'm happy, Mr. Speaker, to throw my absolute support behind this plan. But as I said, I only ask that as we deal with the planning issues in the Scotland district, we do not adopt a default position of no. A default position of no will help no one, and it will see the death of our currently vibrant societies. And I'm trying to keep those societies vibrant, sir. We have now been able to welcome in the Bashiba area an additional restaurant. It burnt down only 2 weeks ago, but the owner has expressed his keen interest in getting it up and going. We have a number of other food and recreation facilities. I look forward to the day in the very near future, Mr. Speaker, where Bashiba will be able to retain much of its characteristic as a sleepy oceanside village, but I want it to have some more restaurants. I want it to be a place where Barbadians can come to on a weekend, book a little guest house, stay there, and have some of the finest food available. And we're reaching that point. We're reaching that point, and I hope, sir, to be around to be able to enjoy the fruits of some of this early labor as we lay the foundation for a better Barbados. With those words, I'm obliged to you.
Honourable Member for St. George South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me rise to give my support to this resolution that amends the Physical Development Plan 2023. Mr. Speaker, I rise after a very, what I call, simple but detailed and comprehensive discourse speech by the member for St. Joseph, and he knows the respect that I have for him. Mr. Speaker, while I will support most of what he said with respect to the Scotland district, which is 1/5 the landmass of this country, and I recall a similar discussion, member for St. Joseph, under a former leader of this administration that spoke about the neglect, but he spoke on it, the neglect by the former administration on the Scotland district. And most of what were echoed in this chamber, that former leader, Lord rest him in his grave, warned us against the impact of destabilizing the Scotland district, not physically, but if you want to say metaphorically, with respect to persons exiting the rural Barbados and moving into the urban corridor. But I throw support behind this document, and I want to congratulate the member for Christchurch West, as well as the member who started this document, the work on this document, member for St. Michael South Central, along with the theme echoed by the member for Christchurch West, the technocrats, the consultants, and they have done a wonderful job. This physical development plan outlines a vision for Barbados over the next 10 years. Outline the vision over the next 10 years as a nation that is resilient and prepared for the impact of climate change. As a nation that fosters the blue and green economy and focuses its strategies on economic growth and wealth creation for many Barbadians, by honing in on various sectors of transport, agriculture. My member for St. Philip South, I'm certain he will speak on agriculture shortly. Agriculture, fisheries, tourism, renewable energy, the various sectors. But for me, Mr. Speaker, the development of Barbados and the vision for Barbados over the next 10 years to create a nation that is safe and to create a nation that focuses on our people and our people's development. And I heard the member for St. Peter who spoke eloquently last week in this Lord Chamber with respect to the whole aspect of peopling as it relates to the physical development plan. And, Mr. Speaker, we cannot underscore what this plan sets out, the detailed plan, whether it is focusing on our environmental ecosystem, biodiversity, cultural heritage, the national heritage, renewable energy, at the center of Barbados' development, sustainable development, and building a resilient society is our people. And I congratulate you again, member, on the comprehensive nature of this document. I read it in its entirety, just like you, the member for St. Joseph. And I'm going to pick a piece out. I'm not going to be as parochial as the member for St. Joseph, and he had a right to be. But I recognize the St. George Valley in this document, and I want to thank you for recognizing the fertility of the St. George Valley as it relates to agriculture, the most fertile part of our country. And while I can see the focus on agriculture, while I can see the focus on the scarcity of land, water, and food, I know within this document you haven't only mentioned the St. George Valley that I have the full responsibility for. I know you may have responsibility for it in this physical development plan. But those good people of St. George South, they elected me, and therefore I have the ultimate responsibility to ensure that the St. George Valley remains the most fertile valley in this country. And while I will go into the housing grand concourse shortly, I am urging, I have responsibility for housing. And I know this government will not destabilize the St. George Valley like the former administration sought to do in the 10 years that they held the realm of leadership of this country. And I stood where the member for St. Michael West, just 2 chairs away from you, sir, where the member for St. Lucie sat. And I recall echoing to the former Minister of Agriculture not to destabilize the St. George Valley. And I am happy to see that this physical development plan has indeed captured the significance of the St. George Valley. I'll move away from being parochial because I have a greater mandate on behalf of the people of this country. And this moves me into what I call the housing concourse. Within this physical development plan, we recognize, and it is written here, the scarcity of land, scarcity of water, and the scarcity of food. And within those 3 scarcities, we have carved out the policies, the guidelines, and the principle by which we will develop every aspect of this country to ensure that we utilize our scarce water, the best use for our water, the best use for our land, and of course, food security. But Mr. Speaker, my mandate relates to housing. And within the physical development plan, the housing needs of this country over the next 10 years will have a different look. We speak to a different complexion. And that is because of several reasons. And one I will start with is the aging population. We recognize people are living longer. And I thank you, member for Christchurch, especially at page 16. Persons are living longer. And indeed, while this is not to be underscored, we have persons who, after their toil in the international world, earning a living, some who are our citizens and some who are not our citizens, they do what we call retire and come to this lovely place to live. And over the next 10 years, the needs of housing with new households, rather than focusing on population growth or lack thereof, we have to look for the diversity or the diverse needs of our population. And the aging population, that's one. And I'm happy to see, again, I'm sorry that I have to mention my lovely village as the constituency of St. George South. But the Sagicor village, if you want to call it a retirement village, is one that we have to replicate, we have to reproduce, we have to copy, because persons are living longer. And I'm going there because the amenities and the various services that are being offered in that village, we never saw anything like this 50 years ago. As the member for St. Joseph mentioned, persons were satisfied with a half-acre lot, 8,000 square feet, 5,000 square feet, place a dwelling house on, and they were comfortable. Having said that, there are certain traits that occurred back then that we have to carry on, like persons doing backyard farming, persons growing, keeping this country green with a thrust of improving the environment. But gone are the days when persons will be living on 1 acre lots and the traditional family structure exists. The new households, the young professionals, the average person, they're seeking to own their own home. And as the member again for St. Joseph mentioned, we have to offer them diverse housing options. So rather than the traditional bricks and mortar, we are now looking at light gauge steel structures. We are now focusing on hardwood structures rather than the normal plywood. But these are the different types of options that we are bringing forward to our households. The young singles and couples wishing to live on their own, they do not need multi-bedroom houses or accommodation, houses with 4 or 5 bedrooms. They're looking for 1 and 2 bedrooms with amenities, and they're also looking at a way to reduce the transportation costs. So gone are the days when you can drive from St. Andrew to the city to buy 2 shirts, a blouse, to get a pair of glasses, to get earrings. But we are indeed building accommodation and settlements, formal settlements, we should call it, and not housing, but formal settlements with amenities that we can reduce the use of transport. And we can give those persons, those aged persons, the aged population, the opportunity to indeed shop where they live. Go to your pharmacy, get your medication. Gone are the days where you have to get on the bus and travel 6 miles to get your medication. That is the type of housing that we're focusing on. And that is the type of policies that are explained in this document, so well put together, the physical development plan. But Mr. Speaker, there's also a need to focus our housing stock in areas where we have sites and services, roads, water, electricity, good drainage. These are some of the areas that have been explained in this document. But why are we focusing there? This government's mandate is to build affordable and resilient housing. When we examine the cost of housing in this country, the cost of infrastructure carries the bulk of the cost. So if we are truly to build affordable housing and resilient housing, our focus has to be on creating these formal settlements where there's good infrastructure. And we have started that. This document speaks to that. Mr. Speaker, this document also speaks to the different categories of housing in terms of types of housing and in terms of class of housing. When this government came to office, we sought to classify housing in 3 areas. Persons earning less than $2,500 a month. Persons earning between $25,000 and $5,000 a month net. And then persons earning above $5,000 net. And we recognize that the focus has to be on the persons earning, Mr. Speaker, under $2,500, and also on the persons earning between $2,500 and $5,000 a month net. Not because we are not interested in those persons who are earning more than $5,000 monthly net, but because we believe those persons can afford to shop around for housing in every sector of this country, in every segment of this country. Those persons, believe it or not, and I know you believe it, those are the persons that can go to the lending institution and say, I have an asset, and I can leverage this asset to get a home. But the ones who are earning less than $5,000, and the ones who are earning less than $2,500, those are the vulnerable groups, especially the ones earning less than $2,500. So this government, and it is articulated in this plan, we have a duty to our people. And that is why our housing options have been so policy-driven with respect to the categories that I have just listed, to push affordable and resilient home ownership for every single class in this country. This document that I reference refers to everything that I just spoke to with respect to the various classes of housing and how we are going to build up the housing stock to cater to the different classes. Mr. Speaker, we also recognize as a government we are not to leave anyone behind. And Mr. Speaker, persons living with disability, the need to have housing for persons living with disability is so well articulated in this document. And I congratulate again the member for Christchurch West and our government led by the member for St. Michael Northeast, who saw the need to create a policy within government that is fully explained in this document, that 10% of all houses that we are building as a government must be allocated for persons living with disability. And it is within this document. I know the member for St. James North, he was present when we opened the most recent 20 units at Allen's Court. And 2 persons living with disabilities were present, and they're now residents of Allen's Court. This is well articulated in this document. We spoke to development plan to incorporate a greater variety of housing types, tenures, forms, and sizes to reflect the needs of the changing demographic and smaller housing sizes. So, Mr. Speaker, encouraging the development of multifamily housing, townhouses and apartments, condominium buildings. And I wish to mention here, Mr. Speaker, the fact that this document recognizes the scarcity of land suggests that we can no longer build with such low densities per acre of land mass. So to increase those densities, on average, we build 10 units per acre. We have now reached a stage as a result of the scarcity of land. We have to build with higher densities. And our target, our KPI, is on average 14 to 15 units per acre. But how do you do that? You do that through what we call high-rise, condominiums, apartments. But one of the key aspects to achieve this, and I heard the member for St. Joseph again, he spoke to the physical aspect, and he said it's not only the physical, and I agree with you, because to achieve residents in high-rise and through the condominium act, member for St. Joseph, we have to do some legislative amendments to that act to allow persons to own their own home through the use of the Condominium Act. And that is work in progress. This document speaks to that. Mr. Speaker, we have to ensure that the basic infrastructure services, including the provision of wastewater, and I heard the member for St. Joseph mention that wastewater management, sanitation, health, and emergency services are part of our housing plan. And reason being, the member for St. Thomas knows very well the HNUP program that we had years ago, how we feel as a form of government, and not this government, the Housing Neighborhood Upgrade Program. HNUP, that's the acronym. And Mr. Speaker, presently, is all articulated here. We are focusing our efforts on improving the urban corridor. And I recall recently in a statement saying that we cannot have our cities looking like Disney World. Meaning that we can't only have the beautiful stores, we can't only have the beautiful commercial activity going on at the hotels. Because if we don't put housing in our cities, we'll be creating some Disney worlds. And Mr. Speaker, that's why the Treasury building, the use of the Treasury building for residential and commercial purposes has indeed been part of our plan to revitalize urban regeneration or revitalize our city. This too has been articulated in our physical development plan, the urban renewal project. The use of green spaces, again, the member for St. Joseph mentioned that, and the role that green spaces will play. Only last week I went to Handsome Crescent with the good member for Christchurch East, West Central, and we opened the park. Developments, and I call on the developers then to recognize the importance of creating green spaces as you build out developments across the landscape of this country, whether in the urban or in the rural corridors. I must say, though, they have been doing that. But I must say, within some areas, we have allowed those green spaces to turn into bush. And while we recognize the importance of the wildlife and the fauna and the flora, we still have to do it in an organized way so as not to create health issues within these communities. So the importance of maintaining green spaces is not only critical to our greening our economy, but critical to our health and to combat issues of dengue, leptospirosis, various sicknesses that we can get from rodent infestation within our community. So this too is articulated in our plan. The importance of maintaining a healthy population and treating with non-communicable diseases is articulated in this plan. Mr. Speaker, the physical development plan, sir, also supports the provision of affordable housing by the National Housing Corporation and through joint venture partnerships. And it speaks to locating within lands that are serviced by potable water and roads. It speaks to locating these formal settlement and houses in proximity to services and amenities. And it speaks to providing access to transportation choices, including public transport. This policy also, Mr. Speaker, went into the whole aspect of addressing what we call informal settlements, squatting. And Mr. Speaker, this whole aspect of treating with the informal settlements would allow us to treat with risk, better use of land, because we know the health and environmental implications of persons living in informal settlements. May present sanitation challenges, may present health challenges, the lack of waterborne toilets, living in zones that are not classified as areas for affordable and resilient housing. These are some of the reasons why the informal settlements have to be addressed. And Mr. Speaker, while I recognize what we have done in the physical development plan, I can also say that prior to this document, we have started the process of regularizing tenantries where there's housing and where persons are living in what we call informal settlements. The Rock Hall relocation project, the Work Hall tenantry settlement, the settlement that Cabinet just approved for persons living in Hoyts Village. These are some of the settlements for persons living at River Bear, Bath and St. John. And indeed, we do this with a view to encourage home ownership. And within the physical development plan, we also will formalize tenantries on plantation and non-plantation land, where we are encouraging the sale of land on non-plantation tenantries in urban areas to qualify tenants at a subsidy at a rate, member for St. Joseph, at $2.50 per square foot for the first 5,000 square feet. And this indeed, if we truly analyze what we're doing as a country, as a government, we're utilizing housing to enfranchise and empower every single citizen or family in this country. We currently have, at National Housing Corporation, 18,000 applicants. And while we have announced the housing grand concourse or housing concourse, whereby we are seeking to build 10,000 houses over a 5-year period, you can do the math and you can see that 18,000 applicants and 10,000 housing solutions over a 5-year period will still give us a deficit with respect to those persons who desire or who wish, and their ambition is to own a home in this country. But Mr. Speaker, I also wish to say that most of our land that have been allocated for housing is within that rural corridor that the member for St. George's spoke about. In parishes like St. Lucie, St. Peter, St. George, St. Philip. So while we would not want to see a mass exodus of residents from the rural area, the housing program that we have embarked upon will certainly ensure that, because the land mass and the land allocated to housing in this country are within that belt. The St. Philip area, the St. George area, the St. Lucie area, the St. Peter area. So, member for St. Joseph, I assure you that that will not happen. You will still have a good base by which you will maintain your political reputation and indeed your clout with respect to residents going to those schools and marking that wonderful mark. Mr. Speaker, one of the areas that I wish to end on, because I will speak to 2 other things before I sit. The whole aspect of diversity of housing. We entered into a contract with East West Barbados to provide 150 light gauge steel houses. We also entered into a contract with Joavilla, Guyana, to provide 350 hardwood houses. And Mr. Speaker, there are various options we are exploring with respect to the different types of housing and different design and various options that we would like to embark upon to provide housing solutions in this country. Not only housing solutions, affordable housing solutions. So as we cater to the new households, and as we cater to the aging population, persons living longer, this physical development plan, it is not late, but I can say to you, while this was work in progress, we were actively, Mr. Speaker, addressing the diversity and types of housing that we will offer to Barbadians to make housing affordable and indeed resilient. The use of renewable energy, Mr. Speaker, the use of renewable energy. The acronym HOPE stands for Hope, Ownership, Providing Energy. And I know the members in this chamber would have heard this many times. But the art of repetition gets to the citizens more than speaking it once. We are utilizing renewable energy to drive the cost of housing down. And indeed, the aim is to utilize the photovoltaic on our rooftop to finance infrastructure and the cost of land. The net effect, those persons earning between $2,500 to $5,500 would indeed be only paying for the house. And the earnings, the PV earnings, will go towards, over a 25-year period, will go towards paying for the cost of the infrastructure and the cost of the land. But, Mr. Speaker, this is what we call innovation. This is something new, Mr. Speaker, to the world. And I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, the 154 houses that have been built at Lancaster, they all have owners. For that program, Mr. Speaker, and for that development at Vesper, Lancaster area building 154 houses under the Hope Home Ownership, Providing Energy option, we have over 4,000 applicants. So what I heard yesterday in certain quarters is not part of what is the reality in this country. We're oversubscribed for those houses, and that is the fourth option that I've presented here this morning, Mr. Speaker. This physical development plan also speaks to rent to own. And again, member for St. Peter, it is about our people. There may be a class of persons in this country, and there exists a class of persons in this country who will not be able to go to any lending institution and receive a mortgage or a loan because of their asset base and because of their earning potential. So what we have created, and it is articulated in this physical development plan for housing, under housing, the rent-to-own policy that this government has indeed created as a policy, where persons can begin to rent. It is all with a view to owning your own home, and thereafter, at some point in time when you have enough capital injected in the framework, you can go to one of the lending institutions and say to them, I am ready to own my own home. So you start out as a renter, and down the road, you say, hey, listen, look, I am ready to get a mortgage to own my own home. But you may be at a stage, Mr. Speaker, and why it is so powerful a policy initiative, you may be at the age of 40 when you start renting. And Mr. Speaker, when you go to the bank, you may be at 45. But you have equity in that house. So that equity in the...
Honourable member has 2 more minutes.
That equity in the house, Mr. Speaker, would allow you, therefore, to leverage to get that loan and get that mortgage. But also, Mr. Speaker, And that is why the new household is mentioned in this physical development plan and housing catering to the new household. Because at that age, you may have 2 children coming along in the 20, 21 age group. So, Mr. Speaker, gone are the days when the average Barbadian will not be able to own their own home. And the policies that this government have embarked upon, those 20-year-olds with a mother or father that is 45 would then be able to say, hey, listen, look, I can assist mommy, and I can use my asset base as a new employee somewhere to help her improve her mortgage potential in terms of what she or him will qualify for. That is the family structure in this country, Barbados. So when we talk about family initiatives and community-based, the vision that the physical development plan has a community-based element in it, fostering family, strong family ties, strong ties within our communities, so that those ties will redound to home ownership in this country, as I simply put it over the last 2 minutes. So, Mr. Speaker, let me end by saying I am pleased with the work done by the team who crafted this lovely document. And it has given us hope, not only for housing, but it has given us hope for economic growth and for development in this country. And before I sit, Mr. Speaker, in 2018, in 2007, Mr. Speaker, we had some 4,000 applications approved by Town Planning Department, now the Physical Town Planning and Development Department. In the year 2007, we had 4,000 applications approved by Town Planning. Between the period 2010 to 2016, that number decreased by close to 50%. And it speaks to what was going on in the country between the years 2008 and 2018. Between 2010 and 2016, we had 2,500 applications approved by Town Planning. 25, down from 4,000 in 2007. But I end with the good news. Between 2018 and present, we have approved 9,617 applications. You heard that? We moved from 4,000 in 2007 under this administration. The years 2008 to 2018, what happened? We dropped to 2,500. And since the rebirth or the reemergence of a good government in 2018, we have seen 9,617 applications approved by the Town Planning Department. I congratulate the member for St. Michael Northeast again, who had responsibility for that department, along with the member for St. Michael South Central, and also my good friend for St. Michael West, who is now championing that cause. And I'm certain this 9,617 was propelled by the work he continues to do on behalf of the good citizens of this country. So, Mr. Speaker, this physical development plan sets out an orderly framework.
I remember, honestly, I think you don't understand the concept of 2 minutes. I think you already said 22 minutes. I was just checking.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I end, this physical development plan sets out an orderly framework for development in this country. Not only physical, but it puts the framework so that our legislative agenda will be implemented as we look at every single sector in this physical development plan. As we battle with our scarce land, water, and food. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for St. Michael's Office.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do believe that this is such an important resolution that I would want to lend my voice in support of the efforts that have been made up until this point to be able to get this physical development plan before this chamber. I want to start by commending all of the persons who have worked tirelessly to get us to this point. Obviously, the senior minister, member for Christchurch West, has been very instrumental in leading the charge, not only as senior minister for infrastructure, but also with responsibility for bringing and tabling the physical development plan and seeing this process all the way through to fruition. So I would want to first, at the outset, extend my appreciation to him for following that process through. The process, Mr. Speaker, was one, I think, that allowed for the government of Barbados to demonstrate its willingness to consult with the people of Barbados in the similar vein that we have done in other aspects of governance. And I know that certainly once this is passed, I'm sure there will be additional discussions on the contents of this particular resolution and certainly the physical development plan. But I think for the most part, people have had the opportunity to be able to weigh in. And certainly in the course of this debate, and I suspect for the rest of today, the fact that we have the members of parliament representing 30 constituencies, there has been an equal opportunity for everybody, not just to speak to the broader policy, but specifically to speak to individual areas. Now, Mr. Speaker, I believe it was back in 2016, as a member of the then opposition, had the opportunity, along with some other members of the Barbados Labour Party, to visit the People's Republic of China. It was on that visit, Mr. Speaker, that I had the exposure to what I consider to be a very progressive way of allowing residents in various communities across China to understand and to appreciate what the government was doing in terms of development. I say that, sir, because I had the opportunity to see a number of, I guess you would call it, facilities where the plans for development of particular cities were laid out very clearly, sometimes in 3D, sometimes in the actual drawings, in sketches. Persons in various communities could actually go to these various halls and to, in a sense, understand better what the plans were by the government for the people in a particular district. I don't know that we have gotten to that point yet where we are so advanced that we have a lot of the visual presentations for the public to be able to understand exactly where this administration wants to take its people, or do I think we have the level of intensity in terms of that detail that is necessary to take people where they are. A lot of people are very visual. So telling them to read, how many pages is it, Minister? This is a good, over I think 300 pages of document to read. A lot of people will not read the documents. But I think what is important is if we can actually show through the community plans, the public over a period of time, the intention in terms of the spaces and how we intend to actually utilize the spaces. Now, Mr. Speaker, I have, I guess, a soft spot for this area too, because I now have responsibility for a number of the infrastructural areas, both water, wastewater, public transportation as well, which touches across the length and the breadth of Barbados. In other words, you can't get physical development unless you have infrastructure in place. So all of the cries that have been made, I think, by other honourable members, really it rests on what is done in terms of our improvements in terms of water and the delivery of water to households, the delivery of proper sanitation services and sewage systems to various households. It also depends on the connectivity that is required by way of the road infrastructure to and from particular communities to allow, of course, economic development. Because where you have roads, in turn, those persons are going to be able to engage in entrepreneurial activity and economic activity, and in turn, persons will be able to get into their communities as well. because I have responsibility for those areas, Mr. Speaker, I think that I have perhaps a different viewpoint than most in terms of not just the significance of this document, but also some of the challenges as well that we have to overcome, because everybody can stand in this room and speak to all of the things in their constituencies that they would want to see happen. I think what, for me as Minister of Public Works in particular, is particularly telling by this document is the magnitude of the cost implications that are required to be able to get us where we want to, not in a year or 5 years, but certainly in 20, 30 years. And it will require significant investment in terms of from the economic perspective. It will require investment. It will require us being able to tap into financing globally to be able to access and unlock financing that will be able to help us to build out the roads and to build out the water resources and the sanitation. Because without all of those things, the document will not have any life breathed into it. And that is the reality. If we don't have the financing and we're not able to, in many cases, sometimes incur debt in order to be able to build out the capital projects, we will not be able to accomplish a lot of what is articulated in this particular development plan. Now, when it comes to roads, we have spoken a lot in the last few years. From the time we came to office, we were able to conclude negotiations in relation to a $230 million project for the Scotland district. And again, as the Honourable member who spoke earlier, for the member for St. Joseph alluded to, the Scotland district required particular attention, not just a few years ago, but it required attention for a long time. The people of those communities have felt often as though they have been the forgotten communities of this country, and forgotten not because they don't have some of the most beautiful landscapes on the East Coast areas in particular, but forgotten because the lack of infrastructure and the upgrades that have not been taking place have made them feel as though they have been forgotten. Now, I think we have seen in the last few years a level of deterioration across the entire country that I'm sure gives them some reassurance that they themselves were not alone forgotten, but I think in the previous decade before we came to office, the whole country was certainly not a priority for the last administration in terms of its road infrastructure. I will continue to say that with 30 constituencies, there is no way that we can decide which constituency gets and which constituency doesn't, because you have a responsibility to all constituencies. But I will also keep saying that we have a certain amount of resources to play with as well. And so as it relates to the Scotland district, I was pleased to hear my colleague say that he does not expect that we're going to be able to do, in a sense, everything, and in particular that we would see relocation as a last resort. And I think that for the most part, certainly at Public Works, that is how we see the issue of relocation. Relocation is more of an issue of safety, making sure that people are not compromised in terms of land slippage in the Scotland district. And I must tell you that I am amazed sometimes when the Honourable member for St. Andrew and I go on tour in these areas, because I am not so sure I would want to live in areas where people feel so comfortable saying that, you know, when they were growing up, there were fruit trees across the road and now there are none because the land slipped into the gully. I can't tell you I would feel comfortable. But there are people who for generations have lived in those areas, their foreparents have lived in those areas, and that is what they know. And they have come to an understanding that they want to remain in those communities. And that is what drives us in Public Works, that is what drives us as a government, to allow persons to remain where they have resided as safely as they possibly can, Mr. Speaker. Because each week, I can tell you that we are battling, because of climate change, we are battling as we try to build out a lot of what is in this physical development plan. We are battling with the issues of climate change and the impact that it is having on the road infrastructure, in particular within the Scotland district. We have had to spend a lot of time after we secured the loan trying to make sure that we do proper designs to enable us to be able to, not waste the funds that have been made available. And I say waste because you know that these lands in the Scotland district will slip. And therefore, it is imperative that you have to get all of the geological tests done to determine what you are putting down in terms of the surface and to make sure that it will last, maybe not for life, but that it will last for a period of time that will reflect the costs that we have incurred as a result of this expenditure. Where we have determined that we have to relocate people, it has been in situations where there's absolutely no choice. But I want to make it clear that the cost to keep people in place within the Scotland district is a costly one. And let us not make any mix any bones or any words on that. It is a costly exercise to be able to allow people to remain in place. But we as a party and certainly as a government have remained committed to that. One of the first things on coming to this ministry that we looked at was the White Hill area. The White Hill residents had been cast away, neglected. They were made to feel as though they were nobody. The roads were bad. They were not getting water at one point in the White Hill area. The garbage trucks could not go up the hill. And residents were made to feel as though they were forgotten, as though there would be no kind of infrastructural development in that area. Today, Mr. Speaker, I stand here proudly, certainly in speaking in this debate to indicate that the steps have been taken to get us to where we are almost at the end of phase 1 of the White Hill project. We have had some slippage along the way. We've had a little damage here and there to a house or two because of a number of fallen trees and again the additional slippage. But we are starting to see light at the end of the tunnel in terms of the redevelopment of that area. We're not past the final phases as yet because there are 3 phases to White Hill. So what you will see in White Hill is a total transformation. For those who have ever been to the area, you will see the total transformation of a community that now we have paid attention to being able not just to improve the access to water, but also to improve as well the road infrastructure to allow those persons who can remain in the area to be able to remain in that particular community. When you take the King Street area as well, Mr. Speaker, again, another challenging location. We have had some challenges there with the slippage, and a lot of the areas that are of concern in the Scotland district relate to drainage, because the texture of the soil ends up, if you don't have the correct piping and stuff available, and certainly the gabion work in place, you will find yourself in a situation where the water basically settles in the soil. And as a consequence, you will find that there is lots of flooding and compromising of the structures. So we've had to revisit from time to time certain areas within the King Street area. We now have better designs being done for that area, which has had the support and the input of the soil conservation. We've been working very closely with them along with the Chinese team and certainly our internal engineers as well. But I speak to this, sir, because I want people to understand the complexity of fulfilling this physical development plan. If we are to keep people where they live in these communities, one will come at a cost, and it will require the best in terms of expertise, in terms of engineers, to be able to allow us to understand better the types of soils that we are working with as well. So moving out people is not a first option, but keeping people safe is the priority for which all of us have been working in relation to these particular areas. I would like to see, sir, I know that there was supposed to be an entity set up which would have overseen the Scotland district, and I really do think that if we can find the resources that we need to seriously look at putting that in place, to be able to manage better the issues of slippage in that particular district. Because while we deal with roads, there's also still a lot of gabion work and a lot of stabilization work that has to be done in that area. And that must go hand in hand with the works and the expenditure that we are putting at this present moment into that particular area. The other challenge that we come across from time to time is the discovery as we walk along the road. We discover water just running along the side of the road that nobody don't know where it comes from. Sometimes there are different views as to where it is emanating from. It could be sewage water. It could be water runoff from somebody's washing machine. It could also be a spring. And we are finding ourselves, as we are building out the Scotland district in terms of the roads, having to again pause at times to investigate the sources of water in the various districts. We have to talk to people in the communities. We have to try to dig a little deeper in terms of our investigative tests to be able to figure out where water is coming from and how to divert the water in a different direction. That takes time, Mr. Speaker, and if we are really and truly to fulfill all of what we want to do in terms of, again, keeping people in place, it is important that we have the best in the business, the best minds, the best experts to be able to guide us along the way on these issues. The Scotland district is unique, and I think that we have had to treat it in that way. We have a number of projects beyond the King Street and the White Hill area. We would have done Shorey Village, and Vaughan's Road number 2 is almost near completion. There's still some work to be done down there, but significant work has in fact been done in that particular area. And we have had along the way to reprioritize some of the works simply because the rain has not been cooperating with our teams, because in many cases, the areas that would have been prioritized in stage 3 or stage 4, because of the heavy rains, we have had to now reprioritize those areas. In addition to which, we have seen an acceleration of deterioration of some of our bridges. And that has also, and even the retaining structures, we've had to put in place systems within the compliant project to raise a higher level of urgency in relation to certain areas. Again, I think it is important that the public appreciates that when we have these challenges, that you cannot just simply go in the next day and fix the area. You have to do your designs, you have to do your testing, you have to do your engineering assessment in order to make the right decisions so that you can rebuild. So I know that there is sometimes inconvenience and dislocation in terms of people getting to and from communities or roads becoming from 2 lanes to 1 lane. But in many cases, when you see the signage erected by whether it's MTW or the compliant team, what we are actually working on behind the scenes at the moment is trying to make sure that we have a quick design done to be able to accelerate the process of those works. Because I, like most Barbadians, I get very frustrated when I see what I call the DNA of MTW, which is a can in the road for months, if not years. So what we're trying to do going forward is to solve the problems and create a level of urgency for those areas in particular which have been compromised for a while and which we need to have urgently done. But that requires us, as I said, to ensure that we have the designs done. Fortunate for us, we've had detailed designs done for a number of areas. We brought up about 15 locations within the Scotland district because we recognized that if these areas were not addressed, we were going to find ourselves locking off various communities. And I just want to say that there's no way that we can fix every single road all at the same time. So we have to at times determine what are the priority areas, which roads are going to cut off an entire community if we do not prioritize it. Equally, we've had to build bypass roads. And for those who live along the area by the Thompson Bridge down Bruceville, or Bruceville Bridge, you will find now that a bypass road has been provided there. The parliamentary secretary and member for St. Andrew has been on the ground tirelessly almost every day dealing with these issues. And I really want to take the opportunity to thank him for the stellar work that he's been doing in the ministry, because he has remained true to his roots in terms of making sure that the people in the Scotland district are properly looked after in relation to this project. But we've had to build bypass roads. And why we have to do the bypass roads in some cases, as I said, because we have to get connectivity from one district to the other. We also have to make sure that while we prepare for the bridge to be installed, that there has to be the design done. The bridges have to come into the country, which means they have to be prefabricated in order to come into the island. We also have to do the civil works components that are required in order to place those bridges in the respective positions. Again, Mr. Speaker, I say that because I think sometimes in our haste to see development, we do not often appreciate what has to take place behind the scenes in order for us to get to the destination. And I think it is my responsibility to make sure that people understand that while there is often agitation about this road not being done and that road being cut off and this road being closed, that presently we have something that we did not have before, which is the ability financially to be able to start the process of making and addressing a number of the concerns that we've had for almost decades across a number of these areas, and in particular in the Scotland district. You also have Borden's Bridge, which again, we had to do some temporary work there, but we are in the process of having the bridge prefabricated. Again, as I think the member for St. Joseph spoke of the issue of buses. Many of these roads, yes, we've invested in the electric buses, but many of these roads, if we are not able to secure the bridges, then we will also have a direct impact on the ability of the buses to be able to get into the various communities. So I say and share this, sir, because I feel it is important that the people in the Scotland district understand that there is a plan, there is a working plan that we have in terms of being able to pull the infrastructure that is necessary in the area, while at the same time appreciating that it is not an overnight process and that we need to take some time to make sure that we get it right. Otherwise, you will see failures, and then there will be the allegations of expenditure that perhaps was unnecessarily spent. We've had a few areas in recent times as well, like Erie Hill, Horse Hill, that we've seen some challenges as well arising, and again, we've had to respond to those on a regular basis as well. But the priority projects that I'm hoping will be able to roll out for 2024, we have looked at the White Hill Phase 2 area, and obviously the designs are in place for Phase 3 as well. Glen Burnie, St. Margaret's, the area of St. Simon's, Highway F, Coggins Hill, of course the Bruce Brill Bridge, Babylon Road, and Bloomsbury. And I think the Honourable Member in particular, Bloomsbury, the Honourable Member for St. Thomas will be pleased to hear that as well. But we also took a look at roads that could take more of a mill and pave, that were not as complex as some of these ones that I have called just now. We looked at roads that I think, having started this process and gone for what I consider to be the most complex areas, King Street and White Hill, we recognized as a team that we needed to address as well some of the more simple areas in terms of construction. Not that you don't have slippage and not that you don't have soft spots, but many of the areas that would allow us to get a quick mill and pave and addressing of drainage issues in those communities. So we've looked at Reese Road, Highway 2B, Chance Hall to Josie Hill, Highway 1C, which is the Clinkits to Spring Hall area, the Bathsheba area, Fore Hill to Indian Ground, Mount Brevita, Sailor Gully, Orange Hill, the Animal Flower Cave, and Highway Z, which I think is the Bathsheba area, as I said before. And we've done that, Mr. Speaker, because while this administration has prioritized what I consider to be the worst areas, we have also had to make sure that people start to feel as though the $230 million is actually being spent in their communities as well. And I make no bones about that, sir, because we have another phase of roads right now that we are prioritizing from the list. Some of them that we prioritized previously have either had to be accelerated or they have had to go down the list because there are others that have had to go up. But what we keep having to do is in the dry months, which will be hopefully from January onwards for about 6 months, those are the times where you will start to see an acceleration of works within the Scotland district. During those months as well, the design team will also be working on the preparation of the designs and doing the testing on the next set of roads. because we recognize from what has happened in the last year in particular that it is becoming more unpredictable in terms of us being able to do work within the Scotland district. Certainly, even to do pothole patching, it becomes unpredictable because even just getting the factory to kick up so that we can actually get the asphalt, a lot depends on whether the weather is working with us on any given day, Mr. Speaker. So I share that, sir, because I know people are asking the questions, well, you know, how are we going to stay true to this physical development plan? How are we looking to develop it? Well, that is the starting point. Now, that is not to say that the Scotland district alone is the focus of this administration. And I mentioned those roads simply to allay those concerns of those who live in those areas. But we also had acquired monies under the CAF project as well through the Latin American Bank. And, you know, I don't know if the announcement has been made, but Barbados now sits on the board of CAF, which is a significant achievement for Barbados because they have supported us not only in relation to financing for road infrastructure, but they have also supported us in relation to water infrastructure as well in this country. And the financing obviously works to our advantage in terms of the interest payments that we have to pay back. It is important, Mr. Speaker, that people appreciate that even with the CAF roads, and you've seen a number of them, the Rockdundo, the Prior Park, Yorkshire Road, Cane Garden to Bridgefield, Shop Hill to Contensor. Those last two are the next that will be starting shortly. The member for St. Thomas does not need to rise in here today and raise a list of roads that require being done in St. Thomas. I assure her and the residents of St. Thomas that her cries have been heard loudly, and what has been taking place over the last few months has really been the preparatory work to be able to allow us to roll out a number of roads within the Scotland district under both Complant and under both CAF as well, sir. And she is not singled out in this chamber because others are passionate within the Scotland district about their roads. But as I said, we have had to prioritize, make some changes, be able to get additional experts in to assist us. And of course, the Honourable Member for St. Peter is not to be left out. I think, Mr. Speaker, I took abusing at one parliamentary group meeting. In my absence, of course, because I would abuse back. But abusing because of the roads in St. Peter. And rightly so, because that is what he's been sent here to do, to highlight the roads that require to be done.
Right, I don't know the Honourable Member for St. Peter to use curse words, though.
He prayed after he abused me, sir.
I believe so. I think he prayed rather than abused.
But we do recognize the importance of St. Lucie, St. Peter, St. Thomas, St. Andrew, in being able, and St. James, in being able to address the concerns of the residents in those areas. And we have started even the paving, because again, basic things, it may not be the major road infrastructure, but we have put our paving teams on a schedule now to be able to bring relief to a number of the various areas that have been on a list for quite a long time, sir. So there are some changes that are taking place within MTW to bring relief to a number of the districts. I can also say that I've delivered on the promise made to the people of this country to have Highway 7, the portion that we had said was perhaps the worst in terms of the condition addressed. The Honourable Member for Christchurch West is very happy about that as it's in his constituency. But I think most Barbadians are happy about that section of the road that has actually been addressed. Let me just say that, as we build out the infrastructure of the country, the road infrastructure, I don't know if at times people appreciate the preparatory work that has to go in. And I say that sincerely because even on the South Coast, I think one of the decisions that needed to be taken was whether the timing in terms of when do we actually start these works, because we had the South Coast Sewage Project as well to be done. And the Honourable Member for Christchurch West, I think when he was Minister, also wanted us to be able to do an overlay similar to what I've just done on the South Coast Road. Now, we had to balance whether the design work had been done, the timing in terms of when the actual works would commence. And now once we've gotten the the actual timelines for when works can start in 2025, it allowed us to be in a better position to determine whether we could go ahead and put some resources into doing an overlay of that road to bring some relief to the residents. Now, the work for the South Coast Sewage Project is ongoing. We've been able to secure the financing for that. And again, we are hopeful that that project now can get going to be able to, again, address what is in the physical development plan, which is an improvement in our infrastructure from a primary treatment plant to a tertiary treatment plant in this country. We also have work ongoing for the Bridgetown sewage treatment plant as well. Because, sir, I don't know if people realize as well, but in order for us to talk about development, we have to be mindful that because we are trying to accelerate our our housing program, that if we cannot get the housing built as quickly as we would like, people are going to make their own determination as to where they live. And you heard the Honourable Minister for Housing speak to the issue of squatting. We've had to, in a sense, either move people from settlements because they have squatted, or in some cases we'd have to find ways to improve the conditions in which people have settled because it would be too costly to be able to move them to another area. So places like Bailey's Alley, the sewering that has to be done in the Chapman Lane area, the Bell area, these are all things that are mentioned in the physical development plan, sir. And I know the Honourable Member for St. Michael East is livid at times when he knows how long these issues have taken to come to fruition. And I will keep saying in this chamber, so long as I have breath in my body, the people in those communities will have the completion of those designs for the areas so that we can have the proper sewering, because we can't move them anywhere out of those areas. And Mr. Speaker, you have persons in your communities as well that fall within that category too. They have settled in these areas, and they have settled because we do not have places to put them. They can't find places to rent. In many cases, we don't have the accommodation to build out to be able to facilitate persons across the country. And we have to be realistic about that. It means that with the new technologies that exist, we have had to look at different types of sewage systems to be able to facilitate settlements in certain areas that ordinarily we would not have had. We have had to change the water zoning that would have existed for decades in this country. And I would have brought that bill a few months ago to this chamber, which would have been passed to allow for, again, a reduction in the areas that once would have prevented people from being able to build. Because, sir, when the physical development plans were first envisaged, Barbados was predominantly an agricultural community. We have since seen the transition with more of the population coming on stream. We have seen an increase in obviously people moving out of the city areas into other areas and creating settlements. And therefore, any administration worth its salt has to pay attention to the changes that are taking place in a country and either be proactive to move people to other settled areas or to find the technologies that are necessary once it is safe to do so to be able to keep persons in those areas. And that, Mr. Speaker, is what we have started to do. So for me, the physical development plan is a live document because I can speak with clarity that in MTW and the Ministry of Public Works that we are, and at the Barbados Water Authority, that we are actively ensuring that the housing that is being done by the Honourable Minister and all the work that is being done by the Minister, Senior Minister responsible for infrastructure, that we are able to provide the water and the roads and the utilities to be able to allow development to take place, sir. Now, I want to talk quickly about the issue of what we've been doing at BWA to make sure that people get access to water. Because in all of what we discussed in the physical development plan, water is a critical factor in being able to have development taking place in all of these areas, all of the communities that we've spoken about, all of the town plans that we have. Nothing can happen, sir, unless we have access to water. But our reality is also that we have 100-year-old mains. Our reality is that we have to change out 3-inch to 20-inch pipes. Our reality is that even with all the best intentions, our human resources within the Barbados Water Authority will not allow us to replace all the means to allow for even road infrastructure to take place at an accelerated pace. That is our reality, sir. But we have started the process, and for every road that we have been doing, whether it has been under the IDB project, whether it has been under the Complant project, or whether it has been under the CAF project, in addition to the roads and the inconvenience that Bajans will complain about, the reality is that we have also been able to change out the mains in all of those locations to ensure that we are allowing for a reduction in the loss of water through our pipes. Now, it comes with its challenges, Mr. Speaker. And some of those challenges are that when you change, with all the best intentions, you change the mains, you end up in a situation where down the road, where those mains haven't been changed, you end up with breaks in the system. And that is why people get the discolored water. That is why they complain for the brown water, because the pace at which we need to be able to change out our mains, we do not have the resources presently to be able to do it. But we are, in a sense, working with BWA, we're working with the private contractors. We have found new ways now to work together as well, to ensure that we can repair the road infrastructure while at the same time being able to have the mains laid to accelerate our ongoing roads program. We have 2,500 kilometers of road, Mr. Speaker, that we have to change. We have, as a government, looked, since we have come to office, at building out the reservoir capacity. We've had 10 reservoirs that we've rehabilitated. We've erected some 4 tanks as well under the Water Supply Network Upgrade Project, which was funded by the Caribbean Development Bank. We have also done another 6 reservoirs and 16 kilometers of mains in the communities of St. Joseph, St. Andrew, and St. Lucie. We have increased the number of pumping stations to 5. We have upgraded the wastewater equipment, upgraded the lifting equipment at 3 of the pumping stations, and there is currently ongoing a portable and sanitation master plan, which has been in progress, which we are hoping will govern the way in which we deal with water management over the course of the next 30 years, Mr. Speaker. This document is a live and a real document for the Ministry of Transport Works and Water Resources. We have also looked at improvements to the redundancy of storage on the island as well, because, you know, we take for granted, I think, where our water comes from. And that if we are finding, or we find ourselves in a situation of a drought, that we have to make sure that we have adequate storage to be able to supply water to homes across Barbados. We have constructed 5 precast concrete storage tanks, varying in size from 685,000 to 1.5 imperial gallons. And these are at Castle Grant, Apes Hill, Shop Hill, Rising Sun, and Walkers, sir. And on the cards also is the issue of desalination, because we recognize that, again, we already have that on island, which I must tell you, compared to other jurisdictions, Barbados is certainly far ahead in terms of its infrastructure. A lot of times when I go to the water conferences, I feel as though, you know, while we have our challenges, we are in a lot of ways in a better position than a lot of the other countries, certainly in Latin America and even in the rest of the Caribbean, sir. It is not to say that we must sit on our laurels, because I think we all know that we have to improve what we have, but at the same time, I can say to you with all sincerity that Barbados is still doing a lot better and has benefited from the hard-working persons in the water sector, and certainly by the Honourable Prime Minister, sir, who has been leading the charge on climate change and being able to create the advocacy that is necessary to enable us to get the necessary financing to do a lot of the work that we have to do and that lies ahead for this country as well. We have to put in some more desalination plants. We have plans for those in the north of the island. And I'm sure the Honourable Member for St. Lucie will be quite happy about that in due course, because they will no doubt be at 2 sites in his constituency. One will be a brackish and a seawater plant. But again, sir, these are all things that are taking place while this document has been being created. We brought the water reuse legislation. that has passed this chamber. We've encouraged people to do the water harvesting. All of these things are layers in being able to allow us to bring to life the physical development plan that is before this chamber. Now, Mr. Speaker, the last point that I would want to make on this particular resolution is one that touches very near and dear to my heart. I heard the Honourable Minister of Housing speak to the issue of housing, and I appreciate that we are on a very ambitious program to be able to build out housing in this country. For me, no physical development plan can satisfy the residents of St. Michael's Southeast, of which I represent, unless there is a dedicated program specifically for the largest housing area in the country, as well as for all of the other housing areas across this country as well. While my people are not subjected to issues of slippage, and while the roads may not be in the worst condition as they are in some other areas, sir, what they suffer from is housing that was built in the 60s, housing that was built with structures that the integrity sometimes is called into question. They suffer from, as the minister has said, we've been able to reduce the number of persons who, the applications, but we have still a long way to go in being able to solve the problems in relation to housing of persons who live on the housing estate, sir. One of the solutions that this administration has looked at, and I would want to encourage those who have the ability to press the accelerator on it, would be the issue of identifying lands to be able to allow us to build out housing faster. We've acquired the lands in Lower Burney. I think the environmental impact assessment is ongoing. And the intention there, sir, was to be able to move some of the residents in densely populated areas of the communities of St. Michael's Southeast and the surrounding areas to a better and improved location. Sir, if you take a journey with me through St. Michael's Southeast, you will find in the areas of Princess Royal and Golden Rock, York Terrace, you will find a number of very old structures, both in terms of plumbing, both in terms of sewage. Sometimes you can go through the area, you can see open pipes that we constantly have to call the NHC to be able to address. You have, because of the increase in the number of people living in those areas, sir, you have the increase in the number of sewage that you would ordinarily have been going to one particular well. And it requires a constant maintenance, it requires a constant pumping off, sir. We have started the electrical upgrades, and I'm grateful that we have been able to accomplish that thus far, because I'm seeing those works bringing some benefit to the people, because again, I think none of us would want any electrical fires to be taking place in communities when they could have been avoided. But again, I say that for units that have been built in the 60s, and in many cases, you can't find a steel inside of these structures, I would want to urge the Honourable Minister and the Attorney General to accelerate the program to be able to not only convey what can be conveyed to allow people to own their homes, but also to let us accelerate the processes to ensure that we can assess the integrity of these structures. Because it may very well be that there may be more people who may have to be relocated than we may have initially anticipated. All along Pine Plantation Road, sir, the houses there's a plan by the Ministry of Housing for those to be demolished, because they were also built poorly. And I do not believe that because you are poor, because you are vulnerable, that we must place people in accommodation that is inadequate for them, sir. I know that the efforts are being made, but my call is simply one for a greater degree of urgency, because I am seeing an acceleration of the deterioration of the conditions in a number of these structures. So 5 years ago, we had a little bit of time. But 5 years from now, if we do not ensure that we have the Juravilla project and the East-West project and others built out in real time to accelerate the housing accommodation that is needed in this country, then, sir, I fear that we will have other issues that we're going to have to deal with in terms of structural integrity in a lot of these households. As I said, the work has started, but there is still, I think that we need a dedicated team to be able to look at whether it is repairs, where there can be repairs on some of the structures, but perhaps an assessment of what is the magnitude of what we are looking at in the housing estates. Because I know the Pine is not the only one, but we may need to seriously reconsider and to assess properly these units to determine the structural integrity and whether what we are handing over to people is actually something that is worth handing over. Because we may very well find that the number of persons who will require accommodation in another 5 or 10 years may actually be significantly higher than what we had initially anticipated. So, sir, I am happy that my government is doing what it is supposed to, because we had wells that were uncovered in St. Michael Southeast. They have been covered. What I want, though, is that we maintain our estates. And this is a cry across government. Maintenance is something that we seem not to be good at. We're not good at it in MTW. We're not good at it in education. We're not good at it in any of the ministries, housing. We're not good at it, and we need to get better at it. We need to look very carefully at how do we alleviate some of these environmental conditions that are plaguing our schools, that are plaguing our offices, that are plaguing our communities, sir. Because I know the senior minister is looking into how we address these problems, sir, but this is an urgent matter that I think we have to put all heads together to be able to figure out how to address it. It pains me that children, despite all the work that we did in education, all the money that was spent, we still have the issue that we have across our school infrastructure. And we have it not because money wasn't spent to do works, you know, Mr. Speaker. We have it because the issue of maintenance continues to be put on the back burner. Sometimes it gets put into estimates, sometimes it gets taken out in the hope that you make money to be able to put it back in. And I speak it candidly because I know from personal experience, we spent money on our school infrastructure. We upgraded the electricals in our schools. We rebuilt buildings. All St. John's Primary, Luther Thorne, there was work that was done at all of those institutions, Mr. Speaker. But where we fall down constantly is on the issue of maintenance and routine maintenance, people going and checking the roads, people going and making sure and checking and writing down what has to be done, and then being able to take that information and put it in a form that we can send a team of people out to be able to do the works. That is where we must now address our minds, because I think all of us are feeling the repercussions of not having those systems in place. And it pains me to know that we are losing days because teachers are out, because children are out, you know, because we are not maintaining our structures. We have been the recipients of infrastructure deterioration as a result of an administration who failed to replace and to repair and to rehabilitate infrastructure. So we know what we have inherited. When people are talking, I am clear in my mind how we got to where we got to. But all I will say, sir, is that we have to pay more attention to the systems that are there to maintain and to provide that oversight and supervision over the services that are provided. Mr. Speaker, I want to support this resolution and to again thank the Honourable Senior Minister for being able to bring it to this place. I support also the development of the cities. I think that there is lots to be done in terms of improvements, and perhaps sometimes we as a government need to follow some of the practices of the people. And I say that with all sincerity. There are a number of areas, and I would mention in particular the area down by Pebbles Beach, where that has developed with a number of kiosks, a number of vendors. And I honestly believe, I said it to my colleagues in cabinet, that I believe that areas like that, where people have, in a sense, flocked to an area and started their own development, we must then follow with our own physical development plans and build on what is there, sir. There's an area out there by, the tire shop out there by Target Hall, coming out from the Ivy. Again, the people have developed the area. All we need to do is to put in the infrastructure to be able to improve on what people have already done. People are already going there. They don't need nothing new. They need an improvement, a car park, they need bathroom facilities, they need lighting. And we need to pay attention to that so long as there are no implications in terms of our water table and contamination of our water, that we seek to regularize the spaces that people already are in. And I know we are doing a lot of work in terms of vending to be able to improve those areas, but again, like most other things in government, we need to move a little faster on a lot of the permissions that need to be provided in order to accelerate the designs and to get those works done. Because again, with the time that it takes for government to get these things finalized, the people have already determined where they are going and setting up their coconut vending stalls and all of their kiosks. So we need to flip the equation now, and we need to be more proactive in the way that we approach development, because in many cases, nobody has read this book. Nobody has read these 300 pages to determine where the Honourable Minister and the rest of us want development to take place. They don't reference that when they go to squat. They don't reference it when they go to put up a vending stall. And therefore, we must also see physical development as also development that in many cases is led by the people. And we must be able to respond to what the people of this country also require of us to do, and to ensure that those spaces where they wish to be developed are also safe spaces as well. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I am obliged and I support this resolution. Thank you.
Honourable for St. James North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support this resolution and to commend the Honourable Senior Minister Member for Christchurch West and his team for bringing this to fruition and bringing this for debate in this Parliament. 300 pages of a physical development plan, the first in 20 years, so it's a major effort. And of course, physical development plan transcends all aspects of Barbados and our people in terms of their living standards and in terms of the improvement of their conditions of life. This document was crafted after extensive consultation and engagement with all stakeholders. They had town hall meetings, input of the public. I know mention was made that in fact the public's input was able to shift and be reflected in this document. And that is what governance is about, especially in a case with a party with all the seats in Parliament. It has to engage the public for their views, and that is what this government has done more than any other government in the past in terms of most aspects of our development, in terms, of course, of the economy and education and housing and persons with disabilities, to use a few examples. This document addresses issues such as land scarcity for agricultural land, and that's major. Subdivisions of affordable housing, again, major. Provision of housing for our people is, I consider, certainly one of the foremost challenging aspects of our governance and of our development. It addresses transportation challenges, confronting issues of pertaining to our climate crisis, because that is why I call it a climate crisis rather than climate change. Transitioning to a green economy, biodiversity issues, and protecting our cultural heritage, sir. In fact, all 17 sustainable development provisions would be addressed in some way or another in this document. the 17 Sustainable Development provisions as crafted in 2015 by the United Nations to be achieved, we aim by 2030. And so just wanted to say, not diverting, but it is pertinent on the issue of the Samoa Agreement, sir, which of course addresses all, certainly if not most, of those 17 Sustainable Development Goals. A treaty, convention, agreement signed on the 15th of November by members of the African, Caribbean, Pacific states and the European Union, the 27 European Union countries. Barbados signed it on the 15th of November in Samoa. And I want to commend the government for going ahead and signing this document. I believe the intention of Senior Minister, the Honourable Member of Parliament for St. James Central, Minister with responsibility for Foreign Affairs, is to bring this document to Parliament by resolution so a debate could be done on it, because we all know that there are persons within what I call the fundamental right-wing community, sir, who have issues with it on two or three matters, sir, perhaps. And so we're here to, as leaders, political leaders of our country, to try to convince them that there's nothing to be afraid of with this document or to be concerned of in terms of what they're talking about. But the fundamental issue as well, sir, is that all of our people in this country, indeed all people of the world, have basic human rights. And just on Sunday, there was the 75th anniversary of the original signatures of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, coming out, of course, of the United Nations in the post-World War II period. Honourable Member for St. Peter, and in fact addressed Canadian United Nations gathering yesterday on this, at which the Honourable Member for St. Michael's South and I were present, sir. And everyone has to be given human rights. And the God that I know, sir, the God that I know, because I should have been, from all intents and purposes, I've been told by my parents, I should have died in my mom's childbirth. I almost died at birth. So the God that I know, who has taken me for 62 years so far, believes that everyone should have human rights, and that, for example, persons with disabilities or persons, consenting adults, sir, consenting adults who may not be involved in straight sex relations have basic human rights too. And I, as a black person whose ancestors went through slavery, the greatest crime, international crime against humanity, sir, has to believe that everyone has basic human rights, sir. And therefore, sir, I commend this government on agreeing to sign the Samoa Agreement, even if all members of the African, Caribbean, Pacific states, as of now, have not signed it, sir. But I want to look at some specific areas of this physical development plan, use of agricultural land, housing, water zones, housing and lands, how this document pertains to persons with disabilities, and the issue of enfranchisement of our population, the most vulnerable of our population, in terms of property, sir. Because this this plan is nothing but for pertaining to the development and improvement in the lives of our people, sir. And that's what this party is about, sir. In terms of agriculture, the issue here is that since the last physical development plan of 2003, agricultural land has been reduced by 53%, sir, through conversion to other uses. Many reasons for that, sir. We know that up to the late 1960s, we used to reap over 200,000 tons of sugar. But global dynamics, where we lost preferences for our sugar and bananas, and just a fundamental shift in how the world operates in terms of its trading, and other issues has caused this demise. One of the issues that has caused the demise too is the extremely myopic policy of the last Democratic Labour Party government that found it fit to send back to their CARICOM countries, especially Guyana, sir, persons who were involved in agricultural production here and who were doing very well, sir. Not causing any problems, not taking up jobs that Barbadians wanted, sir. But that was the policy of the late David Thompson and the Frontal Shore administration. Ever so welcome wait for a call, and it caused fundamental damage to our economy and to our agricultural sector, among other sectors, sir. So it is the remit of the Honourable Member for St. Philip South, as Minister of Agriculture, to try and bring still sustainable agriculture to our country. And I want to support him in terms of increasing our production capacity and capabilities in that regard. What I would say certainly is everyone who certainly has a genuine interest in agricultural development ought to be given that opportunity through the government departments to do so. And there has to be that capacity, because I know in my constituency, for instance, there are people who are willing to go into agriculture. A lot, let's face it, sir. In addition, is I suppose psychological too. A lot of present Barbadians don't want to get into agriculture because of historical factors and the association with colonialism and slavery, but money can be made in it, and it is a noble career, sir, for those. What has to be done is smart agriculture, I believe, rather than this hard labor agriculture, and I believe that's what we're moving towards. So we have to still maintain certain of our lands for agricultural production. I believe, again, from around 1980, the amount of agricultural land in use has declined from 44% of our land surface to 26% today. But food security is major. A country must have food security to be able to survive. It is fundamental, in fact, to our national security. And in a situation where I believe our food import bill is upwards of $800 million a year, we have to reduce that, because that is a serious dent on our economic capacity as well. The issue of housing and land, sir, again, extremely critical, and we have to find some mechanism to utilize these over 20,000 vacant lots, mainly, I believe, in urban Barbados, that we have across our island. And I know this is not an easy solution to devise. We've been talking about it for years, how to now claim for the benefit and on behalf of the people of Barbados these vacant lots, in some cases containing derelict houses, which for one reason or another, in a lot of cases where the owner died and is tied up in terms of succession complications, land taxes not being paid, for instance, in a lot of cases, a bush 10 feet high causing problems to to the neighbors, sir. And I obviously, sir, I understand the legal difficulties in devising a scheme whereby these lands could be used for the benefit of the state now, and through the state on behalf of the people, but we have to come up with a solution, because in an era where said housing is major challenge and land acquisition is also a major challenge, we have to find a way to be able to utilize this within the physical development of Barbados. The issue, sir, of water zones, again, is key. The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister, three months ago, brought to this Parliament the Barbados Water Authority Amendment Bill. And under that bill, of course, there is provision for the Honourable Minister to make an order to reclassify and rezone the traditional zones 1 to 5 to zones A to E, I think it is, or A to F. And I really wish to urge the Honourable Minister to urge her ministry officials to have this process speeded up, sir. Meaning St. James North, a lot of St. James North is under Zone 1 still. I was in Upper Carlton only on Sunday afternoon, and someone, a resident there, asked me when will she be able to get water supplied directly to her house, sir. I could have been in Rotterdam, sir. I could have been in the Wim. I could have been in Aston Hall and be asked that same question. And quite honestly, sir, in this day and age, we have to be able to bring water facilities to these people. I know that we are trying our best. It's an issue. It was one of the first tasks that I sought to address when I became a member of Parliament, 11 years ago now almost, and when I went around to different government departments, and I went around to the town planning and Barbados Water Authority to try to see where this process was. So I really hope and trust that early in the new year that the Honourable Minister would be able to say that she has signed the order to relieve effectively many of the districts in my constituency from this prohibition to have inborn water facilities and water supply, sir. Because we're talking about decent humanity, and that's what this government's goal and thrust is and has to be. So in terms of how this document that we're debating affects the issue of persons with disabilities, the Honourable House, and by extension Barbados would have heard the Honourable Member for St. James South, the Minister for Housing earlier today, speak to the policy of government now to ensure that 10% of state housing, either houses built by National Housing Corporation or houses which come under the auspices of the government, would be allocated to persons with disabilities. So extremely important, sir. And he spoke about the practical implementation of that policy, starting with Arlene's land in White Park Road. So this policy has to continue, sir, and we have to ensure that it would continue, sir. In addition, of course, it is access of persons with disabilities to the built environment and natural environment, sir. So the Cabinet of Barbados, 4 months ago, would have approved the national policy to improve the lives of persons with disabilities, which emanated from the committee, National Advisory Committee, which I had the honor of chairing, sir, and within that policy document, there is provision for equality of persons with disabilities, equity, non-discrimination, participation in every aspect of Barbadian lives, and that therefore includes in that policy, sir, that public places ought to be adapted within the medium term, sir, that persons with disabilities, whether blind persons or persons in wheelchairs, immobility challenge, will be able to have access to these places. Once it's a public place, whether it's the law courts, sir, parliament, supermarkets, sir, you're gonna be given time, sir, once the draft legislation comes before this parliament and eventually is enacted, you'll be given time to adapt, retrofit your place, make it accessible to persons with disabilities, but it has to come because we can't leave anyone behind in our national development, and persons with disabilities have the basic human and fundamental rights to be included in all aspects of our development, sir. In terms of the natural environment, sir, issues, persons with disabilities have to be able to participate in sports and in culture, sir. So, and our community centers, I know the older community centers would need to be adapted to accommodate persons in wheelchairs, and there was the commitment when we met with the Honourable Minister for Community Development last year and his team to have that done. We know it'll take time, sir. These things can't happen overnight, sir. So there's some issues that would not be short-term within the 7-year period of the implementation of the national policy document 2023 to 2030, but would be medium-term and maybe even long-term, sir. But it has to be done. So I know, for example, when the new national stadium is built, the Honourable Member for St. John will ensure that all parts of it are accessible to persons with disabilities. Sir, in terms of the enfranchisement of, and in terms of persons with disabilities, sir, this is my first opportunity, sir, because we didn't meet last week, to again commend the Honourable Minister for People Empowerment, the member for St. Michael South, and the Cabinet of Barbados, sir, for recognizing persons with disabilities, those who have assisted persons with disabilities, and the Honourable Member for St. Thomas, because I understand that the conceptualization, if not how it was eventually devised and crafted, emanated from the Honourable Member for St. Thomas when she was Minister of People's Empowerment in the last term of office. But the understanding and the coming to the position where persons with disabilities, people who have served in the cause for their advancement are recognized, is extremely noble, sir. And of course, on International Day for Persons with Disabilities, December 3rd, a wall was unveiled with the names of 45 persons, some no longer with us, but most still alive, who have served in that cause, sir. And on behalf of all my fellow recipients of that title now, the Hero of Persons with Disabilities, sir, I wish to say thank you and to commend the government on that, sir. The certificate that was given to me has pride of place among, as I said, the more than 24 certificates that are hung up in my study, sir. In terms of enfranchisement of our population, in terms of property, sir, this is so important. We know that our country, in terms of land mass, is only 166 square miles. In terms of maritime mass, is a lot more than that, I believe 400 square miles. And therefore, there will always be the conflict in a country of our small size in terms of balancing issues between agricultural development, housing, everything else, but enfranchisement of our people, those who are not traditional landowners, those who are descendants of slaves less than 200 years ago. It has to be fundamental. And this party, sir, in government, whenever it has been in government, has championed those people, sir, starting from the Tenantries Freehold Purchase Act of 1981, sir. We, on this side, regard that as one of the transformational pieces of legislation that has passed through this parliament since adult suffrage just over 70 years ago, sir. And we continued, of course, with that transformational policy when there was the government of the Right Honourable Owen Arthur in terms of bringing then not only plantation tenantries but urban tenantries into that, with tenants being able to purchase at $2.50 a square foot, with government subsidizing the rest. But two issues here, sir, that I want to draw the attention. One is in terms of private concerns, sir. And the Honourable Prime Minister has quite rightly, sir, quite rightly raised the issue internationally of reparations to our former, to the former colonies of the United Kingdom and the European powers, newly independent countries such as Barbados, sir. Up to last Thursday, she gave an address to the London School of Economics on this issue, sir. And I want to agree, sir, that this is not an issue that really and truly has been mentioned in this parliament as much as, in my opinion, it ought to have been, sir. And I want to agree, sir, with the King of the United Kingdom, who has said that reparations is a conversation whose time has come, sir. And there's been a recent study, the Batley study, and it was backed by an advisory committee led by Professor Robinson, who I believe is a judge on the World Court, that has estimated the today's value of the reparations that ought to be given by European powers and by the United Kingdom at trillions of dollars. In terms of the United Kingdom, which of course was the colonial power of our country, sir, $24 trillion owed by the United Kingdom to the Caribbean, of which $4.9 trillion is owed to Barbados by the United Kingdom, sir, for all the atrocities committed during slavery and colonialism against our ancestors, sir, in terms of personal injuries, in terms of sexual violence against our women, sir, rape, in terms of murder and hanging of our men, in terms of mental anguish, sir. And remembering, sir, of course, that Barbados, through the 1661 slave laws, sir, which said, for example, that any white person could murder any black person with impunity, sir. That was what the 1661 slave law said, sir, you well know. And that law was the basis of the slave codes and slave legislation throughout the British, not only the British Empire, but the European Empire, sir. The French call it the Code Noir, sir. And they took the 1661 Barbados Code as precedent for almost, 200 years remaining of slavery, sir. And part of this, sir, and as I said, the time has come for this conversation, sir. A lot of people don't like this conversation, embarrassed. People of all races, that's the truth, but the time has come for it, sir. And I mean, we know that the United Kingdom, for example, can't pay back Barbados $4.9 trillion. Never could. France, quite honestly, sir, took what? I think 120 million francs from Haiti, sir. When you convert that today, I don't know how that could be done in the history of humanity, sir. Haiti, reason why Haiti is in its position. So they can't pay this back in money value, sir, but health, education, housing, development, sir, to try to help get us out of this intergenerational poverty that we all have in our constituencies, generation after generation after generation in poverty. And the difficulty in terms of getting it out, although we're trying our best, sir, to get it out in terms of educational transformation and obviously housing enfranchisement now and allowing housing to those public officers, for instance, and low-income earners as well, sir. But we have to face it, sir. And in Barbados, we have a situation where the Church of England, sir, the Anglican Church, of which, sir, I was baptized in, sir, so I feel I can speak with moral authority on this issue too, because that is where I was baptized, in an Anglican church, sir, has to give some reparations too. So recently, the Church of England, without conversing with us or any other Caribbean countries, agreed to give back $100 million. $100 million, sir, yeah. It's more than nothing, sir. And I'm someone, I tell anybody, don't refuse money, sir. Don't refuse money. So yeah, $100 million. But the role of the Anglican Church, sir, the Church of England, in slavery in Barbados is well documented, sir. And yes, sir, the Anglican Church has played a role in our development. I'm not going to stand here and deny that, sir. The truth of the matter is, it was always said Barbadians were better educated than any other people in the Caribbean during colonialism, sir. But the fact is that a lot of that education went towards keeping black people in a subservient position to serve the plantation, sir. And you had the Located Laborers Act, which up to 1950, the early 1950s, with the Right Excellent Sir Grantley Herbert Adams, sir, the law was that you had to, if you're living on the plantation land, you had to work at the plantation. From the time you left and went to work on another plantation or somewhere else, you had to take up your chattel house and move, sir. So the Anglican Church, sir, needs to pay reparations in this country as well. And the psyche of our people is still there, the adverse and negative psyche, as shown by the fact that invariably any meeting that you have in this country, whether it's town hall, whether it's a PTA meeting, sir, the first place most people are going to go is to sit in the back. They're not going and sit in the front, and that is derived from slavery, sir. And the Anglican Church, in a lot of cases where blacks couldn't come and sit in the front, that was not their place, sir. So we have a situation where still the Anglican Church owns a lot of land, sir, tenantry land. When they had the St. George North by-election, just over 3 years ago, I was shocked when I was canvassing in the glebe, St. George, to see how much church land there is on which houses are on, sir. And I don't know what are the challenges, sir. Why, for example, the Anglican Church can't do like the government of Barbados did and sell this land to the tenants who are on it, sir, because in the glebe, St. George, for instance, some very nice houses on it. I mean, the Anglican Church can't take back up the land. Lovely wall houses on some of in some of the glebe areas, sir. And not only St. George, St. John too. St. John was the heart of colonialism and slavery, won the hearts. Both St. John and St. George.
You all remember has 2 more minutes.
Thank you, sir. So I'm calling, sir, on the Anglican Church, sir, the church into which I was born and baptized, to seriously consider their role in the desire and the absolute need to give reparations to the people, the majority people of this country, sir. And let's start by transfer of the lands. so that people can be empowered, sir, and improve their status and conditions in life, sir. But also, the government of Barbados has a role to play, sir, because in my constituency, for instance, Douglas Road, Western and Reed Road, the Garden, tenants are still struggling to be able to purchase their land. They pay in money in a lot of cases, and not only in my constituency, throughout Barbados, to the land registry, that's the government department which receives the money, but then government, and not only this administration, sir, but the last administration too, has not financed sufficiently the mechanism for the government subsidy to be paid. But remember what I said, sir, $2.50, as you well know, sir. The tenant pays for these lands and government subsidizes the rest. That is the law of Barbados from the administration of the Right Honourable Owen Arthur. So I'm calling, sir, on the Cabinet of Barbados, sir, and then ultimately is this Parliament, to ensure that greater finances are made available to the Ministry of Housing. I know estimates being discussed now in various ministries, sir, but greater finances have to be made available to the Ministry of Housing so that more tenants of these lands, and in many cases now it is private tenantry land, can become empowered and become property owners, and can become enfranchised as is their human rights. And I would back any heads under the Ministry of Housing that grants greater funding so that more persons can become enfranchised through greater subsidization or through the funds and finances being made available by government to subsidize the purchases of these tenantries and private tenantry lands by our constituents. So, sir, I end by, again, commending those responsible for this physical development plan. It is a tremendous document. Of course, the results are going to be shown in the implementation. So we all know that we're tremendous at crafting beautiful plans and visions and mission statements and policies, but then we have to implement it. And I could only wish the Honourable Senior Minister, a member for Christchurch West, full success as he and his officers seek to implement this physical development plan. I'm obliged to you, sir.
Honourable Leader, the Home Business.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the suspension of the House until 2:35 p.m.
By the second.
The question that this Honourable Chairman be suspended until 2:35 p.m. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting, the ayes have it. This Honourable Chairman stands suspended until 2:35 p.m.
development plans and upgrades in the previously, and I think this one is so extremely timely because of what we are witnessing on a daily basis as this country continues to develop. Many changes, sir, have been implemented over those past 20 or so years, and support is granted to the numerous changes to suit the times. As the country develops, there will be aspects to be improved, upgraded, and of course, new areas to be cited in order for us to help to this national vision to unfold. And therefore, I support whatever has been done and wish to also thank those stakeholders, as well as the staff who would have been working assiduously to be able to bring this document to this level, sir. I know too that the general public will be happy as to what is happening, and I believe that the buying process from ordinary people in this country should always be solicited in order for us to know what are their concerns, what are the things that they want to have incorporated. In essence, what is their vision? So that at the end of it all, it is a collaborative effort among all stakeholders to be able to bring it to this level. And so the initiative is extremely important in this critical national matter. I want Mr. Speaker to indicate, though, local knowledge in any community or any society for that matter is also very critical. Yes, the professionals will have their way of doing things, but how do you go into communities and not to become familiar with some of the needs and the challenges? And unless local knowledge is solicited or engaged, it leaves a vacuum. It also leaves a dissatisfaction among people who feel because they didn't go to high school, they think I don't have any knowledge. I hear it every day. Because I didn't live this particular place, they feel that I am not of any worth. And so I believe that the local knowledge in this respect will be able to make a difference. And I would want to commend all of those who are working in this exercise to be able to ensure that these initiatives that have been identified will make a difference. And I mentioned local knowledge because the Honourable Member for St. Joseph would have made mention of a couple of areas. But we have communities where there are challenges. Challenges meaning bridges, ponds, watercourses, structures, and so on, that it does not only need the intellectual intelligence to put to it, or the intellectual aspects of it, but it also needs that local knowledge so seniors can say, when I was a child, there was a pond over there and they filled it in one day, and that is why we're getting the flooding. That's the kind of conversation that I think now we can go forward with so people can help us as we plan for the future of Barbados to make their own contribution and to shape or reshape whatever has been designed to the satisfaction not only of themselves, but for other persons as well. I also want, Mr. Speaker, to indicate that we have a lot of challenges in the country. We know, especially in rural Barbados, in the Scotland district, as was mentioned earlier by the Honourable Member for St. Joseph, that there are tremendous challenges. The flooding, there are rivers that have been infilled as well, structures that are collapsing. And I always said, and I've said that within the last couple of months, as a child, I know that the trucks on the road, meaning the trucks that would have carried the sugar cane from the fields to the factories, that those trucks travel on bridges. And I remember as a small child, whenever another large vehicle, like a bus, like the Rockland bus then, which is the one I would be familiar with, would have been coming in the opposite direction, the truck driver was given the opportunity to proceed while the bus would have waited until, because I feel, and I learned from my father, who was a bus driver for like 36 or so years, that was the reason why the weight on the bridges would have been too much for the double vehicles to be passing. And at times too, sir, the roads were so narrow that the two vehicles could not pass there anyhow. But nowadays we look around, we see container trucks, double ones at that, on a highway, intense traffic, heavy traffic. We see them boring to be able to get over the bridges before the other vehicles. And to my mind, that weight is taking serious effect on the bridge and the way that bridge that might have been built before I, who am a septuagenarian now, sir, would have been born. And perhaps no upgrades or anything were done to reinforce those bridges. And I think those are things that we need to look at, and the local knowledge in that respect will be able to assist us to be able to make that change. Mr. Speaker, sir, I also want to say that we have upgraded our policies and our programs and so on. And I have serious issues with the land use policies, and aspects of the land use policy. Let me say that. Because having been born and raised and still live in the constituency of St. Thomas, or the parish of St. Thomas for that matter, I have seen large tracts of land sold off and houses are going up. Yes, we need to make provision for housing. But at the end of the day, sir, we are out there with import bills. I think somebody said today, excuse me, over $800 million. Perhaps that figure may not be quite correct, sir, but I'm saying Barbadians, especially in rural Barbados, are accustomed planting their own foods. The sugarcane, yes, but they plant the green peas, they plant the vegetables and so on to help to feed us. And unless we take a cognizance of what is happening in Barbados, we are going to use up a lot of good arable land towards building houses and putting up warehouses and all that. And then we will not be self-sufficient in what we do. And it reminds me, sir, of a slogan that was made by one of a former senator before, who is now deceased, may the Lord bless her in her grave, who said, grow what you eat and eat what you grow. And we're not eating what we grow at all in the way we would like, because there's limited food. As a matter of fact, we're hearing right now that poultry, the supply is down. And it's because in rural Barbados, we raise our backyard chickens, or ducks, or turkeys. There are some communities now that you live in that you cannot do that kind of agriculture. And so that too is impacting on how we do or what we do in that respect. I also want to indicate, sir, that yes, we need affordable homes. We need recreational spaces. But I caution everyone to use the wisdom and let it prevail when we're cutting up good prime agricultural land to place such structures on them, the buildings and the play areas and so on. There's still a lot more land in the country that we can use, and in every constituency we can find that kind of land that can be used to make a difference. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to refer to the heart of Barbados as well, where daily we witness many acres of good arable land sold to build these houses. The heart of Barbados is really St. Thomas. I'm not talking about the project right now, that will come in the closure of the closing comments I want to make. But the heart of St. Thomas, of Barbados, is St. Thomas, and that was so aptly designated earlier in the 1990s, and I believe in the late 80s as well, where efforts were made to pull communities together and to help to empower people, both young, middle-aged, and old, to be able to recognize that this parish that we live in, called St. Thomas, has so many qualities, so many advantages that we can all live closer together in a cohesive way, and we can share whatever we produce to be able to reach out and touch lives and turn them around. That physical development plan, sir, the efforts must be lauded. But my emphasis today, sir, is continuously be on the heart of Barbados, St. Thomas. Agricultural development, tourism, recreation, transport, our cultural heritage. We heard of housing before, and the agricultural preservation for the food security. Infrastructural works, sir, is another challenge that we have. And our roads were built for centuries, so I'm not even targeting the Deputy Honourable Prime Minister, sir. I'm just saying neglect over the years and the way that our roads are being built now. In the past, there were gutters and water would run off in the gutters and never lift up the tar. The tar was such a strong component in our roads. And now the bitumen is there, the water is just lifting it up. And we need to find other ways of ensuring that the runoff for water happens, because that is what really has torn up nearly 15 to 20 roads in the parish where I live, in St. Thomas. And therefore, we need to look at other strategies in order to make the difference in what is going on across the island, but in particular, sir, I am referring to the area where I live. We also have the challenge, sir, and I hope that aspects of that were taken into consideration, because you know, sir, that the mangrove landfill was developed in St. Thomas way back in the 1980s. And people are just going in and destroying the environment, particularly in the heart of Barbados, St. Thomas, where when you go along to Hyman's Hill, Stony Gully, Vaucluse Road, Canefield, so many different communities, you're just seeing the coconut shells that are coming from somewhere, because I don't even know anybody in St. Thomas sells coconuts along the street. But everything is dumped any and everywhere. I hope that that aspect of it has been taken into consideration, because it would mean that we would need to have another area for disposal of the refuse or the shells and the garbage otherwise. Mattresses, Mr. Speaker. Sometimes you see even the boxes or the containers that parcels come in, and the person's names are on them. It means that those persons may have paid somebody to deposit them at the mangrove landfill, and they put them down in Highland Gully. Something is wrong with the psyche of my people, and I want for them to be, in the same way we're having town hall meetings and other meetings by Zoom for aspects of the same physical development plan to be extended, so local people, ordinary people, and all others can get a chance to see and understand how they are destroying the environment that God has given us in this space we are in, sir. I also want, sir, to move on from the illegal dumping, which is a very big project that I don't want to touch right now, to talk about tourism. And of course, we have so many places in the parish, and I hope consideration would have been given to that as well. Because if you're talking about 7 or 8 locations in the parish of St. Thomas, and we are adjoining St. Joseph with the flower forest, sections of St. Thomas are bordering on the flower forest, so I can even include that. But there are no good arteries leading to them. The arteries that must be leading to these places of interest that will bring in the tourism dollars and will generate employment for locals who will come out and sell their produce to the visitors and others. To my mind, that has to take priority as well. And I thank the Honourable Deputy Prime Minister, the Minister of Transport and Water Resources, for her kind words this morning about the roads or the arteries in St. Thomas. There is no good road, Mr. Speaker, sir, leading to get visitors, locals, anybody. So I don't go out at night anymore, for fear, sir, that I may get ambushed. For fear, so that my mother's only beautiful daughter, she named after her, may not get back home because of the potholes that I'm falling in. So I want to thank the Honourable Minister for her kind words and for her efforts, because she will tell you that sometimes she sees messages from me at 3 in the morning. I can't sleep, so I don't let her sleep either, sir, because I am concerned about what is happening. So I am very proud to hear of Shop Hill Road being fixed and the Bridgefield Road and 1 or 2 others, because I must get a piece of the cake too, in order for us to become a more cohesive government and a Labour Party, sir. And I will never forsake the people of Barbados or those of St. Thomas. So I am happy, sir, for that privilege. But when you see there's a Hall Gully, and we had a terrible situation there about a week and a half ago, and the fauna and the flora, Harrison's Cave, the 8th wonder of the world in the parish, sir. The Rock Hall Freedom Village that I am still waiting to be able to get that project brought to fruition after almost 20 years, sir. And it is one of those aspects of tourism and our history all embedded in one, ready to take off. The residents are waiting, sir. Barbados is waiting to be a part of what is happening at the Freedom Village, because that is a part of our culture and our heritage, and indeed, sir, our history. The Duke's Bridge that was built using the yolk from the eggs, I understood. The Duke's Bridge is there. That too is an aspect of tourism, but to get to it is another story, sir. The Vault Road, in that road where I live, where the Williams Vault is there, and up until the 1970s, when some of the concrete was falling apart, we could see the lead coffins in there. The Williams family is there, and they owned Wetchmore Hall. So that is another aspect of it. Also, Mount Hillaby, one of the most beautiful sceneries, Mr. Speaker, you could ever want to stand there and see. And I will say again, when I had asked the BTII, I had written officially and asked them, could you please put a public convenience on top of the hill? Because when people come from wherever in St. Lucie and coming through St. Thomas and going to the airport or going to visit the other places of interest, they need somewhere where they can wash their hands if they eat a mango that they find. If they want to ease their system. To this day, Mr. Speaker, nothing has happened. So this physical development plan, I hope that they've taken that into consideration, that we could go further. Sir, Pori Spring, an area where water runs incessantly, whether there is rain or drought. The guys in that village now have started to do their own small businesses, and I would want them to get the opportunity to have things regularized. I don't want them to be doing anything that is not in keeping with the law. So they must follow the principles, that the health certificates are available, that they have their licenses and so on. I will never encourage anybody to do wrong. But there in Pori Spring, the guys are there doing their own thing to make a living for themselves. And therefore, I'm going to work with them to be able to make sure that it happens. We have the Highland Outdoor Tours that has been closed. You know why? The owners of the big coaches have told their drivers, do not take our buses in there, because the depreciation is too tremendous. So now another wonderful location has been closed for more than 2 years because of the condition of the roads that my honorable member and friend, sir, is going to assist us with as the time goes by. I know that everything cannot be done in the same place, because it is the entire Barbados that has to have the upgrades. But I am relying on it because it is making a living for the locals, as well as bringing in that foreign exchange that we require in order for us to go forward. Also, sir, the heart of Barbados, where we know that for years, and that last administration before us, Mr. Speaker, sir, closed off the heritage location. It embraced all Barbadians at a particular time in the year, especially in the summer. And there was a 5K walk, a 10K run. There were trams and all kinds of things were happening, and people got little passports. They could go in Harrison's Cave. They could go down to the same Highland Outdoor Tours. They could go into Wetchmore Hall Gully. They could go all over the parish in the coaches to be able to learn of Barbados and the heritage that we have that is such a unique one. That too has stopped. As a matter of fact, the structure that they were working in now, Mr. Speaker, needs so many upgrades that I don't even want to mention that here, but that will be discussed in another area. I want, sir, for us to continue to build the community spirit as well, because that same national heritage location nurtured the people of Allen View. And there was a youth path organization that UNESCO had sponsored for the young people to be able to do projects, to learn about entrepreneurship, to set up their own little businesses and all that. All of that died under the last administration, and a few members of staff are there just surviving to be able to offer information. I hope that the physical development plan includes all of those social needs, not only in the parish of St. Thomas, but across the island, and I recognize that that is enshrined in the document to be able to make a difference in what is happening here. So all of these sites are critical, sir, to our tourism product, but unfortunately, within the recent years and the challenges and so, they have been closed off. We need to have them revived. So I'm praying that that will happen. I mentioned the illegal dumping already, so I'm not going to go to that, but you know what I'm going to go to, Mr. Speaker, sir? Derelict vehicles on our streets. Mechanics are leaving their vehicles on the streets and cordoning off half of a narrow road, like some of the ones I have to pass on a daily basis. So you, sir, have to pass. Or they're taking the parts of them and they're throwing them in the gullies and they're blocking off the water course and the oil from them is going in. And so many strange things that my people who have boast of free education are engaging in and destroying this environment, this planet that God has put us on to be able to live, share, and enjoy. And therefore, I want to know where in this physical development plan is a plan for those vehicles that they can be perhaps given a warehouse. And I know that this is an idea that the Labour Party has spoken of before. Somewhere that all of those vehicles can be there and their separations, that the mechanics can do what they have to do, take them off the road. And with these PSVs that we have, it is extremely dangerous now, Mr. Speaker, sir, because when they have to drive on one side, they don't care if you're on that one side that is clear. You have the right of way. You have to pray to God that you don't lose your limbs with the kind of illegal activities that are taking place as a result of some of them, not all, who are creating such a difficulty. So I want to see and know where exactly this can be done. Also, those who are repairing household items like appliances, refrigerators, washing machines, and dryers. Almost every community across Barbados, you are seeing people fixing them on the road, taking up that space where the second vehicle going in that direction should pass, and nothing seems to be happening. You know what, Mr. Speaker, this is only my view, but I want to indicate that I've called in and reported and written, and the inspectors came. I don't know when last I saw inspectors, but I understand they came, and these washing machines and so were rearranged in a line, and now we are talking about the epidemic, I can't call it epidemic, but the disease, dengue, that is impacting on people, because washing machines and so, they will hold in water, and the breeding of those mosquitoes and the other vermin, that will cause problems in this society and bigger health problems than we can ever imagine. So I want for them to not to be stopped, because they're skilled people and they're making a contribution to this country and to their families and their development, but for another location for them to go together and to arrange with one another. This section of the warehouse is mine. These are my things I'm fixing. That section is yours, and live in unity. Barbadians are accustomed to living in unity. Just when you go down to the market and you see people selling, this is my space and my big basket, and people sold from there. The next person is next to them, and they sell from there. And if you don't have any more bananas, but this body has spares and the customers come, you share. But I don't understand that we are developing a selfish people and we are boasting about free education. Thank God, Mr. Speaker, I had none. Except at primary school. Thank God I had none, because I would not know then what would happen if I had developed that kind of mentality. And I want for those washing machines, dryers, refrigerators, and so, not to be taken to the dump as such either, but to let those persons pursue their profession, but do it in a way that does not impact on the lives of other road users and other persons who will have to be engaged in activities in those areas. Those guys are extremely skillful, and we cannot kill off services of that nature. We just need to make sure we have somewhere where they can go to be able to do what they have to do. The flyovers, Mr. Speaker, I don't know, because I have not been able to read the entire document, because everybody's constituent calls me now, and I have to be speaking to them, and the aged and the disabled, and it just goes on and on. I'm sure that the minister's condition is worse if they have this number. So I don't have the time to read it all in the same moment, but flyovers were a part of a Labour Party government previously. And all of the criticisms were coming from the public. When they put up there now and the car fly over, what they're going to do with cars flying over the barriers too, though, Mr. Speaker? So we have to plan purposefully, as the international world has. Our words are clogged. I left one location, Mr. Speaker, sir, in Blackrock yesterday evening, and it took me nearly an hour and a half to get to St. Thomas. The traffic, and because of the rain, the traffic was so intense. And nobody now is easing anybody from a side road. So you come up a side road and you're waiting, and nobody is easing you. And if it is nighttime, They're flicking on some lights on you, Mr. Speaker, sir. You cannot see. Don't care how good your vision is. The blue light, the orange light, the red light. I've never seen a society fall apart like this. And I know that the police officers or the constabulary cannot do it alone. But we have to put out the ads, make sure that people are conforming, and when they don't conform, find a way of them being punished for the nonsense that some of them are doing. It really is taking away our hearts. But I'm sure that if we had those flyovers, it will make travel and movement in the country easier. It's going to be a very costly exercise, but we have to do what we have to do. We were not planning for COVID. But we had to put millions of dollars in COVID because we wanted to save lives. In the same way, we're going to have to put millions of dollars into putting the flyovers, especially the one at Warrens. I've written, I have spoken. Nobody is watching what is happening at Warrens. They don't understand. But the Honourable Senior Minister, the member for Christchurch West, sir, may be able to tell me if there are aspects of it for what is happening at Warrens. The polyclinic is in the corner. When it is not opened on time, long lines are there, and people are just coating and skipping and doing all kinds of strange things at that roundabout at Warrens, that the numbers of vehicles have grown exponentially because of everybody now having a car, which is a good thing. But we are not using our common sense in the way we drive, nor are we looking out for our neighbor as we would like our neighbors to look after us. And therefore, the give and take is not there as a result. So I hope that flyovers are included in what is happening at Warrens. I know I'm coming close to the answer, but I want to touch on signage on the road. I know that there is a plan, and I'm not so sure what level it is at now, for signage to be put up, not just only in communities, but signage across the length and breadth of Barbados. We have put up street lights, one or two of them not burning, but that is understood. Understand that. I am concerned. Almost every junction of a roundabout, Mr. Speaker, sir, people have put up their own signs. Some of them are so high and put up with some thick chains, like chains that you would even tie a bull cow with, if you want to call it that, a bull. And you cannot see if you're driving one of the Swifts, because you're not seeing it? I'm seeing it, Mr. Speaker. If you're driving a Swift, which is a lower car, and you come to the junction, Mr. Speaker, you cannot see what is coming from your right because of the way that they are laid out. Across the length and breadth of Barbados, some people have cans. And now, I'm pushing for ordinary folk to be able to get a chance to play their trade. But some of them are even now setting up a big can like the tar can. And they're putting up all kinds of things on them. So when you come down from the Polytechnic, Mr. Speaker, so you can hardly see what is coming from the right that will be coming from the Valley or from St. George, for that matter. I think that those are things that we should really look at and see how we can find further space off the main road that these individuals can sell. It is happening in other parts of the country. It can happen. But the highway, for me, is not the best place. We're having too many accidents. The Queen Elizabeth Hospital is overburdened. Some people get the accidents, they can't get to the Queen Elizabeth, but they can go to a private doctor to get the stitches or whatever after as a result of the accident. And then there's no money because of the cost of living and what is happening in families and so on. So I want that, sir, corrected, where those guys and gals are selling right onto the sign, the junction from the roundabout, and that they also have, or some businesses, big businesses. I see one with dog chow. And I'm like, but that could have gone on the side of the building, though. Why is that there like a V, upside down V, with this big heavy chain to tell me you're selling dog chow, though? My dog can eat food I left over. But it should not be there because it's inhibiting the view of others. For me, that also should be included in the physical development plan. I also, Mr. Speaker, am concerned. Those PSV drivers, particularly the ones that keep on the right indicator, not all of them, Mr. Speaker, are doing wrong. Some are excellent, they're courteous, they look after the children, they look after the seniors, the disabled. So I take my hat off to them and I commend them. But there are others that are overtaking you anywhere on the road, Mr. Speaker, so they won't know you as a speaker in your own vehicle. So they're going to treat you the same way they treat me, or they treat the ordinary little old man or old lady in the street, or the other motorists. And I witnessed it at Eagle Hall, where they're coming from the left lane to go straight up through to Spooner's Hill, but they're hooking the right lane because nothing else is there. The light is on red, and as soon as the light changes, they skip and go over, passing 6 and 8 vehicles. Mr. Speaker, sir, we need to get it right in this country. Barbadians were always well disciplined. And it is not so much the older members of the society, some younger ones who perhaps never got in an accident that had a broken arm yet, so they don't understand. Some are fighting and cursing and doing all kinds of things. But I want for our traffic system to be orderly managed, and I know that the physical development plan will give us guidelines, but we, the citizens, are the ones who are to make it operable. The constabulary members, they are the ones to do what they have to do because we are having too many serious accidents as a result of the nonsense that some of them are doing. I also want pedestrian crossings, sir. I know I spoke to a former member of the government at that time who would have been a part of the pedestrian crossings, and I queried when the one was to be set up at Jackson, in the last administration when they built the road in Warrens to go up to Jackson, and I had called and personally requested that the pedestrian crossing not be put directly in the roundabout before the tail of your vehicle can get around. And I was told, that is how it is, and that is how it will stay. I said, the servant told me, sorry, no, Mr. Speaker. But I was in a good mood that day. But the person instructed that the pedestrian crossing be put right there. The lives of too many Barbadians are being threatened when they have to come around the roundabout, and before you can get around the curve to go on the straight, a pedestrian crossing is right there in front of you. I also want a calming light put at the Warrens Polyclinic area as well, Mr. Speaker, because when that light is on, if we could put one for Commermere, we could put one for Springer Memorial, we could put one for Charles. We can put one at Warrens. It is one of the mecca of that general area. And it is extremely dangerous. When I use the language, you got to teeth out, but I know that the people who don't steal out. It is not fair to us as good citizens when we have to be following those things. And I know, sir, that you will tell me 2 minutes, and I just want you to let you know I will just conclude.
Oh, you know that your 2 minutes is already gone.
They're gone, sir?
You
Okay.
continue.
Okay.
I have given you 2 minutes.
Oh, sorry. Oh, you're
I've given you 2 minutes.
You're
yes.
giving the septuagenarian an opportunity, sir. I thank you.
Yeah.
I thank you for respecting the elderly, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, the only final one I want to touch is the vehicles traveling with garage number plates. It seems to me, though, as though some people are making them themselves, and although that may not have been a part of the development plan, to my mind, that has to be incorporated. Some people seem to be just going at a place and having them made and putting them on the vehicle. So somebody who's dear to me had an accident about 2 weeks ago. The person ran in the back, licked up the back of the van, and then sped and turned around. To this day, the police can't find who the body is because the number plates that they use said what I called them just now, sir, garage plates. Something is definitely wrong there. I want to say, sir, finally, I am glad that this effort has been made to ensure the safety, the changes are being introduced, that good governance will take place, and that the initiatives of the team, the distinguished professional team, as well as all others who contributed to the preparation of this national development, physical development policy, sir, I want to commend them for their efforts, and I want Barbadians to work together to make a difference in what we do as a people, because we must remember it is not only about us. It is about every other road user, every other person who wants to plan, who wants to build, who wants to do whatever. We must make it that. And once we work together, we will aspire and we will achieve. And Mr. Speaker, sir, I commend, again, the Honourable Minister, the Honourable Member for Christchurch West, as well as all other persons in this country, professional or otherwise, who have contributed to this physical development plan. And I pray that as time proceeds, we will be able to see the difference in what goes on in this small rock that we still call the gem of the Caribbean. And that to inform you, sir, and others, St. Thomas is still the heart of Barbados, and we are waiting patiently to be able to make our contribution to national development in the way we started, and that together we can be cohesive as a people, touching lives, turning them around, and making sure that our youth get the opportunity to be able to make a contribution to whatever we set now, so that when the standards are set, they are continued in the generations to come. Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank you for your kindness.
Honourable Member St. James South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I stand to join the debate on the Physical Development Plan of Barbados, and I want to sincerely start with congratulations for the team that has worked so hard on a very excellent document. I really appreciate it because it means a lot to the people of St. James South, as it does to all the Barbadians. The Physical Development Plan helps us as a country to be able to develop the effective deployment of our land by being able to assign it to the various activities that are necessary. Should I go on, Mr. Speaker?
Continue, Honourable.
Okay. Just making sure we don't have to exit. Good. So the Physical Development Plan is how we're going to deploy our land in order to make the very best use of it, that we can meet the needs of the current population and the future population. And that means looking at taking care of housing, roads, water, management, transport, all business activities, sanitation, recreation, sports, culture, all sorts of things that have to be accommodated on 166 square miles. So that any physical development plan is always informed by the socioeconomic needs of the population, though they're not diverse from each other. You develop it based on the needs that you have identified within your population and the desires of your society. But what you do then is constrained by how much land you have, constrained by how big a population and its demographics, and the particular resources that you have. And for Barbados right now, we are a relatively small population, but we have very limited space. And therefore, the most important job we do as a government really is to develop the plan that is going to help us to meet all these critical needs that people will have throughout the expanse of their life, and then develop the economic and social plan that will give life to those desires. So if that is the case, then one of the things you have to look at when you're developing your physical plan is to look at the structure or the demographic that you have. And in Barbados, we are, as was said earlier, an aging society. At the moment, over 55 years of age, there are approximately 28% of our population is in the over 55 category. Between 25 and 54, there are some 42.69% of our population is in that 25 to 54 category. And one of the most troubling of all is the 15 to 24 age group. Only 12.3% of our population is in that age group, which means we have a small, young population that then has to carry those people who are in the 25 to 54 as they get closer to 54 and carry the over 55s who are at 28%. And therefore, this informs how you're going to go about your socio-economic planning. It means that if you have an extremely young population, then your emphasis will be on things like education and sports and so on. If your population is older, then a vital part of that mix has to be things like health care, wellness, safety, security, housing for your old age, etc. And sir, Barbados has a major challenge in relation to the amount of seniors we have, coupled with the fact that many of them may not have done the retirement planning based on the realities that we're facing now, and find themselves looking at an old age in which they may have challenges with their housing, have challenges with meeting their bills, have challenges with feeding themselves. And with the aged population so large, for them to fail in retirement planning is then going to mean that it's going to be a crisis for government in terms of its services and welfare grants. It is going to be a challenge for the families, which are now smaller and have fewer individuals to carry and care for the needs of the elderly. So we're really sitting on top of a crisis at this point in time, and that is why the type of planning that the Barbados Labour Party offers to Barbados is absolutely vital. We have to be creative, we have to be innovative, and we have to be able to work smart in order to put in place what is needed to avert this crisis that can literally topple our population. And that is why the issue of our population numbers are important. And I believe earlier contribution by one of the other members spoke to that we really need to look at how we're going to increase our population numbers. As the MP with the honor to represent St. James South, it is even more critical for me. Because in St. James South, I have 10,900 people of voting age. It does not account for the ones that are under 18. And those who are under 50 years of age, 4,600 are under 50 years of age. And 6,297 are over 50 years of age. So close to 57.8% of the population of St. James South, Mr. Speaker, are over 50. And if we are to look at the ones that are over 65 altogether, then over 65, I have more than 5,000 people who are over 65 years of age, which means they are into their retirement time. And so, in St. James South, we are faced with a major challenge as to how we are going to enable our seniors to be able to live well, to be in health, and to have sufficient resources to be able to meet their needs. And therefore, the physical development plan must reflect an understanding of what an aged society requires and have it reflected in the physical plan that we're going to use to be able to guide what we're going to do with our land and our resources to make sure that we have the well-being of our people at heart. Now, in order for the strategy of the physical development plan to work well, it's absolutely essential that there is public awareness, that there's education, public education, and that there is engagement. We have a responsibility to have a conversation with the people of Barbados to explain that things are not as they were 20 and 30 years ago. And therefore, the management of your life now has to change significantly, and they need to understand how government is planning in order to help them so that there can be a synergy between what the people want and need and what government puts together in terms of its plans. So what are the characteristics that you would find in a constituency where many of the people are over the age of 60 or 65? One of the things that I've noted is that people are asset rich. They may have homes. They sometimes might have a piece of land that they may have been paying off, but they haven't done anything with it. They may have a piece of land or property that might be left by an older relative that they haven't taken the time to have it transferred and what have you. And so they may be asset rich, but very often they may be cash poor. And this presents an issue, and I will speak to it more directly in a moment. But I also have people who lack assets and also lack cash. And that is a recipe for poverty, deep poverty in your old age. Many of them do not have the adequate retirement resources. And with inflation galloping, it is actively worsening the situation for our seniors. And because this generation had fewer children, their children are not going to be able to cope in being able to assist their parents as they would like, and the abuse and abandonment that we've been hearing about will become a stronger and stronger feature. And therefore, when we are looking at our physical development plan and our economic and social plan to support our objectives, it is important now for us to plan for this group of seniors who find themselves in that situation. So, for example, what may happen, and this is true for many people who they may have come up poor in their early years. They went to school and got an education. They were able to get a job, maybe at an organization, a company, or with government. They've been able to rise through the ranks, and they have been able to retire. And during the time when they were working, they were able to get a mortgage for a home. And very often that mortgage, they may actually acquire it when they're about 45 and just about finish it, just as they are retiring. But what has happened? That by the time they reach age 50 or age 52, their 20-year-old or 23-year-old or 25-year-old is leaving home, has gone to university, may have their own apartment. But those parents may have built a home to accommodate 5 people. But within short order, that house is now empty. They become empty nesters. And so they're left with this house that has to be managed, maintained, etc. But they don't have the people to enjoy and extract the benefit of living on that property. So now when they get to retirement, the challenge now is, how am I going to make sure that I am able to maintain this home? And so you only have to drive around Barbados in some of the older neighborhoods. You only have to drive around in some of the villages. When you see the homes in disrepair, where sometimes you look at it and you say to yourself, well, nobody's living there. And then somebody else says, no, old man lives there. Or old lady lives there. You pass and see houses that are abandoned, or you see houses that are in deep need of repair, and the owner, the person who is in that home, does not have the means to be able to take care of that home, to do the necessary maintenance, and so they are stuck. And what that means, sir, is that it creates stress and underlying anxieties for people. There are other inconveniences that they experience because they're also challenged with their health. So now many people face old age fraught with inconveniences, with lots of pain and suffering. And so they and living longer, they may spend 20 years living in a state of poverty. And what that means is that we have land assets across the country that are not performing as well as you would like in terms of being able to do the job that you would want it to do in order to meet the needs of citizens. In some cases, you have homes and properties that have been abandoned. Many people have situations, and all of us as MPs know it, where people haven't left a will. And nobody can find who the first owner was and who it's left to, and so there's a squabbling. And then there is the difficulty of resolving the legal issues, and so a property then becomes abandoned. So what this means, sir, is that while we compile and build up our physical development plan, and we put in place our economic and social plan, within that economic and social plan, we must prioritize having financial literacy education for all levels of the society, and especially for seniors in the management of their assets. What am I going to do with this home? How am I going to keep it in good shape while I'm living on a very limited income? And right now, I can't manage the house anymore. I can't get around upstairs anymore. What am I going to do? And so, with the Ministry of Energy and Business, we've just acquired a coordinator for our community effort, where we're going to be deploying facilitators across the country to be able to start putting on these sessions and classes in communities, to be able to work with people to look to see how can you use your land asset better? How can you use your resources better? What are the opportunities available to you? And this is going to be important. For me, I want to be able to see, sir, that we continue to work on trying to develop a viable reverse mortgage market. I think that this would be of tremendous help to our seniors to enable them to get cash from out of their asset that can help them with either the maintenance of the home or with the maintenance of themselves. Now, one of the things, sir, is what are some of the ways in which we can help that person transition? 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom house, or maybe even bigger. They're now living alone because maybe they were divorced, maybe one partner has died, the children have left, and that person is there in the home alone, unable to care for it. It means that we have to look, sir, at developing a program that can help that person to be able to find a way to live well in their senior years. One, I think that we have to look at what has been mentioned by our government as one of our plans, to be able to look at building villages, and I believe the Honourable Member for St. George South alluded to it. The seroptimist type villages now have to be built across the country because with the best will in the world, a psychiatric hospital cannot hold everyone. But how are we going to afford to build the seroptimist type village? And then what do we do about the house that the person may have left behind? How can we use that to assist this person to live? I believe, sir, that this is where a joint approach could really work. Because if we could create a fund or we could create a vehicle that allows the property that the senior person is living in, maybe it's in disrepair, but it still has some value, that if it is possible, sir, to be able to acquire funding to be able to repair that home and put it on the market where it could be rented or leased, and some of the money coming from the rent could go towards the person living within that seroptimist type village, where they're able now to be in a smaller, more manageable unit. They're able to be with people who are at their age level with maybe similar interests, that they can then have access to nearby services, medical services, pharmacy services, mini marts, what have you, and recreational services, all in a shared space and a safe space. I believe that this would help the senior to make good use of their existing home, using it to help invest in putting a seroptimist village program together with government and being able to use it to help them live and maintain their lives. And then as the person passes, the property is still within their, is still part of their estate. And therefore the property can pass then to their juniors and their children who can now inherit that property and go from there. So I believe this is one of the ways that we can help people transition from these big homes they're not able to manage, that might not be in good repair, transition to a smaller unit and use the assets in the older property to help them finance being in that particular facility. One of the things that I would like to see for St. James South, we have, as I said, a large grouping of seniors, but we do not have spaces for them. And the National Cultural Foundation has been earmarked for transition down to the city. And that is a lovely complex there at NCF. I believe that what we need to do, because in that immediate vicinity, you have Wanstead, Paradise Heights, West Terrace, Oxnard's, Husbands, all aged societies, all aged communities. And we can create there at the NCF complex a daycare for seniors, a complex for entertainment and for people gathering, We should be able to put in the welfare and social services from the Ministry of People Empowerment so that they're easy and ready to hand. We should be able to put in the pharmacy and a small mini mart so that everything is available around that community, that people can easily take a stroll or a walk and go up there and get what they need, or drive if they're still driving, or ask a neighbor to do it for them. I believe that this would be one of the best uses that we can use for the NCF complex, simply because in the building out of that area, no provision was made for community facilities. Absolutely none. And therefore, I think that we can take the opportunity of the transition of NCF to another place to make that available to seniors so that there's a place for them to go. If some of them are in difficulties, for example, they have Alzheimer's or dementia, that a special section or unit of it can care for them while their juniors are at work, etc. But there's also another group, sir, in my community in St. James South that has a problem. In the housing estates that government owns, we have a number of seniors who are challenged. Now, these units, as you know, sir, are small, they're multi-generational, they're upstairs and downstairs. And what happens as the senior person grows in age and is afflicted by NCDs, very often they may lose a foot or they may lose mobility for whatever reason. So what happens now, sir, is that that person can no longer manage going up and down the stairs. Now, those stairs are steep, and sometimes they're slippery, and the step is narrow. And if they're not able to maintain their balance and be able to walk down and get back up, it is an accident waiting to happen. And it has happened. So this has resulted in sometimes the senior having to stay upstairs, convert their room into not only the bedroom, it's now their sitting room, and even sometimes to have a microwave or something in the bedroom because they cannot move up and down the stairs at will because the younger people may not always be in the home when they need help. They're trapped on the upstairs of that unit. Some families decide that no, we can't leave them upstairs because they need to get to the bathroom when we're not here. So they then are forced to convert the living room space now, sir, into a bedroom. But that now deprives that family, maybe 6 or 7 people living in there, it now deprives that family of the social space that the living room provides. And so what this does, it adds pressure, tremendous pressure to families because we are in need of using a different approach to how we do housing for seniors. And sir, my recommendation is we have plans to build 10,000 units. One thing we know for sure, that everybody who gets that unit, if they live long enough to the average age of 80 for Barbadians, then they're going to get old. So therefore, I think that from early o'clock, we should build with that in mind. Whether we're talking about the door space, whether we're talking about the ramp, whether you're talking about if you're going to go upstairs, you might need to have an external balcony and a way to get downstairs by a series of ramp movements to allow people to be able to work with the space which we give to them, because we also have the other challenge, and I do believe the Honourable Member for St. Michael South Central mentioned it, that we now need to increase the density of our population when we're building, and that we need to start and do high rise. But how are we going to accommodate seniors within that particular space? So I would want to recommend that as we're looking at the new construction, that we start to look at that. How are we going to purpose build what we have to be able to suit the needs of our seniors so that they are able to live in comfort in the community where they've grown up, because this is very important to them. Now, sir, I have 2 appeals. And in St. James South, in the West Terrace area, one of the things that we have are on the curves, there are these community spaces. And like all over Barbados, what we're challenged with is how do we keep the area clean? This has been a problem all through the country, that keeping the environment debushed, have it looking clean, have it looking attractive. We are struggling right now as a country to be able to manage that. I believe, sir, that what has to happen is that the community needs to cooperate and work alongside of government to be able to manage the environmental concerns that have occurred. Sir, with all the climate change, you're going to get flooding, you're going to get grass and bush growing at a rapid rate. How many people can government afford to employ to be able to keep that down? How many people would you need to make sure that each spot gets cleaned every 4 weeks? And during the rainy season, it is every 2 weeks. It is going to be impossible because the cost to the taxpayer is going to be great. So it means the taxes that we have to charge will increase if we are to do it the way it needs to be done. What this means is that in communities have to be willing to work together. Neighborhoods have to be willing to work together and put money together to help keep around them clean, to be able to take some of the community spaces and have them, the lawns cut, trees trimmed, and if they do it, if they don't wait until the grass is 10 feet tall and the place has run away and needs heavy equipment, if they keep at it regularly, I believe we'll be able to keep our spaces clean. And that is one of the things I think we need to do. Now, part of my planning as an MP for St. James South, as I said, the seniors are of special concern to me because there's so many of them. And one of the problems we have is that the roads that we have in St. James South and across Barbados, we don't have adequate sidewalks for people to exercise, that they can walk comfortably and safely. Sometimes you have to step down in the road. Sometimes the pavement is broken. And this presents a challenge, especially if you're older. It's very easy to hurt yourself when you are older, when you are walking on uneven pavement. It's easy to hurt your ankle. It's easy to fall. And therefore, what is needed is that we do a thorough refurbishment of our pavements or create alternative spaces where people can walk and exercise and therefore keep healthy. So at the Husbands Exercise Park, which is just there by Oxnard's in St. James South, we've attempted to put together a park to allow our seniors to have a space in which they can exercise. But what is really needed there, sir, is an exercise track that will allow them to walk safely, not have to look over their shoulder to see if a car or a motorcycle is passing at speed, so that they can safely exercise. Because if we can help them to exercise, they're going to remain healthier, and as a result, the cost to government of taking care of seniors would actively drop, and their quality of life will actually increase. I believe that we have a lot of work to do in relation to how we are going to help our seniors. I would love to see, sir, that we develop some retirement cooperatives where seniors can join the cooperative and start planning towards a joint approach to being able to manage their retirement years. Because I believe that they're going to have to work together, because the truth is our families are too small now to adequately take care of seniors. But a co-op where they could join together to help do bulk purchasing or to provide housing or to provide maintenance or what have you, that there may be useful ways that a cooperative approach could actually help our seniors to live well and to live better. I just want to end, sir, by thanking again the team, the Honourable Member for Christchurch West, for bringing to this Honourable Chamber this wonderful document, Physical Development Plan, and I want to give it my heartiest support.
Honourable Member for so.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to give my brief comments in support of this resolution, Barbados Physical Development Plan as amended 2023. And sir, I wish to first of all start by recognizing the work done by, first of all, the Honourable Member for St. Michael South Central, who would have started this process at the time when she was Minister for Development, and also the Honourable Member and his team, the Honourable Member for Christchurch West and his team, for what I consider to be perhaps the best compendium of information that one can gather in a small island developing states with limited resources and indeed limited space and a small population. And sir, this by no means could have been easy to pull together when one considered that there are several challenges that would have to have been addressed in order to be able to arrive at such a document that seeks to address how we not only govern this country, but create the necessary space for human existence in a construct that can easily be derailed if the correct approach hadn't been taken. And while it is true, sir, that many of the speakers before me would have addressed various components of this resolution and indeed the impact on various sectors of this island, sir, I seek to perhaps minimize my presentation by looking at the set of integrated business options that may be available to people who are involved in agriculture. This, to me, sir, is the best polymorphism that you can pull together for a sector. And I said polymorphism simply because of the related and integrated aspects of agriculture that can come out of this resolution or this physical development plan without interfering with the core of our sector and without interfering with the options that are available to those who are involved in agriculture. And sir, I speak first of all to the introduction of large-scale renewable energy that allows for us to not only have scale in the provision of energy, transitioning from the use of fossil fuels, sticking to our target of 2030 reduction of the fossil fuel footprint to almost zero. But at the same time, recognizing the importance of such a transition and how it will impact agriculture, and taking the necessary decisions to make sure that arable lands are not reduced or indeed left out in order for renewable energy to take center stage. And sir, for me, that represents what you call full consultation across ministries, full consultation across stakeholders, full consultation across those who are involved in the physical development plan. But more importantly, sir, this is what true government looks like. Being able to use that integrated process to create other opportunities for a country where people can participate without at any time at all diminishing or reducing the economic capacity of the agricultural sector. And so I speak to the opportunity, which is twofold, in being able to introduce photovoltaics that will allow for us to be able to still continue to do livestock farming, where you twin photovoltaics with the rearing of black belly sheep. And Mr. Speaker, we all do know that the government has a very ambitious plan working between Barbados, Guyana, and still to be Suriname, to be able to produce 1 million heads of black belly sheep in order for us to be able to export Barbados black belly lamb in the near future. And the fact that we can twin livestock farming with the photovoltaics gives us a clear example of what I meant when I spoke to polymorphism. Mr. Speaker, this does not only end with livestock farming. And I would want to urge all involved to look also at the options for forage and also the options for water harvesting and the options available for growing vegetables and root crops. This, in order for it to be achieved, sir, would mean that we would have to revisit some of the projects that have been rolled out, and indeed future projects, to make sure that we establish a standard in terms of the height, because what I see is too near ground. And I don't think that as a Minister of Agriculture, we would have achieved our objectives with these panels so near ground. Certainly it does not allow comfort for black belly sheep to coexist, and it will not allow for the planting of vegetables or root crops in its present state without certain discomfort. And Mr. Speaker, I would wish for the future to reflect what I've seen in other places where these systems are set up above, I would say, up to as high as 6 feet. I know that we live in the tropics, and we annually are at risk of hurricanes and storms, and that may be a consideration, but I don't rule out, sir, having a standard set for the establishment of these systems, and clearly how the projects are rolled out. Mr. Speaker, I also wish to inform the House that such an option is available in wind turbine as well, and in the physical development plan, it has been properly captured, and that is why I'm so supportive of this document, because it has been properly captured how we can introduce renewable energy and at the same time allow for us to use our limited land space to use energy and continue with agriculture. Now, my position on this has been very clear. I think the senior minister responsible for development would also note that out of our discussions, I've made it abundantly clear that we must find the best solution in order for us not to disadvantage those involved in the sector, in the agriculture sector that is, but equally that we don't incur a hue and cry across Barbados, which for the most part, sir, oftentimes is misinformed, where people just speak to issues without first knowing the facts, or without even doing the research. And there is a conversation that takes place in Barbados, and to my mind, rightfully so, as it relates to food security and nutritional security, but misplaced as it relates to the accusations that are made that arable land is being used up for all types of different things other than agriculture. And that is why I refer to this document as a compendium, because it was carefully compiled, making sure that all the information is a perfect match for what we want to achieve as a government but equally what we have expressed in our manifesto to the people of Barbados. And then, Mr. Speaker, sir, we all know that Barbados is a water-scarce country, and we understand the challenges that our farmers are facing as we go through the droughts during the summer period, and clearly what we went through last August through September, sir. If the indicators are correct, 2024 are projected to be worse. And we understand the heat that we went through during that period, where it didn't only impact on our poultry industry, but it certainly impacted on our root crops, and root crops are deep in the soil. So clearly, if the soils are going to be carrying excess heat, then you can understand that the yields will not be what they used to be. And in looking at the figures or the numbers that have been sent to me so far, I have to be honest in saying that our yields are down with regard to crops like sweet potato. And whilst they are up with cassava, we have to find a way to address what the heat is doing with the sweet potato. And sir, that is the reason why we are starting a project at the Home Agriculture Station to give us an opportunity in a state-of-the-art tissue culture lab that would allow for us to provide clean planting material, but equally to do enough testing to get us to be able to address what is required of us in an environment that is fluid, but at the same time one that we cannot easily predict what will happen. And sir, this means that our agri-food processing systems, in addition to being able to plant crops in open field agriculture, which is a practice in Barbados that people cling to, a practice that people who have been involved in traditional agriculture prefer to hold on to. And so there's space for that. And this physical development plan lends itself to us being able to continue to do that by making sure the space that is available isn't compromised. And that's why the integrated rural development projects have not been touched, in as much as there were discussions around how some of those areas could have been developed or subdivided. We at the ministry took a position that you can't do that, simply because these are areas that had water, but equally we want to make sure you can do open field agriculture. And sir, I am happy to note, because I speak only because I know the views of the people who are involved in agriculture. And when I speak to what they tell me, it is left up to them to determine whether or not I have taken it in the right direction. And sir, many farmers have said to me that they would like to do some kind of subdivision on large tracts of land, 4 acres and above, up to 10 acres. And we were restricted under the previous development plan, but this plan now lends itself to allow for that to take place in an acreage allotment that would allow for our farmers to be able to do agriculture on their land whilst living there. And sir, that, to my mind, represents true change, because many farmers have been hit by predial larceny. And many times it takes place because they are not on the scene. So you will find that when they have left the farm to go home, that is when predial larceny can take place, sir. So that if you now have reached the point where you allow for subdivision, where that farmer can actually live on his farm, we have addressed the issues where once upon a time, only those on large plantations can live on the plantation, sir. And that, to me, is a tremendous achievement in a small island developing state, that where we are prepared to step outside the box to create opportunities for people who have said to you, this is what we need to address the problem, and we have responded, sir. And Mr. Speaker, those farmers who are also on small tracts of land, many of them are on 1 acre lots, can also have that option as well, sir. So this physical development plan, to my mind, did more for agriculture than what critics may seem to want to portray or project. And the reason why I'm saying this is because I'm keen on hearing what the opposition or the supposed to be voices against this government will have to say about such a decision, and certainly such a development in Barbados, where people were told point blank, no, you got a farm, but you can't put nothing there except to plant crops and then get someone come and harvest those crops for you when you're not there. So in addition to passing legislation, and if you see how the decisions of this government are all interrelated to come up with a single circle that gives us a circular economy that addresses and takes care of all the needs of the people who have said, we are confident you can run this country, so not once but twice, we are giving you the mandate to do that which is right for us. And Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to be in a position to also inform this House and this country that as we move along, knowing that agriculture cannot continue just in open field, that we are now going to be going to the common estimates for the new financial year with plans to see how we can roll out at various points across Barbados opportunities for people to function in co-ops. And I, sir, do recall when I presented to Cabinet the document for the feed program, I spoke about people working in clusters, because I felt then, and I still do, that if you take somebody who doesn't know about agriculture, but that the thrust of your program was to train people to get more people in agriculture, you then take that single person and put he or she on an acre of land, it still needs a hand-holding exercise and guidance. But if you put them in clusters, sir, they can help bring along each other. And the extension officer then has an opportunity to work with more people, thus not being overstretched. And then you can graduate them by giving more land as they progress. Sir, I am past that now. And what I'm into now, sir, is being able to get people to work in cooperatives, in addition to using the cluster system on open field agriculture, to allow for people to own hydroponic systems in Barbados. And those hydroponic systems, sir, we may have to look at how they're going to be financed. The Agriculture Development Fund is a perfect place for us to do the financing. And I strongly believe that such systems then would allow for us to reduce the scarcity of crops that are impacted by heat or by climate. And the climate crisis is real, sir, and there's no point we continue to fool ourselves. Certainly, the amount of calls that I get are WhatsApp messages, where people either tell me that they're not getting water, or the entire place is flooded out and they're losing crops. I am absolutely sure in my mind where this sector needs to go. And even though we have not been able to move at pace, sir, to introduce these systems as I personally would have liked, I do not think that we are too late, because as I've said before, globally, many countries are still playing catch up. And globally, The entire globe is facing the same climate crisis, and scarcity of water is at the core. Mr. Speaker, if we can ramp up these systems by first starting about 3 or 4 areas, getting Barbadians accustomed to them, providing the training, sir, and then spread out and providing the opportunity for financing, because you can't ask people to transition from one level of agriculture to another and they don't have the financial wherewithal. And then, Mr. Speaker, sir, that would give us an opportunity for people to produce more with faster harvesting times and higher yields, sir. But equally, Mr. Speaker, I did an address to the Barbados Professional Engineers, or Barbados Professional Association of Engineers, I think it is. And I challenged the engineers of Barbados to help us address the challenges we face with the costs of freight farms. A freight farm which is doing the same type of hydroponic system, but allows for you to use technology, your mobile phone, your iPad, your laptop, desktop, whatever you choose, sir, to be able to control a farm, the temperature, the lighting, applying fertilizer, all those things that you can do from in your motor car in the traffic, from in your bedroom, in your office, sir. That kind of system we need as well. But if you're going to address agriculture in a holistic way and look at empowerment and enfranchisement, it cannot only be a rural concept, sir. It has to also look at how we can include urban Barbados. And Mr. Speaker, freight farms, if I can get our engineers to look at what is being manufactured in the US, for example, and to be able to you don't have to go with a 20-foot container, sir. You can reduce the size, so one 20-foot can perhaps give you 2, but however they choose to do it, sir. I know that we have the skills and the ability in this country for us to start designing and making those here ourselves. Because I've seen that we were able to manufacture the minibus. And I've seen that we've been able to manufacture the bathroom facilities that we are now using on BAMC farms. Sir, I believe we can do this. And my challenge to them is not to let next year pass without them demonstrating to this country that they have found a new way of business by helping us to get some of those systems locally manufactured, sir. And if we were to do that, all of a sudden we have a new conversation for the member for the city who is charged with his responsibility of making sure that the youth of Barbados are taken care of, and that we can create programs to be able to help them to focus on productive activity and reduce the level of crime. And Mr. Speaker, we've also find that in this physical development plan, we are able to integrate agriculture and urban existence, sir. And that, for me, is an absolute gain when we were discussing how we can go about this plan. So our other options will be to use what was designed as a green machine, sir, and I'm sure you would allow me to call the name of Senator Dr. Charleston Bradford, who has designed the green machine for us. An excellent Barbadian, actually, the only Director General who has ever served ICA, and the only one from, certainly, within CARICOM that has served ICA. as Director General. And Mr. Speaker, that project we need to push because it allows then for young people and also right across Barbados, not just urban Barbados, an opportunity now for people to do aquaponics, growing vegetables and fish for their own consumption or to see how they can commercialize it from a small system at home. And Mr. Speaker, this physical development plan allows for us to be able to continue to do all of these things without interference or compromise, sir. But what this speaks to is the genius involved in carving out a plan, sir, where people were forced to go outside of their comfort zone, because we could have been having, sir, a debate in this country about agricultural land, and we only got 28,000 acres. And how you're going to do this physical development plan where you want to allow for further subdivision and for more commercial projects, etc. And that would have been taking the conversation, sir, in a wild and wrong direction. But when you are forced to keep up with where the world is at, sir, but equally what the climate crisis is asking you to do, then you come with the solutions that are suitable fit, or what most people refer to as fit for purpose, in being able to build out a small island developing state with limited resources, small population, and limited space into being something that is totally efficient and allows for the empowerment and the enfranchisement of all Barbadians, sir. And that, to my mind, is also a win in this physical development plan. Now, Mr. Speaker, the plan also speaks to the Scotland District, and it speaks to how we function and be able to build out this Scotland District, given the challenges with slippage, etc. And Mr. Speaker, I still personally believe in the late member for St. Peter, the right Honourable Professor Owen Arthur, did make it abundantly clear that the Scotland District should be treated as the breadbasket for Barbados to provide our food because of the large mass of land. And I don't see the Scotland District as just East Coast or St. Andrews, sir. I see the Scotland District for what it really is, stretching all the way up to St. John and some parts of St. Philip, and St. Peter and St. Lucy and St. James, sir. And, well, Mr. Speaker, I know that we have looked at how we are going to build out the Scotland District. Well, we've started a program with agroforestry where the feed program had allowed for the agroforestry project to kick off, where people were actually working in the Scotland District, planting fruit trees and root crops and beans and nuts, etc., to be able to empower themselves whilst being able to use the land without too much interference or challenging or moving the integrity of the field structures, sir. And that, sir, when I said St. James, I meant by way of constituency and not parish, because St. James North will perhaps run contiguous with St. Peter, am I correct? So that is what I'm referring to. Mr. Speaker, it therefore means that the opportunity now for us to utilize agroforestry more will stop for us being complaining, or stop people from complaining, I should say rather, about not having enough land to do these things. because agroforestry allows for you to keep your forests, but you at the same time can plant things like legumes and nuts and those kind of things in between. As a matter of fact, my grandmother had cane fields when I was growing up. And in between those cane fields, we used to plant yam, sweet potato, and some beans as well, sir. So agroforestry, sir, or intercropping is something that can be considered as well. Now, Mr. Speaker, not only did we start fruit trees in the Scotland district, sir, we also gave graduates of the feed program boxes to do apiculture so that we have an opportunity to expand beekeeping and allow for people to be able to see apiculture as a business option. And there are young men and women currently involved in beekeeping in Barbados, sir. Now, Mr. Speaker, our country basically is set up in such a way where we have terraces and we have heights and we have tenantries and we have villages, all types of constructs, sir. But at the end of the day, we have one Barbados. And for us to be able to benefit from what we have, sir, we have to make sure that we utilize the opportunities that are available in allotment gardens, and the Honourable Member for St. James South obviously would be happy to join me in supporting this because she has started a project in her constituency. And allotment gardens, or community gardens, as some people refer to them, must be a future project where we expand this in Barbados so that people can plant their own food. And you either can do it by way of these allotment gardens, and I'm happy to announce, sir, that ICA launched Wednesday, I think it is, a Master Gardeners training that allows for Barbadians to be able to train the trainer in utilizing allotment gardens and being able to utilize community gardens for people to be trained and to continue building out these projects, sir. And of course, backyard gardens as well. Backyard garden doesn't mean that you have to fork up your land. And if I need to clarify this, let me do so. It basically means in your yard, you can have drums, you can have various types of containers, you can put up a vertical system, and you can plant different types of crops, sir, or fruits, strawberries being one. And if Barbadians were to take advantage of the opportunity that is available to them to just be a little more creative, just like how we were in developing this physical development plan, then you can see how people can reduce the food bill in the supermarket by planting some of the food that they consume, but equally getting the opportunity to get involved in something other than socializing over a drink or just sitting doing nothing. And Mr. Speaker, I believe that this is something that we have to give momentum to so that communities across Barbados can get involved in this process. And Mr. Speaker, I've already spoken to the United Nations Development Program Coordinator in Barbados, as well as the officer that is in charge of the grants program for these types of projects, for us to be able to roll out projects in communities with groups or cooperatives with a common interest. It's not going to be done on an individual basis, but certainly with groups. And if all these things, when combined, sir, can actually function as they ought to, then you see clearly what a food security and nutritional security plan will look like in this country and how we can reduce the food import bill that was mentioned today and equally reduce the supermarket bill. And so, Mr. Speaker, what has forced us into all of this is simply this physical development plan, sir. And therefore, I wish to give my full support to this plan. And, Mr. Speaker, I want all Barbadians to get on board and support this resolution because this is what Barbados needs at this time. I'm obliged to you.
Honourable for Christchurch, Essential.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I am glad for the opportunity to support this resolution, but also just share a few perspectives, sir, with respect to where Barbados is today, reflecting on where we've come from, and hopefully, sir, to bring a little more color, if you like, in relation to how our constituents, sir, should see this document not just as something that we are debating in Parliament, sir, but effectively bring to life the impact that it will have on them, not just today, sir, but tomorrow and I dare say, sir, over the next few generations. Because whilst we come here every 10 years, sir, to give a perspective in terms of how we see the physical development of Barbados, it is instructive and important to appreciate that, as you know, sir, in economics, they say the long run, sir, is a series of short runs. And what we do in each short run, sir, absolutely matters because it's all connected. And therefore, we cannot, sir, divorce the document from the decisions that we take in our lives, sir, every day. And I preface my comment, sir, in that perspective because whilst I was in Kingston, sir, a few weeks ago and having a chat with some folks, and during the course of the conversation, sir, as you know, when you try to get in Kingston after a certain time, sir, given all the development in the surrounding area, on evenings especially, sir, you take a good while, sir, to get in after you pass by the roundabout, sir, with the bottleneck that's there, sir, in relation to accessing the area. People complain they can't get out when the morning comes, sir, because of the traffic coming down from the airport, sir. And if you go across the country, sir, you will hear reflections and perspectives of this type. So inevitably, sir, the question was asked, what the government going to do about this traffic, sir? That's the question to me, the MP. And I then said, well, you know, this is not just an answer for what we could possibly do today, but it's a reflection, sir, as I mentioned, of those series of short runs, decisions that we have made that would have led, sir, or that has led to the current situation. So when I said, look, we have to make a decision about what Barbados is going to do to transform this country and remain committed, sir, to those decisions. So I reflect on the fact, sir, that when the highway was first to be built, sir, and you would remember this, sir, the highway was supposed to be 4 lanes. At the time, in the 80s, sir, the highway was supposed to be 4 lanes. Now, I'm speaking specifically to that section there between where Coleman is and where Gildan is, are those 2 roundabouts. The highway is effectively 2 lanes in that specific section. And had we made the investment in the 80s to construct the highway as was conceived back then, sir, it would not only, sir, have costed less in the first instance to do, but it would have provided, sir, the platform for the visioning and the growth with respect to the ownership of cars, sir, transportation in the country, sir, as part of the physical development. Because as Kingston was building out at that time, sir, in the very early 80s, around the same time that the highway was going in, sir, If you had a car back in the days, it would have been sweet because there ain't much traffic on the road, you're driving in, sir, and therefore you're good to go. Most people would have been catching the bus, therefore traffic would not have been an issue. But as in good Barbadians Labour Party fashion, sir, we think forward. We think forward. And in thinking forward, sir, as part of the development plan, we must think about what the country is going to look like in 40 years, sir, 50 years, in order to ensure that those short-run decisions that we make, sir, matches with what we are projecting on the 40 to 50-year horizon. So, suffice it to say, sir, the highway was not built with 4 lanes all the way through. That's one short-run decision, sir, impacting the situation today. Then not so long ago, sir, 15 years ago or so, the Barbados Labour Party again, sir, looking forward and knowing the policies that we had put in place in relation to traffic, sir, we said, you know what, in order for us to be able to address this issue, sir, frontally, we're going to have to look at what not just that Kingston in that instance, sir, have grown, but the development that we had seen, sir, in and around Christchurch was such now that the traffic situation in Christchurch and the rest of Barbados, sir, was such that the Barbados Labour Party government contemplated that we should have, sir, flyovers in order to address what we saw, not just what happened today, but again, sir, you're thinking forward 30, 40, 50 years in relation to how do you solve these issues given the challenges that the country is facing, but also the opportunities, sir, that this type of infrastructure will put in place in order to have people not just get to work faster, get to where they're going, to spend money faster, sir, to be able to do the things and have an ease with which we traverse the country. That was the vision, sir, part of the vision of the Barbados Labour Party. And therefore, upon taking office in 2008, sir, the last administration determined that, well, there will be no flyovers. Some people say it was a decision of a guerrilla fund. But the reality is, sir, that decision today, oh, sorry, not today, 15 years ago, now led to a situation where almost every morning, sir, every evening, in every part of this country, sir, along the highway, you got gridlock. You got gridlock. So I try to explain that any decision that we take today as a country, sir, in relation to how we are going to address traffic, or any big decision, sir, that we must be committed, sir, to seeing it through. Because it's not just that the Barbados Labour Party lost the election in 2008, so therefore you reverse the decision because you're a guerrilla fund, sir. You are impacting, sir, down the road, how people can get work. And if you keep getting work late, sir, your boss can tell you, skipper, you're getting work late. And therefore, they got every right, sir, to discipline you for getting work late. But ain't your fault that a political party, sir, made a decision that was injurious to you without understanding the impact it was going to have, sir, on the people down the road. And therefore, sir, I preface these remarks as I start my contribution, because we must understand, sir, that if you make a decision and you don't put an alternative in place, sir, because nobody's questioning your right to make a decision, but you got to have an alternative in place that's going to help solve the problem, because the problem was still there when you cancel the contract, sir. The problem is still there. And 15 years on, sir, 15 years on, the people in Kingston and Washington, sir, and the surrounding areas, everybody that has to traverse the highway on a morning now, sir, stick up. Children getting school late, sir. And if children getting school late, sir, it means that they have the first period, sir. Cumulatively, if every day, sir, the children getting school late, it means they're missing the first period. And you miss the first period every day, sir, what does that mean? It means that your education, sir, is being impacted by the fact that you can't get school early, sir. So what do people got to do? People got left home at 6 o'clock now, sir, 5:30. Now, that is not reasonable, sir, by any stretch of imagination, because that affects your sleep pattern, sir, your health in the long term, and therefore it's something that we must take very seriously in relation to the physical development plan and the decisions that we take, sir, in order to allow this country to continue on a very strong development path. So the reality is, sir, is that this conversation about traffic now, in the context of how we're going to transform Barbados, sir, in relation to what we're going to have to do with this physical development plan, then people must understand, sir, that it is one, it is going to cost a whole lot more, sir, a whole lot more, to do any flyovers today than it did 15 years ago when the project was in train, sir. It's going to cost a lot more. So you're either going to come to a realization, sir, that it has to be done, and that we are going to do it, and that it's going to cost X, and therefore all of us, as a consequence of that irrelevant decision, sir, now will have to pay more. Or, sir, we're going to gotta suck it up and get stuck in the traffic when the morning comes, sir. Or leave home at 5:30 for the morning, sir, in order to get where you're going on time, sir. Which none of us want to do. But some decision, sir, has to be made in relation to how we are going to deal with this traffic situation. And it is not for me, sir, I'm not a traffic engineer, to say that you need 10 flyovers, 5 flyovers, or whatever it is, sir. But we have to come to a decision about it, how we're going to finance it, what it's going to do, and therefore execute it with the clear understanding, sir, with the clear understanding that this is what is critical, sir, to helping Barbados move forward. Now, the way that we as people now either choose to either own vehicles, sir, because we can see the advent, potentially, sir, of self-driving cars. People are purchasing cars which are networked, sir. There are mobility policies in place in relation to persons being able to utilize platforms like Uber and that type of thing, sir. That is part of how perhaps we could deal with this traffic issue. By the end of the day, sir, it still requires units on the road. The improvement in public transportation, sir, I know the Mass Transit Authority is well advanced with respect to being able to satisfy that issue, but that still means, sir, units on the road. And therefore, to the extent that that poses a challenge, sir, I really look forward to having a robust conversation in this area, because I'm saying to Barbadians, sir, had we made these decisions as we anticipated it should have been made, it would have been timely, it would have costed less, sir, and therefore the traffic situation that we are seeing on the roads today would not have been the same type of challenge, and therefore we would have been facing different issues. But every time, sir, we kick a decision down the road and leave it for somebody else, sir, it becomes more expensive, becomes less productive. And therefore, part of this physical development plan, sir, I want Barbadians to understand that this thing actually means something to them in every aspect of their life, sir. And therefore, whether it's agriculture, transportation, sir, community living, you name it, sir, there's something in this document that's going to touch everybody's life, in this country. Now, sir, I'm going to share a few thoughts here because I know that we want to get as much investment in Barbados as possible. And when I reflect, sir, in terms of issues related to, and the Honourable Member for St. James South made reference to estate planning. So issues related to estate planning, asset management, sir, these are at the core, sir, as to what we do as part of our development in this country. And the reality is, sir, I know that whilst the ministry has done quite a lot of work already in launching the Financial Literacy Bureau, sir, we now have to think about how do we genuinely get to people when they have to make these decisions so that they make the best possible decisions, sir, for their families. And not to see estate planning as something that your mother or father solely has the responsibility for, but as a family unit, as a community unit now, how do we get people to recognize that estate planning, asset management now, that these are the things that would allow us to be able to extract wealth, sir, from the very assets that our parents, grandparents, everybody worked so hard for in order to move forward. But I want to make a simple point, sir. In the past, we've all been tempted, I say we, sir, not me, but we have all been tempted by people coming along and saying, you know, I can offer you $1 million for that property there. And sir, it ain't very often that people can get $1 million offer and it's very difficult for people to think hard and say no. It's very difficult. Because in all of our lifetime, sir, having access to $1 million cash, as we would say, sir, cash, it's difficult to turn down. Because as you know, sir, cash is king. And we promote this idea that cash is king, sir, as if it is the gospel. No, don't get me wrong, sir. Cash is important. Cash is absolutely important. But it is not the gospel, sir. But we get these offers, sir, which for most people, very lucrative. The scene wants life-changing money as people will be tempted to be convinced that it is. However, sir, I believe that as part of this physical development plan and what we as a government would want persons to be appreciative of, to be mindful of, is that people across the world, sir, see real estate as a means through which, sir, they can generate wealth. And therefore, anybody in this country with any property, sir, anybody, I would urge them, sir, to think twice, 3 times, 4 times, sir, before they dispose of their assets. Because the very thing, sir, that somebody may be able to offer you and say, okay, I'm going to give you $1 million, sir, for this half acre or whatever it is, sir, equivalent amount, means that they see something in there, sir, that you clearly don't see, sir, that you clearly don't see. And therefore, the attitude for Barbadians has to be more than just about whether cash is king, sir, but now being able to get some equity in whatever it is that you're planning to do with this property. So it makes more sense, sir, for you to say, well, I will take 30% in, or let's say a third in cash, and I'm going to convert, sir, the 2/3 as an equity stake in whatever it is that you're planning to do. Because then are you going to get multiple times, sir, the $1 million that you're offering me, sir, based on that investment alone, sir, in order to help Barbadians not to become tenants in their own land, sir. And therefore, the attitude with respect to how Barbadians value, sir, this little rock. I know everybody wants a piece of the rock, sir, and getting the piece of the rock is important. But what you do with the piece, sir, is even more important than getting the piece. And the reality is, we seem more comfortable, sir, disposing of the piece of the rock to people from the outside, foreign investment, sir, and not appreciating, sir, that you take a little piece up front, invest the remainder, sir, and that estate planning, that asset management, sir, in the lives of ordinary Barbadians then helps to generate income. So when I heard the Honourable Member for St. James South refer to the fact that, yes, there are persons who have traditionally worked, they were the early middle class, if you like, sir, of the country, and the reality is now that the activities that they were involved in, not just the fact that the children moved out and the like, sir, the reality is that the assets are no longer generating the income that allows you then, when you get mature, to be able to maintain the property at the level that you would like, maintain yourself at the level that you would like, sir. And this physical development plan, sir, whilst I know it doesn't go into that particular space, it is important that Barbadians look at the document and see the opportunities that arise therein, within the document, and then work, sir, with whoever you need to work with to be able to bring expression to the opportunities that are there. And therefore, by the same way, sir, that people were prepared to give a whole set of money to Blessing Circle, sir, which have no basis in reality, sir, no basis in fact or anything at all. I want Barbadians to take up this document, sir, and just take a little time to read it. And speak to your friends and your family in your community, sir. And say, how can we, as the Honourable Member for St. Philip South indicated, how can we as a cluster, sir, take advantage of the fact, sir, that there's an opportunity. you see all this development going on here. So you see with the monument, I didn't get a chance to go and see the monument yet, sir. But from where I studied it, it's a beautiful, I wasn't here, sorry, I wasn't here. Beautiful, I looked out, but I got to go and see it. You got Golden Square across the way, sir. Development coming in town. And as I spoke last week in relation to the Kensington Oval resolution, remember I said, sir, the urban regeneration that is being contemplated from Westbury Road coming up, sir, all the way up through the Earlings, all the way up to the Bayland here, sir, as part of the urban regeneration exercise. But the reality is, sir, that we want to be able to see within that type of policy execution, sir, that the same way that we're talking about improving and upgrading housing opportunities, sir, we must start to think very carefully about how do we, and I like the idea of the mixed-use facilities, because the reality is, sir, is that if we're able to build 3, 4, 5-story housing across the landscape in Barbados, sir, so that it ain't only along the commercial interest, sir, but that the people themselves in the residential areas can own those assets in the same way that you recall, remember back in the day, sir, timeshare was the biggest thing ever. Barbados now got to see that they can get a piece of that action too, sir. And not only just see it as part of something that tourists do or resorts do, sir, and that as communities you can come together and do that type of condominium type ownership and structure, but by the same token, creating spaces within the same building, sir, to do indoor agriculture, because at the end of the day, sir, within the urban space, and certainly to address the issues that the member for St. Philip South raised in relation to predial larceny. If you're growing your food, sir, within the confines of buildings right strategically across the country, sir, it means that you solve that, at least for the most part, you solve that problem, because, you know, sir, wherever they got people, some type of malfeasance has the potential to occur. But the reality is that you can solve some of these issues, sir, with food security, especially in some of the urban corridors, sir, by people being able to utilize these spaces in order to ensure that we can do the indoor agriculture, the aquaculture, and all of these things, sir, in controlled environment, sir, such that you don't have the issues with the pests, the yields, and all those things, sir, can be enhanced, but it has to be decisive, sir, deliberate, in order for us to be able to get this done. And I see this, sir, as part of how potentially, sir, we can buy back Barbados, so to speak. And I say so from the perspective not to scare anybody in relation to investment, sir, but for Barbadians to understand and appreciate that this document here, sir, affords us the opportunity, sir, to truly participate, but we got to find a way, sir, to get past the thing that, you know, the trust issues, sir. The trust issues. And that, I believe, sir, is critically important for us to be able to drive, sir, this physical development plan to the next level. And the reality is, sir, that as you know, last year we did the debt swap, where we came here and we spoke about the marine spatial planning and the work that's being done offshore, sir. Wonderful set of opportunities there as well within the context of the physical development and how we manage our resources. And therefore, at a community level, sir, I believe that this document, sir, with the appropriate expression within communities across Barbados. So if you look at our housing estates, for example, sir, I think there's a real opportunity, sir, for us to get our citizens within those housing estates, but I think right across Barbados, from estate planning, asset management, sir, to start to see themselves now as investors, sir, in this country. Because these are the same people, sir, that got money in the credit union. These are the same people, sir, that consuming in this country, sir. These are the same people, sir, with the skills that are delivering, sir, world-class products that people come here every day, every year to consume repeatedly. And I know the Honourable Member for St. Peter can attest to that, sir. And therefore, there is nothing that is beyond us, sir, in saying to Barbadians that this physical development plan, 2023, whilst it only speaks to the 10-year horizon, and they want to remind the country through you, sir, the long run is a series of short runs, and this is just one iteration of where we need to go, but we must see the opportunity of generating wealth, sir, for our grandchildren and great-grandchildren. And therefore, we must take a long view, sir, in relation to how we make decisions today. In the same way, sir, that you want the government to take a long view with respect to development of the country and being able to provide goods and services, it has to be at a long view. Individually, sir, we must now look and see and ask our citizens what it is that they can do to contribute, sir, to creating that long view and that long vision, sir, with respect to ensuring that their children, their children's children, and those in the community around them, sir, will not feel as if they are not a part of the investor class in this country. Because I can tell you, sir, and I say to all Barbadians, this document has been published. People are going to be looking in this document, and they're going to be saying, well, I can see all these things happening here, and therefore they're going to come, and they're going to make representation to Ministry X, Ministry Y, all over the place, sir, in order to get that done. So Barbadians, sir, should not excuse themselves from that process too. And therefore, it is not a matter of whether you know the MP, or you know the minister, or you know this body, or the next security. The document is here, sir. The document is here. And therefore, we have the collective skill. We have the monies in the credit union, sir. We are the very consumers, sir, of the goods and services in the country. And therefore, Barbadians must now see themselves, sir, as being capable of leading and executing this vision, sir, with respect to how can we make this physical development plan real in the lives of their families, their communities, sir. But you can only do that, sir, if you do it together. Because none of us, sir, can be saved alone. None of us. And therefore, to the extent that the building of resilience in our communities, within our families, sir, across the country, means that we now must sit down as big men and women, sir, as we would say, and be open and honest about our faults, sir, our weaknesses, and what you can contribute to a particular process. And you find the right people, sir, to deliver the mission, because there's a difference, sir, between owning something and managing something, sir. And therefore, so long as we are able to be absolutely clear in our minds as to what the mission will be in relation to any element with respect to this physical development plan, then I'm confident, sir, that we'll be able to get this done. But it means, sir, we cannot put off things. We cannot put off things. You know, sir, I was reflecting on something the other day. I was in the supermarket, and the cashier, sir, asked me if I wanted to buy a plastic bag. And I reflected on that, sir. And I said, imagine the cashier is asking me, sir, if I want to buy a plastic bag. And the truth is, sir, you know, 5 years ago, the idea of buying a plastic bag you would get cursed, sir. It would be, it was a foreign idea. But today, sir, you go to a supermarket, or any place for that matter, and they will ask you, you want to purchase a bag? And then you will say, you know, I left my bag home, so I'll go and get one. I'm making the simple point, sir, that had we not taken the decision in relation to the ban on single-use plastic, sir, that would not even be a contemplation for any supermarket, anybody, any consumer, sir. But no, we accept it, sir. We accept it. We accept it. And therefore, I'm saying to the country, we must make decisions, sir. Because people can call for murder, and then you get used to the change, but the reality is, sir, you see the benefit of the change. Because most of us, sir, people don't carry the bags when they leave home, you know, because normally I got a few bags, the recyclable bags in my car, but I take them out, sir, and I didn't have them, so I had to buy a plastic bag. But normally, I would have got them in the back of the car, and I would take them up. But the reality is, it hurt me. But the reality,
You had to buy the bag.
I had to buy the bag, sir.
Spend the money.
I had to spend the money. So that was not me, sir. That's not me. But the point is, sir, what we don't realize is that these small things make a significant difference, sir. A significant difference to how we operate and ultimately, sir, how the country is able to manage its resources. So, you know, sir, I put the bags in the back of my car, but when I went home now, the bags that I took out, they're there. So they don't make the sport, but I'm saying it has to spur, sir. I mean, it may happen from time to time, but it has to spur, sir, a change in your behavior in order for us to be able to see that the policies that the government is putting in place is really for our benefit as individuals. And therefore, the debate here in relation to the physical development plan, sir, I think is absolutely important. I'm going to share aspects of because I mean, this is as comprehensive a document as one could possibly get. And the reality is, persons will hire people to go through the document, sir, and identify opportunities for investment in Barbados. I'm going to take the time, sir, to communicate with my constituents, I'll share with members as well, the opportunities, so that Barbadians, whether you live in a contiguous setting or across communities across Barbados, that you must find a way, sir, must find a way to be able to leverage, sir, the strong savings that we have in our credit union movement, which really, sir, is our money. We all get up every day, sir, and we go to work, and we deliver skills for people, sir, that some have a long association with Barbados, some don't. But the reality is, sir, that we are leveraging our skill for the benefit of somebody else without getting the necessary share of that upside, which means then, sir, that when we come to issues in relation to cost of living, that if costs increase sharply, sir, within a short space of time, then it becomes harder to cope simply because we don't have the resources to be able to cover those increased costs. And so I see this Barbados Physical Development Plan, sir, as a wonderful opportunity for furthering the enfranchisement, sir, of Barbadians. But Barbadians cannot, sir, excuse themselves from the process because the document too big, or they say it on Instagram or social media, or TikTok, or whatever it is, because, sir, we find the time, sir, to consume all types of things. But the things that really matter, sir, we are not going to take it up and share it with all our friends, sir. We can share things that's salacious, we can share things that bringing down somebody or cursing somebody, sir, but we ain't going to take it up and say, listen, they got opportunity down the corner there, so let us see how we can work together to be a part of this. And if we can do these things, sir, these things, and we remain focused, then the physical development plan will not just be a physical development plan of nice buildings and open spaces and that type of thing. It will actually serve redound to the benefit of the ordinary citizen, because we would have taken the time, sir, the time, the same way that we used to have the meat intern, sir, as a genuine savings and investment opportunity for those in the community, sir. That type of approach, sir, would allow us now to be able to leverage, to scale up, to utilize all of the resources that we have within the credit union space, the monies that people got home lock up at them, sir, because they've got a lot of people, sir, that they still don't trust financial institutions, got all the money locked up home at them. It ain't earning anything, sir, and therefore all we are saying is that this physical development plan provides an opportunity, sir, for investment in this country, for building Barbados and to move forward. And I believe, sir, in my heart of hearts, that we need to take decisions. We need to take them early. We don't need to kick the can down the road, sir, because I believe that if we do not take these decisions today, sir, then in 30, 40 years' time, the country will be worse off. And I don't want to be in a position where people will say to me, or people can be said of me, that I did not take the opportunity when I had the chance, sir, to be able to put these things in place. And so I say to the citizens, there are things that will be decisions that we made today. It ain't for the next 2 years, it ain't for the next 5 years either, sir. It can't be for the next election cycle. It has to be about how do you reposition Barbados down the road. And let me say this, sir, because it's something that we all must appreciate fully. The demographics of Barbados, sir, have changed significantly. By 2050, it is projected, sir, that half the population will be over the age of 65. Now, sir, if you think of that just as a statistic, it sounds mind-boggling. But right now, we no longer really have a pyramid. We don't have a population pyramid. We have a population rectangle. And therefore, that being the case, not just the physical development plan, but all the other pending policies in relation to government which we are integrating, sir, must go hand in hand. And therefore, investment at the community level, I'm not talking about investment by government, at the community level, I'm saying investment at the community level. I would love to be able to see, sir, the fish markets and those types of things, sir, being taken over by the very people, sir, who use them, who can then use their skill to be able to drive and do more within those spaces, because by the same token, sir, they can respond faster to be able to get things done than government could possibly do. But we must see ourselves, sir, as investors, sir, in this project called Barbados. And therefore, you cannot expect the government, sir, you really cannot expect the government to upgrade the facilities and we don't have any skin in the game. Because at the end of the day, sir, we have to make strategic decisions about the resources that we do have. And therefore, it means extracting as much value, sir, out of every dollar that we as citizens invest, how we utilize our resources. And I'm not saying to people, sir, not to have fun, that it has to be all serious all the time, sir. But the reality is that if we do not deploy our hard-earned monies efficiently, within the context, sir, of taking a long view in relation to the physical development of the country, in terms of what the types of investment that we are seeing, and coming and saying, I want a piece of that action, sir, then I fear that we will not be able to deliver, sir, for our citizens in the way that they should. But the government is certainly going to create the environment to deliver that investment. And I say to citizens, let us meet the challenge where we need to meet it, and allow us then to be able, sir, to ensure that this physical development plan is not seen as something for foreigners, but this is something, sir, that will redound to the benefit of all Barbadians. And with those few words, sir, I'm obliged to you.
Honourable Member for St. Andrew.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to add my voice to this debate on the Barbados Physical Development Plan, which sets the framework for the development of this island, Mr. Speaker. But I want to focus my brief presentation on Belle Plaine and St. Andrew as a whole. This morning, Mr. Speaker, I sat and I listened with amazement as the member for St. Joseph lamented about some of the challenges that he faced as an MP in a rural constituency. A rural constituency that's situated in the Scotland district. He spoke of challenges as it relates to the exodus of persons from within St. Joseph, moving into the urban spaces, moving into St. James and St. Thomas and other places, and the impact that has had on communities in his constituency. And I can also speak to a similar exodus of persons moving from parts of St. Andrew into St. James and St. Thomas, and in some cases moving as far as St. Michael as well. Also, some would have moved even into very St. Joseph. And even though we've had that, we've had the added problem over the years of some of our institutions also moving away from St. Andrew. Police station, at some point, there was no outpatient clinic, the post office. A number of these government facilities and other amenities like this sports community center, we have also seen the exodus of these things from from the Belle Plaine area. But I'm thankful today to report that we are now seeing the return of a number of facilities, government facilities. 2 years ago, we would have reopened the St. Andrew Outpatient Clinic. And just this year, we've seen the reopening of the St. Andrew or Belle Plaines post office. So we're seeing the return of certain facilities, certain amenities coming back into St. Andrew. Because just like St. Joseph, and I'm sure the same is true for St. Thomas and other parts of rural Barbados, it is very difficult. It's perhaps one of the hardest choices a person will make, a person living in St. Andrew, St. James, St. Thomas, St. Joseph, St. John, I believe as well, St. George. The hardest decision that person could make is moving out from that rural community that they grew up in all their lives. I've seen people live in places where you know for sure that within a few years the land will slip away. In fact, you can see evidence of the land slipping even as we speak. And those persons are adamant that they can find a way to preserve and conserve that area, that they're willing to stay there to the very, very end. And it's not because they're foolish or they're devils or they're risky with their lives. No. Such is the connection. Such is the connection to the land. Such is the connection to the community, to the bucolic nature of St. Andrew itself. That is that hard to leave. And hardship, poverty, and I'm saying that that's an impoverished place, but even that cannot compel persons to want to leave certain parts of the Scotland district just because of the nature, the vibe that it gives off. There's something special about the Scotland district. And I realize that Barbados, and many Barbadians are starting to realize how special that vibe, from as far as Bathsheba and even beyond Bathsheba, all the way down to pass through Belle Plaine and into St. Peter. There's a special vibe that one gets when one even pass through there. Brothers, when one lives there, is even more so, more impactful. And that's what we've been seeing. And I sat here and I shared my heart smiled when I heard the member for St. Joseph speak about St. Joseph in that way, because I felt the same way about my St. Andrew, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, within this document, it speaks of Belle Plaine, St. Andrew being the center of the national park, being the focal point, being the town, the city. And I've been in talks with persons, business persons, persons who have interest in St. Andrew or interest in Belle Plaine and want to see it grow. And those persons would have sat down and explained to me their vision, and we would have discussed it. Because I too have a vision for where we want to see Belle Plaine and St. Andrew as a whole go. And we sat down, we discussed the building out of a city, because we understand the importance of Belle Plaine to that Scotland district. Even persons, in fact, I don't have the figures in front of me, but I've seen it somewhere, and I've heard it more than once. The vast majority of persons who visit Barbados find themselves in the Scotland district. In fact, worse than 90% of persons who come here, if you come to Barbados, going to the Scotland district is a must. It is a must. Prime Minister referred to it as the pride of place as it relates to Barbados. It's the most beautiful part of Barbados. But what is lacking, that's been lacking over time, is the build-out of the infrastructure. The build-out of the infrastructure. But we know with the development of the road infrastructure, eventually we will see the growth of the economy in that space, and we will then see the built infrastructure starting to take shape. We know this will come, and there are persons who are already putting plans in place to ensure that they benefit from this, and there are people in the community who are already putting things in place to make sure that the people in the community benefit from the build-out of Belle Plaine as it happens. As I said, the road infrastructure perhaps is our biggest challenge. Everybody knows that the roads in the Scotland district are deteriorating at a rapid rate. The member for St. Michael South East spoke to plans within our ministry for the development of the Scotland district, the rehabilitation of the roads within the Scotland district, St. Joseph, St. Peter, St. Thomas, even the St. Lucy. We're looking at the development of those roads, and we realize that working, one of the first things that you realize when you work in the Scotland district, and the fact that there's not been any major road development in recent times, a lot of persons who would have worked on the last of the roads or the existing roads would already be of blessed memory, some very old, but not any of our contemporaries would have the institutional knowledge that relates to roads, because it's been so long since major road works have been done. I remember a young person, maybe 26 or 27 years ago, when the former member for St. Andrew was, Mr. Payne was there. He would have done a number of roads in the Scotland district, but over 26 years, I think you got more than what one can reasonably expect out of a road. For the most part, you would get 10 good years out of a road, maybe 15 before that road starts to deteriorate. And that is a road that's built on a good, solid subgrade and subbase, which is technical terms for a good, solid foundation. But in the Scotland district, really the subgrade itself is already compromised by underground springs and expansive soils that expand and extract when it rains. That's soils that are very responsive to rainfall, very responsive to climate change. Then you see how the life span of a road within the Scotland district is shortened. So to get 26 years out of a road is perhaps twice what one can really expect from a road that was built and designed in that period before climate change. But Mr. Speaker, now as a ministry and as the member for St. Andrew, I'm seeing to it now that a number of roads that have suffered over time from neglect are being given some love, as we say in the ministry, are being attended to. Even as we speak, Mr. Speaker, we have our contractors that are stockpiling material in King Street. They're stockpiling material in White Hill, because we want that even when the firms, the contractors, the suppliers, when they close for the Christmas break on December the 21st, to reopen sometime in January, that we will not be restricted to start our work. If we intend to start on the 1st of January, we will not be restricted by the fact that we cannot source material. So we're stockpiling material now in King Street, and we're stockpiling material now in White Hill. As just two examples of places where we know we're going to need a lot of marl. And I want to make the point right here, right now. I know that the minister, the member for St. Michael's South East would have alluded to the fact that we are now seeing some light at the end of a tunnel, a long tunnel, where persons living in the White Hill area from as far back as 2014 were cut off from the neighboring community of Hillaby. After some heavy rainfalls, we had some land slippage, and that community was cut off. For next year, it will be 10 years, for a decade, persons were cut off. And I'm happy to report right here in this honorable chamber, Mr. Speaker, that today, just today, we've seen the reunification of White Hill and Hillaby, the reunification of White Hill to the surrounding community with the completion of the excavation and the laying of the link road that we have built to replace the breakaway area. What had happened, Mr. Speaker, is that we determined that the soils where the existing road was, the existing footprint, were soils, Joe River soils. I know the member for St. Joseph referred to them this morning in his presentation. They are Joe River soils, and these soils are not ideal for road construction. Even with the best engineering skills, it didn't make any sense to try to build back any footprint. So we had to go wide and far and build around the area, the slip area. It required us acquiring a number of parcels of land, at least 14 parcels of land, displacing persons. But those persons, some of whom are just as happy, even though they're displaced from where they live, they're happy to see for the first time that a road can now lead from in Hillaby right into White Hill for the first time in just under a decade. So that is perhaps one of the symbolic victories that we can perhaps point to from this road rehabilitation program, because it means we have been connected. Now, the road is not completed by any stretch of the imagination. It's going to require some additional work, some marling. It's going to require some rolling, some paving. But I am sure that come this Christmas, persons for the first time will be able to drive from Hillby straight through White Hill and straight down into Baxley's for the first time in just under 10 years. I'm thankful for that. And the same thing can be said for K Street. Same thing can be said. We want, as soon as humanly possible, to reconnect those two roads, because those two roads, unlike other roads that we would have addressed in Scotland District, those two roads were practically impassable. Those two roads had collapsed. These are not roads that were chosen because they were in any particular geographical location. These roads were reduced in one case to just less than a one lane. These roads were roads that had communities cut off. There were persons living beyond these roads that could not get a garbage service, a pickup service. Ambulance wouldn't risk going up there. There were businesses up there that people would not, the trucks, the delivery trucks would not go up there. People had to walk down with pan carts to collect things. That was the situation when we went into King Street. The good people of the community attempted to fix the road themselves. But the reality was that the road was built on a slip plane, and it required more engineering, perhaps more creative engineering, in order to get that piece of road done. And that is perhaps why it failed and failed again. But this time, as the Minister said, as the member for St. Michael South, he said, we're going in with a different plan, a different approach that also takes into account the institutional knowledge, the local knowledge of those persons who live within those communities, because very often that knowledge is discounted. Even if it's applied at the latter stages, sometimes it's required at the beginning, because there are things that people in the community who were living there for 70 years and 80 years can tell you about a community before it transforms, that you as an engineer coming in for the first time can never really appreciate. Or you can't see. And that is where we've been having challenges. And that's why going forward, not only are we going to incorporate all of the institutions within the Scotland District, including the Soil Conservation Unit, but we've also engaged those persons who have lived in those communities for years, just to give us some insight as to how it was, how water flowed naturally before before the roads were done, before houses were built, where land was built up. These types of questions help engineers to better design roads, because going forward in a world where climate change is going to become our norm, the most important component aspect of road building will not only be the pavement and how strong that pavement is, how flexible that pavement is, but it would be the drainage. How do we discharge water off the road as quickly as possible before it can further cause the road to degrade? You have to get that water discharged. Even in sitting down and listening to engineers internationally, that's the biggest issue. If we can get that water discharged, if we can get that water off the road as quickly as possible, then that road can be preserved for a much longer time. And that is where we're going to put a lot of the effort, especially in the Scotland District, where he said the soils are expansive and very responsive to intense rainfall. That's where we're going to put a lot of the effort, ensure that those waters are removed from the surface of the road as quickly as possible. But I just mentioned that because I wanted persons to know that we are working hard to ensure that Belle Plaine has as little challenges as possible in attaining that city designation, that central focal point designation. And connectivity would not be, as long as I'm able to having a say about it, would not be the issue that will impact Bell Plain from seeing its full potential. And the same thing can be said for the surrounding areas, because I'm often accused of being laser focused. Let me put it like that. But I've taken it upon myself to ensure that not only the arteries leading into from Bell Plain into Bridgetown and into St. James and St. Thomas, but I'm ensuring that other areas, Fruitful Hill going into St. Joseph, Hillby Road going into St. Thomas, Content, all these areas, we've been working hard to ensure as much as possible that these roads start in as soon as possible time. It has to happen. It makes no sense having one section of the Scotland district being rehabilitated in terms of their roads, and other sections that lead right into the same place, roads in the state. So that's why we've been working hard to ensure that Indian ground to Robert down to Fort Hill, these are the roads that are going to start as a matter of priority. Porridge Spring, down to Content, down to Short Hill. These are roads that have been prioritized because these are also main arteries into that Scotland district. And we see the importance of that. The Erin-Bourne Highway, as it extends beyond Barclays Park and into Cattle Wash, those are roads that we're looking at to ensure that those roads are done in the soonest possible time. And also, we're also looking at the other areas that are failing across the Scotland district. We see roads like Melvin's Hill failing, Mellows failing. And the truth is, we in this country are seeing as I said, conspiracy of events that are happening at the same time, where we have roads and bridges in the Scotland district, many of which were built on mud, because one of the things about Scotland district is that there's not a lot of rock that you can find anywhere. You may find some rock in St. Joseph, but you're hardly going to find any rock in parts of St. Andrew. So a lot of these bridges are built on mud. Many of these bridges were built 50 and 60 years ago. So they're old. Many of these bridges were designed for donkey cart, maybe 1 or 2 trucks. But we are seeing now increased vehicular loading on our roads. We have a country now, we have over 100,000 cars, heavy trucks, heavy buses. And we're seeing that. So you have increased vehicles, heavier vehicles, old bridges, and roads built on mud, and bridges built on mud. And all these things are now conspiring now to ensure that as many roads as possible become unsafe. So every week or so, we're seeing another road, whether the culvert is collapsing. Yesterday we had at the corner of Isolation Road, a culvert collapse. Just yesterday, we sent in a team this morning to put an iron plate there so we can get a little time so we can fix that. Joy Road in St. Joseph, we see a culvert collapse. We sent a team in there to work on that as well. Melvin Hill, we're working on that. Mellows Road is collapsing. So we're seeing all these things happen at the same time. And these are things that happen after we have looked at roads as priority roads. So after we've identified 10, 20, 30 roads as priority roads, then we're seeing other roads now starting to come apart within that Scotland district. So it's a race against the clock. It's a race against the clock. And yes, we would like to fix each and every one of them at the same time. But the reality is that we cannot, even if we had another $1 billion, we could not fix all of the roads at the same time, because it's going to require a certain amount of sequences, because we don't have that many roads leading in and out of the Scotland district, certainly not in and out of St. Joseph, not in and out of St. Andrew. So we have to sequence it in such a way that we do some in St. Andrew, then we do some in St. Peter, and then we do 1 or 2 in St. Joseph, we do 1 or 2 in St. Lucy. So even when persons are seeing things happen in one community, the reality is we need that little little wiggle room. Well, so a person can still get in and out. While one road is being done, persons can still get in and out of communities, because if we shut off a road, especially if you use the Scotland district, the road leads from Sturgis into Lakes, Springville. That road has about 3 or 4 bridges on there. And if you were to close all of that road and try to do all those bridges at the same time, that road would probably close for another 2 years. Given the amount of time it takes sometimes to build a bridge, and the professional disagreement and the planning that goes into bridge building. Even though we have employed technology, have been using bridges, metal bridges that could be deployed at a much faster rate, and as say a concrete or precast bridge, it's still going to take a lot of time if we were to try to do everything at the same time. So I just want to put out there that a lot of effort is being put in place to ensure that the infrastructure that leads throughout the Scotland district and connects all those smaller communities together is being worked on even as we speak. Wish it could be faster, but we can only do what we can, and I can only ask persons be patient. I know that within 3 to 4, 5 years, we will see that entire Scotland district transform as the roads and so on and so forth are fixed, and persons can easily drive down there without the risk of doing any damage to their vehicles. And what you will see after that is done, we have started to see it already. We see cultural events and sports tourism and all such like starting to return to the Scotland district, certainly started to return to the East Coast. Just last week we had Run Barbados. There's no coincidence that they came down to the East Coast. I mean, who wouldn't want to come and run on the East Coast? Huh? Who wouldn't want to promote Barbados by using the East Coast? Who wouldn't? As a place for sports tourism. Of course, it's a natural thing. My only thing is this, is that be conscious when these events come, the meetings and the other events that we welcome, and we're glad that you've chosen St. Andrew and the Run Barbados, that even in your planning, that you spare thought for the residents, because sometimes many of these events, the rallies and the marathons, when they come to the communities, sometimes they cause some inconvenience to the residents. Now, the inconvenience is expected. If you're going to have persons coming into our communities to have major events, national events, we know that there will be some inconvenience, but every year, I would not want the problem that exists last year be amplified this year or exacerbated this year, but rather do a postmortem and see what people were complaining about, whether it was that the bus route was cut off for 5 hours, whether it was that persons could not get to work on that particular day at all, whether it was that there were no provisions for breaks in between the stages. We look at those things and correct those things next year so that the events and the people in the community can all be in harmony. Because we welcome you, but not at the inconvenience of persons, to the extent that persons' livelihoods are placed in jeopardy. I just putting that out there, that these are things that you have to think about. If nobody says anything, then the same thing may continue over and over and over. So I'm saying it on behalf of the people in the Belle Plaine area, right? We need to have that, just engage with the people, liaise with the people, talk to the people, and the people will find a way that we all can work together with the understanding that, we welcome you, and we know that there will be some inconvenience, but they also bring some enfranchisement and some economic activity to the community. So those are some of the things I see coming, but we also doing our own indigenous things in St. Andrew, where we are building out our own space. If I look at the three examples I can think of, where we are giving back to Barbados. St. Andrew has always given to Barbados. We've always given to Barbados. As far back as 1968, we've had what we refer to as the sand hole, what people refer to as the sand quarry. And people will tell you that every aspect of Barbados has a little piece of St. Andrew in it. Every single built facility in Barbados has a little piece of sand that came from St. Andrew. Even Kensington, over where I am heading to as soon as I finish my presentation, has a little piece of St. Andrew in it. And we have been given to St. Andrew, and now we are giving to St. Andrew our cultural pastimes, our indigenous pastimes. We have now repackaged, we have now rebranded, and we're given to Barbados. We're telling you, come to St. Andrew and enjoy St. Andrew life, like how St. Andrew people enjoy St. Andrew life. Crab night, St. Andrew Carnival, Long Pond Cookout. All these things are just indigenous things that we would have done as young people. I mean, these things were going on long before I went to St. Andrew. I don't want to take credit for the creation of any of those events. There was a carnival long before I went there. Crab night was going on for over 20 years. The cookout was going on for just as long. But these are unique experiences that one can only enjoy in St. Andrew, that we are now telling the rest of Barbados, you are welcome to come. You're welcome to come to St. Andrew and vibe with us, relax with us. We have all forms of tourism. We don't have the nice beaches like what they have on the West Coast, but nice for swimming, like on the West Coast and the South Coast. But we have a different kind of life. We have Long Pond Beach, we have Long Pond, we have that cookout experience, that outdoor experience, that rustic experience. Boy, not to mention our cricket grounds, our isolation cricket grounds. Teams that come from England every year. I mean, even before I was aware of its importance, I would often pass there and see touring teams from England, touring teams from Australia, wherever cricket is played, always found themselves right there in St. Andrew because of the cool vibe, because of the beautiful, bucolic nature of St. Andrew.
Do I remember has 2 more minutes? If you don't want 2 more minutes, I can take the 2 minutes from you, Honourable.
I'm moving on, Mr. Speaker. And thank you for the 2 minutes. But sometimes when I start to speak of how beautiful St. Andrew as a parish is, sometimes I get carried away. I would never believe I was speaking for 28 minutes.
No, you were speaking actually for more than 30 minutes, but I'm giving you 2 extra minutes.
I appreciate it. As I said, let me just look back at the plan, physical development plan. It speaks to some of the challenges and as it relates to development of the area. I'm just making the point that a lot of those challenges we are facing head on. We are fixing them. We're fixing them in roads. We've created spaces for cultural expression. The church, I want to mention it here, the Anglican Church, saw it fit to give up 7 acres of their land, 7 acres of arable land to people within the St. Andrew, boys on the block from within that St. Andrew community so that they can engage in agriculture. Sure. Yes, and for security, it's this.
Sorry, sir.
It's okay. It's okay.
Continue, remember.
And the church has seen it fit to give that land to those young people who to this day are working that land, are producing food on that land. And this is all this is all envisioned in the national in the plan, because we see St. Andrew as a breadbasket. We know that food can be grown, but there's still a lot of land in St. Andrew that is not cultivated. And I was glad to see that area, which was a forest. And with the help of the Ministry of Agriculture through the Soil Conservation Unit, the Ministry of Youth, who would have identified the young persons from their block program. And their new Project Dawn, I think that was the name, Project Dawn. They would have identified young persons, given them the tools and the skills to go in there and to cultivate that land and to produce food on that land. And I was able to be down there at some point, just passing through, and was given a big bag of food that I couldn't even use all myself. I had to then donate some of that same food to some of my other constituents right across the constituency. But in fact, was that persons were able in a position to give me food from land that they would have worked and growing that food on right next door to their houses, anything. So as I close, Mr. Speaker, and to be honest with you, I have not spoken to half the things that I wanted to speak to as it relates to what's going on in Belle Plaine and what's going on in St. Andrew. But I think I've painted a picture of the potential for the Belle Plaine area. I've painted a picture for the vision that we have for that space, and the fact that we are now on the up and up. We are on the up and up. And I'm sure that whenever that day comes, and I get my hat, you know, and I retired from this public life, that St. Andrew will be a completely different place, completely transformed place from what it is today. Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I'm obliged.
Honourable Member St. Michael East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member that spoke before me gave me the assurance that we only need 15 runs in order to be victorious. But obviously he decided to go a little further and provide the public with an exhibition of St. Andrew. I might do very much like him because I have to speak about Lickridge Village, the Ivy, and what the Ivy is not as a district, but represents a people. So although if it represents the people in Bush Hall, Bank Hall, Carrington Village, the ghettos, so to speak, the Pine. So it might turn out to be national, but I represent the parochial layman, regional layman, obviously Barbadian layman. My politics, I understand from the rum shops in the Ivy and from the rum shop at the corner of Lickridge Village. Sir, and you and I sometimes imbibing the spirits in different working class communities. And when I think about development, I am not trapped in the metropolitan man's politics. I do not take my politics from political economists of the US who've got a strong industrial base, development in relation to their economies. I take my politics in relation to the struggles of the Caribbean man. And that is why George Beckford, Clive Thomas, some of the best, Gervan, people like Lloyd Bess, those people also influence my thinking, which I believe expresses the negatives in the economy and have a different definition of what development is supposed to be. It is not meant to be a criticism. The simplistic understanding is when you don't always agree with a fixed universal definition of the word, you are deemed to be doing something which you should not do. I don't want to use no word to describe myself, no adjectives in the circumstances, sir. But the reality is that we have a Caribbean model. And the model comes out of the plantation economy. Whether it's the infrastructure or not, what we have seen over the years, even with many development plans, not critical of this plan, yes, we are moving forward. And we have seen major leaps, especially in the 20th century, in terms of development that came from Caribbean thinkers, not just politicians, but other professions, other people with different skills, different disciplines, express their views on how we need to move forward. Sometimes somebody take the perspective from how we need to go forward in terms of health, our health policy, our educational policy, our housing policy. But at the end of the day, from the time Columbus come to the Caribbean, black people experience poverty and the poverty levels are still high. And every now and then a new government comes to power and talk around this specific issue of poverty and speak in terms of the metropolitan concept of development. I've been in this party and I saw a period where we deliberately focus our thoughts and our action and our mouthings on the eradication of poverty. It is still a major method of determining what our development policy ought to be. I can't be representing the constituency and talking about all these glorious things, and I don't take into consideration the mouthings of the people that I represent. The people in my community would want to know, what kind of man is this? He should be the echo of our thoughts and our feelings. And if I come here and talk about what we are going to be doing on the coastal area, if we're going to extend the highway, but you know, you got people in Lake Ridgeville that walk on paved roads with large toes protruding, people stumping their toes and breaking off heels in the train line. And by this time, we should not have that problem to address. So the development policy still needs to reach out into the communities and address these issues, because we might be engaged in here in a form of psychological masturbation. Everybody feeling very good about what we're doing, but then when we get back into the streets tomorrow morning, the discussion has subsided. The people ask, so what are you doing about this? I live in a community, sir, that even the state tried in the 20th century, after the 1950s or so, the state tried to address housing for the poor. And then when the people got the houses, they could not pay the rent. I believe that the rent arrears is extremely high. Probably close to over 50% of those tenants in the houses cannot pay rent. Is it not an issue that we need to look at? I don't know if there's any generalizations in the development plan that took into consideration the large numbers of persons who are at present facing eviction. And that is why sometimes I speak more of homelessness than speak about housing. Because this debate on housing can become very distorted. And sometimes it is a major paradox in talking about improved housing conditions and believing that what we're saying in here is what other people outside don't have a house or live in a house that is only considered to be a 4x6 little unit that you live in, and you can't enjoy the privileges like anybody else. The debate is not theirs, because when they talk about a house, they just want somewhere to live. We had a problem, we had a policy once, sir, that if you had no money, and you had 3 children, nobody questioned your personal life. The welfare department would send you to the National Assistance Board, and a poor man could find somewhere to sleep. That was the kind of child house that, well, I don't even think they had indoor water toilet facilities or anything like that. I don't know. I know sometimes my friends in here when they're talking about housing. I would like to go back to the challah house. You can't go back to the challah house. Because all of these policies, all the programs got to emerge out of some experience of the people. And the only reason we had challah houses is because the plantation decided that if you want to work here, you must keep your house here. And if you want to go elsewhere, take the house with you. And sir, you and I most of us here would have seen many Sunday mornings before 7 o'clock. You would see a truck passing down the road. The truck had on the whole house one time. One time. I would say, yes, development occurred. We move away from that. I don't agree with anybody who says that they would like to go back to the challah house. I know how it emerged. I know the history of the birth of a challah house. I would assume that that's a part of humor in the conversations that we are having here today, sir. But I have persons who never had the opportunity to flush a toilet yet. Never, they don't know what it is. A document on development must address these disadvantages to the poor people. Poverty is not a criticism of any specific minister or government policy. I am trying to add to the thinking. Just like, although I'm not on there, equal, just like what Lloyd Best was saying to us, just like what George Beckford was saying to us, and many of the other thinkers of the time. Clive Thomas was saying to us in Persistent Poverty by Beckford, and the poor and the powerless. Address the issue of poverty, the major issue that we are facing in these colonies is that we all live through abject poverty. There's no debating. There can't be no poverty more than you not having food to eat. And if you're seeing rising unemployment issues, you don't have to debate, because hunger is not debatable. Everybody knows very well persons in their neighborhood that are suffering. In order to create a more holistic approach to addressing poverty and development, you must hear the voice of the people who are more oppressed, alienated from all the happiness that other people enjoy in the society. And I represent a community that is very concerned about that. I also believe that there's a need for a new design of NHC units. So all those people talking about environment and so on, the NHC units, sometimes the heat in those units that are made of 4-inch blocks is extremely hot. Poor ventilation. In some of the houses, one side don't have windows or doors. And in many cases, I can tell you that if you go to St. Barnabas on the hill, you will see housing units that to the eastern side that you would be of the opinion that there's a necessity for ventilation to come through the eastern side. Those are issues that people who live in poverty are experiencing. I have parts of my community that don't have water. Water is a big issue. So you know that the personal health standards are challenged because you don't have water. I've been waiting, sir, and because of the gradualists in terms of action, not talking, because sometimes gradualists talk swiftly, and you get the impression that a gradualist is a revolutionary. But after talking, nothing happens. I'm talking about moving ideas from off the documentation into the community and seeing the actual changes. It might not be a minister's problem, but wherever that bottleneck exists, you have to remove it or get around it one way or the other and deliver. People are becoming a little disenchanted with the commitments, the sounding commitments, and coming to the conclusion that they're not actually commitments. In my area, that's why I tell you, I don't think I have any unique problem. I am speaking for the poor people across Barbados, especially the urban poor. That's why I say I don't speak for the Ivy alone. The ideas might come from within the Ivy. I don't speak for Lickridgeville alone, sir, and I believe that repetition is a necessity here now. I don't speak for the area alone, I speak for the Pine too, in Golden Rock, and Lasses Terrace, and Princess Royal Avenue. That is where poverty exists. So when we have a development plan, the people must feel an integral part of the development plan. Even if you say, come on board, listen to us. Let's have rubbing shoulders. But we need to see the development following. I believe that is quite easy to understand. I also feel, sir, and I know how important cricket as an institution is to all of us, but I will never neglect the people's business to go to cricket. I know most of us, when we could not communicate as effectively as the most persons in here could communicate now. The only thing that we knew well is known, sir. Is as we develop, we learn more adjectives and adverbs. So we learn to strengthen language and give the language melody. And in those days, we used to use the cricket parlance. So you hear people talk outside the off stump. So I understand when a man has to balance the interest between representing his people as a parliamentarian, sometimes you want to enjoy cricket as a sport. But the same parliamentarians criticize cricketers when they don't deliver. But then they want to go to cricket. I am glad to know, sir, that even though I came at the 11th hour, I was quite willing to give away to other persons who probably has greater foresight and creativity than I. That I have stood here to do the business of the people, and I hope the cricketers will do the business of the people of Barbados as well, sir. But I am asking for, I am at the mercy of the cabinet of Barbados and the Prime Minister, sir. I don't want to leave politics at any time without knowing that the way I found my constituency when I came here in the 1990s, that I am not going to be leaving it in the same state that I found it. So I am going to express my views on any development plan as long as I can't see water through Lickridge Village, through Howells Crossroad. I told you I'm a parochial man. I'm a layman of the region. I will speak in those terms always. I am not a metropolitan boy or man. So I do not speak as though I understand the globe, the complexity of the globe, the political economy of the globe, the sociology of the globe, sir. You gotta understand the interests of the people of St. Michael's East. Or at the end of the day, when they get back there, sir, we have good communities all around us, but we're faced with people who are landless. You and I, sir, know very well the desperation of people who are landless. And with all the restrictions that we put, people still go and build. They don't even build charter houses. Because charter houses belongs to the days of yore. Not now. They want the best like everybody else. And you have to be down there giving legal advice and pleading and trying to see if we can get government to resolve issues and how we're going to make sure we put the required regulations in place in order to create a better environment for these people. But what do you do when people don't have anywhere to live? You sleeping comfortably, got about 60 bedrooms in your house. You don't know where to sleep at night. These people, they have nowhere to sleep. And a development plan must address that. A development plan must take into consideration the evidence is there that most of the housing areas, the residents had to extend the facilities in order to accommodate family, in order to accommodate the extended family. That is what I'm talking about in relation to persistent poverty. Poverty all around us every day. And that is why we can't walk the beach late at night. Because if I feel that you have cash and you're walking across the beach late at night and I don't have any cash, I will try to get it. That is what is happening in this society. If you don't moralize the lives and sanitize the lives of some of these unfortunate individuals in the society, then you get the challenges, sir. Attorneys at law can become very wealthy in 24 hours. Because everybody wants to live. Everybody wants to live. I want to live. And I would like to live good too, like everybody else. And a development plan must have at the center of what ought to be radical and profound thoughts about the quality of life of people. Fact that nobody likes to live a life knowing that they are not wanted. There are many people who believe, sir. There are many people who believe that politicians don't care about them. They just want the vote. There are many people who hear from politicians the day after they win, this is my last term. They didn't say it the day before. Politicians know who own when they win. I tell you, I was in this business long. A development plan must take into consideration the social welfare state of the people. The welfare state is being challenged as a result of institutions, external, international institutions rather, who think that they ought to govern governments. And in order for you to have this, you have to give up that. And while we still hold nominally the institutions by name, rather, the institutions now are not as effective as they ought to be. Life becomes harder. All kinds of new arrangements is being placed on the table for workers in social services. Rather than being employees, though, you're a contract worker. And when a contract worker hurts, his or her ankle break, a leg or get cut, He receives no income, wages or salary, he receives none, but he still got to go to a doctor and look for medical attention, he ain't got the money. So he ends up at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital waiting 3 or 4 days for service. Development plan has to take all those things into consideration. Every day in my constituency, people ask me, what you know in this job? And I thought I would get vacation. The officers are now telling us, you can get vacation, but you can't get no money. There's no vacation pay. These are realities. And we are faced, it's not because I'm demonizing anybody. These are real issues that we have to discuss as a people in this House of Assembly. It is hard. You know what it is a woman working at NCC or any of these agencies and go to work using a whacker and a hoe? People passing that don't like to work at all, that going to the air conditioning room and denouncing them. Look how she dressed, look how he dressed. And you don't enjoy the services that these same people enjoy? Can't get free medical attention. Can't even get to... This morning, a young man came to me, sir, with this issue. And I told him where to go. I told him when they get down here, we speak to the minister and see if we can make an arrangement for him. He asked me if we could come and take him from his house to the minister's office. I said, where this is going on now? He ain't got no bus fare, he ain't working the way. We have to tend to these issues. All I'm saying that there is a trend in our lives in the Caribbean and in Barbados, a common chord of poverty that we need to focus on. And the last Barbados Labour Party government on Leaf Owen-Arthur put a policy in place where tenantry rose. We had to identify urban tenantry roads, rural tenantry roads, and we made major physical transformations across Barbados as a result of using concrete from the cement plant that kept people employed at the cement plant. And people were able to walk out their houses whether it was raining or not, across those concrete roads in the tenantries across Barbados. That is a development plan that was not just tossing around ideas and scripting notes. It was a development plan that you could see the actualities of it manifesting itself just before your eyes. And that is what, sir, I am begging for. That's what I'm begging for. You know, you read these documents and everything look real good, but then you're going to send them to people to implement or to execute. And it don't work the way how we discuss it. It is not Singapore. We've got some rigidity in how we govern, because we talk about a democratic society and we got to do it in this so-called democratic way. No matter how westernized it is, right? We got to do it in a democratic way. So all I'm saying to you, I know it's a late hour, and I know you still want to go to pray, but all I'm saying to you is these simple ideas. I hope that you consider them, sir, and all of my colleagues worthy. That we, for me, if we can't do these things, we will fail the Caribbean people, and more in particular the Barbadian people. But I honestly support the document, but I believe that the document cannot go without facing a critique that at least will help us to even do better at this juncture that we have done before. So, sir, with those few words, I'm glad that you embraced me in the discussion side. I'm assuming that you agree with most of the things that you say.
Honourable Member for Christchurch West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. First, let me thank all of those honorable members who contributed to this debate. Clearly a very, very important and wide-ranging debate to have gone over 2 full days. And in fact, I've been started this morning and going at 6. I promise not to be very long. I think there's very little that I could now bring up that one of the honorable members would not have brought up during the course of the 2 days of the debate, except to add a few other things from my perspective and to try to answer 1 or 2 things that people would have brought up. Now, before I get into that, let me first say that the Planning and Development Department has done tremendous work over the last 5 years. The member for St. George South spoke about the numbers of permissions that they were able to do. In fact, 9,617 permissions over the last 5 years is a tremendous measure of the work that they have done. But, Mr. Speaker, you know, people think about permissions, but permissions is only a small part of the work that the Planning and Development Department does. Because in addition to the permissions, they also have to do what's called building starts, which means that every time that you go and actually start the building to make sure that you're within the boundaries, you call them so they come and measure so that you don't go and build a whole structure and then find out that you're too close to the northern boundary, the southern boundary, or the road reserve, or whatever it is. They did 2,951 of those too, in addition to the permissions. And again, that is not all that they do. Because in addition to building starts, in addition to the 9,000 permissions, they also have to do something called certificate of compliance. And they did almost 2,300 of those as well. So you could imagine the amount of work that a small department was able to do in 5 years to be able to lift and give people of Barbados an opportunity to develop their house, to develop their business, all sorts of infrastructural things, even bridges, whatever. And I am happy and proud to be able to lead a department that is really firing on all cylinders. And I would, from this honorable chamber, salute them for the work that they have done and continue to do for the people of Barbados. In addition, Mr. Speaker, I want specifically to answer a few things. And I go back to this concept of Barbados developing only in a few areas. Not so. And I have this map that shows the 9,000 permissions that were given. Yes, Barbados develops coastally, the South Coast and the West Coast. But we've also had significant permissions given in the rural areas as well. St. George, in fact, St. George and St. Philip tend to be the growth centers for development. And also we have had permissions given in the Scotland district, including St. Joseph, St. John, parts of St. Andrew have also gotten permission. So there's
I don't remember that's part of the document.
This is part of the document, yes. This is part of the physical development plan. It's just one of the plans that I pulled out, but it is part of the document that is clearly there as part of the resolution. So permissions have been given across Barbados. And what is also interesting, Mr. Speaker, is of the 9,000 permissions, only 200 refusals. So small percentage of refusals, which says that even if you have an application in that needs tweaking, that needs adjusting, what do? We don't refuse it. We call you in. We say, this is what you need to do. This is what you need to do to amend the application so that everybody gets an opportunity to get their application in. Those that can't be amended, they withdraw. 73 withdrawals. So, but what it shows is that everybody gets an opportunity. The vast proportion of percentage of people that make an application do get through. The downside, because of the quantum of applications, it takes time. And that is something that we're working on constantly, upgrading the software, making it online, having an online portal, all of those things to be able to make applications easier and more seamless. And it is a work in progress. It is not perfect. Perfection is divine, and we are certainly not perfect. And you know, as they say all the time, perfection is the greatest impediment to progress. So we are working towards it. We're not going to achieve it, but every day we're going to try to make it as seamless, as effective, and as efficient that we can, so that the people of Barbados can benefit and be able to develop their various lots and so on. Mr. Speaker, we live in changing times, changing weather patterns, intense rainfalls in short periods of time, hurricanes, flooding, climate change, beach erosion is the order of the day. And we have to understand that planning must take into account that side of things. Planning also has to take into account economic growth. Planning has to take into account, apart from resilience, apart from economic growth, the people. And I heard the member for St. Peter talk about planning taking the people. This whole document is about the people. Because the people, this is where people live, work, recreate, enjoy amusements, dine out, eat in, invest. Everything in these documents is about the people, enhancing the people, those in poverty, the whole thing. But you know, Mr. Speaker, we have to understand that form and function is a balance. And it is balancing all the various aspects of developing a whole country. And it means water resources must be balanced for water needed for agriculture versus water needed for residences. It means balancing investment for bigger business versus investment for smaller businesses. It means balancing access to the beach versus foreign direct investment. All of these things come in to making a physical development plan and trying to get the best out of the resources and the limited land space that we have. And that is what this document is trying to do. We, Mr. Speaker, have worked bringing all the departments together, bringing all of the ideas together, all of the perspectives together. Will everybody get everything they want? No, they won't. But will we all collectively get a better and have gotten a better document, and by extension, a pathway towards a better society and a better country? I believe yes. I believe what this document will now do is it gives us an opportunity for us to make better decisions, seeing how things are interrelated, understanding the interrelations, and understanding how various zones can develop across the country, seeing how the port can develop, seeing how the airport can develop. How does that relate to the sewage system? How does that relate to access to beaches? Are we going to look how we are looking at water taxis and water transport? Transportation is a major issue in this country. A major issue. Many members spoke about it. And what we're looking at, nodal transportation, park and ride, developing a better transport infrastructure system. All of these things coming together in one document, a far-reaching document, but a document that touches many, many aspects of lives in Barbados. This, Mr. Speaker, has been a historic debate. It has encouraged many, many people to contribute, and I am sure that once it's passed in the other place and then becomes accepted as the physical development plan of Barbados, and incidentally the only one in the Caribbean, that this is a document that not only the department, not only all the various ministries and departments that contributed, but the people of Barbados can be justly proud. It is a document that we've worked on for years to be able to bring it to this place, and I am justly proud that this is something that we've been able to achieve. And now I would ask, humbly so, that this resolution do now pass.
The question is that this resolution do now pass. All those honourable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting the ayes have it. This resolution stands passed.
Thank you, Mr.
Honourable
Speaker.
Leader, Government Business.
I beg to move the adjournment of the House until Tuesday, December 19th at 10 a.m.
The question is that this honorable chamber be adjourned until Tuesday, the 19th day of December 2023 at 10 a.m. in the forenoon. All those honorable members in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting, the ayes have it. This honorable chamber stands adjourned until Tuesday, the 19th day of December 2023 at 10 a.m. in the forenoon.